Thank you, Minority Leader. The House will come to order. Please join Representative Luck. In the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavidez, Burnett, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bradfield, Caraveo,
Here.
Carver, Catlin, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Esgar, Exum, Froelich, Representative Froelich is excused. Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Hanks,
Here.
Herod, Holtorf, Hooton, Representative Hooton is excused. Judah,
Here.
Kennedy, Representative Kennedy. Here. Kip is here. Larson, Lindsay, Lontine, Luck, Lynch, McCluskey, McCormick, McKean, McLaughlin, Michael Saint-Genet,
Present.
Mullica, he's here. Neville, Ortiz is here. Pelton, Pico, Ransom, Rich, Ricks, Roberts, Sandridge, Sirota, Representative Sirota is excused. Snyder, Soper, Rep. Soper is excused. Sullivan, Tipper is excused. Titone, Valdez A, Valdez D, Van Beber, Van Winkle, Weissman, Williams, Woodrow is here. Woog, Young, she's here. And Mr. Speaker,
Okay. With 64 present and one excused, we have a quorum. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Journal of Thursday, March 10th, 2022 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. And I am just wondering if you've given consideration to my request to have a roll call vote.
Thanks, Representative Luck. Trying to, one of my goals is to maintain the decorum of the chamber, and I want to keep it the way that the former legislators had it for so long. So today, let's keep it with a voice vote.
All right.
But it was a great motion, proper motion, and we'll pose it to the members. Members, the question before us is the adoption of the journal as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. That was really good. All those, well, I haven't, all those opposed, no. Very good. The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. I think, out of respect for the people who are here for a resolution, we're going to proceed slightly out of order for immediate consideration of resolution. I believe that's the proper thing to do. And so I guess I don't make that motion. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1015.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1015. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1015.
House Joint Resolution 1015 by Representatives Carver and Ortiz, also Senators Heisey and Lee, concerning the designation of a portion of Colorado State Highway 115 as the CW3 Scott A.M. Oswell Memorial Highway.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move for the adoption of HJR 1015 and ask that it be read at length.
It's a proper motion. Mr. Schiebel.
Whereas Scott Allen Muir Oswell was born on August 18, 1973 at Mountain Home Air Force Base, Idaho. And whereas Scott A.M. Oswell attended Air Academy High School in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and graduated in 1991. And whereas Sergeant Scott A.M. Oswell initially joined the United States Marine Corps in 1990 at the age of 17 with his parents' consent, and was initially assigned to the Marine Corps Recruit Depot in San Diego, California. And whereas after 7 years, Sergeant Scott A.M. Oswell was honorably discharged from the United States Marine Corps in 1997 to enjoy private life and family. And whereas Specialist 4 Scott A.M. Oswell enlisted into the United States Army in 1998 and was assigned to Fort Carson, Colorado. And whereas Specialist 4 Scott A.M. Oswell was offered the opportunity to become a helicopter pilot in 2006 and attended training at Fort Rucker, Alabama. And whereas Chief Warrant Officer Scott A.M. Oswell served at Schofield Barracks, Hawaii, and Fort Lewis, Washington, and served 2 tours in Iraq. And whereas Chief Warrant Officer 3 Scott A.M. Oswell was deployed to Mosul, Iraq in June 2007 and died on July 4th, 2007 in a helicopter crash. And whereas Chief Warrant Officer 3 Scott A.M. Oswell's military decorations include the Bronze Star, the Air Medal, the Army Commendation Medals with V device for valor, the Army Achievement Medal, the Navy Achievement Medal, the Army Good Conduct Medal, the Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, the Iraq Campaign Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal, and the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal. And Chief Warrant Officer Scott A.M. Oswell was inducted into the prestigious Sergeant Audie Murphy Club. And whereas Chief Warrant Officer Scott A.M. Oswell was buried in July 2007 at Fort Logan National Cemetery in Denver, Colorado. And whereas it is only fitting that Chief Warrant Officer 3 Scott A.M. Oswell's bravery and his love for his country and his fellow man should be recognized so that we may never forget his sacrifice to our great nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that the portion of Colorado State Highway 115 from mile marker 42 to mile marker 43 be designated as the Chief Warrant Officer Scott A.M. Oswell Memorial Highway. That the Colorado Department of Transportation may accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purposes of the initial placement of signs to mark Colorado State Highway 115 from mile marker 42 to mile marker 43 as the Chief Warrant Officer 3 Scott A.M. Oswell Memorial Highway, and that the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with the Board of County Commissioners for El Paso County for the maintenance of the signs marking the Chief Warrant Officer Scott A.M. Oswell Memorial Highway.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scott was a young man that at 17 heard the call to go serve his country. And while his life was cut short, his life was one of service to his country, both in the Marines and later when he joined the Army. He served honorably and well and died in service of his country. His life had great purpose and meaning, and we are honored, both Rep. Ortiz and I, to be here with this resolution to recognize his service.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't know Scott personally. Our services never overlap, but this one is particularly special for a lot of reasons. We both flew the same airframe, the OH-58D, the Kiowa Warrior. And in order to understand Scott a little bit, you kind of have to understand what that airframe is and what it means. Because just like in the houses of Harry Potter, every airframe attracts a certain type of individual. It chooses you. It was one of the only single-engine airframes in the Army's arsenal. We hardly ever flew with doors on. We would engage with the wide array of weapons ranging from a 50 cal, 2.75 Hydra rockets, Hellfire, to M4 out the door if we needed precision strikes and to prevent civilian casualties. We were scrappers, and we viewed ourselves that way. Not to mention that the tradition of the Kiowa is steeped in air cavalry, which is steeped in the cavalry, which, if you don't know, has a lot of its own traditions around working hard, training hard, fighting hard, but also playing hard. Those individuals that you serve with in the cavalry become your brothers and sisters because you fight so hard and you train so hard. You have to play just as hard. There's a poem that we have to memorize called Fiddler's Green, and that tradition reaches back to Irish folklore because there were a lot of Irish heritage individuals that served in the 7th Cavalry, which is where we get a lot of our traditions from. But really, that is the type of family that you come into, a group of individuals that want to be in the fight in a moment's notice, that want to show up in the nick of time, hence the cliches of the cavalry arriving right in the nick of time, to be able to tilt the fight and get in and out of trouble, to be able to make a difference on the battlefield. I mean, our airframe operated from 50 feet above the ground to 150 feet above the ground. You could see what was going on, from the enemy to the men and women, Americans that you were supporting, but you were also talking to their ground commander. You were also talking to your air commander. You were also talking to A-10s above you, to air support above you. You were literally the quarterback of the battlefield. And our population of pilots had many infantry men and women in it, because one day they had their butts saved by the close air support that air cavalry provided. I do have a personal message to the family because of that, because I myself survived a crash, and my family was almost them. I will never presume to speak for Scott, but this is what I'll say. There is no doubt in my mind that Scott would rather be here today if he had the choice. I don't doubt that, not with any ounce of me. But outside of dying an old man in my bed at home, surrounded by my friends and family, there is no other way that I would have wanted to go than flying that airframe, serving with my brothers and sisters, those scrappy brothers and sisters that I loved, serving a country that I loved. I promise you that. And so I am proud and humbled to honor him and his family. At this time, I would love to recognize them. If Barry and Nancy, his parents, would please stand along with his sister Heather. And if there are any service member brothers and sisters that are here on Scott's behalf, please stand and be recognized. Welcome to the chamber.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would also just like to recognize Barry, retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, who reside in my district and who worked at the academy. And our thanks for your son's great service and for your service, sir.
Is there any further discussion on House Joint Resolution 1015? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1015. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 1015 is adopted. Representative Ortiz.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this morning's roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, this morning's roll call will be added as co-sponsors. The House will be in a brief recess to greet the family. The House will come back to order. People can continue to greet our special guests while we move into announcements and introductions. Announcements and introductions. Representative Sirota. Do you have an announcement?
There's no committee.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you can see from your calendar, the Public Health Committee will not be meeting upon adjournment today. We have no bills on the calendar.
Thank you. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. I have permission to leave at 1:45 today. Thank you.
So approved. Representative Van Beber.
Division, no. I have permission to leave at 2 o'clock today. Thank you.
So approved. Any further announcements and introductions? Seeing none. Seeing no other announcements and introductions, we will slowly proceed to third reading of bill's final passage. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1082 on third reading, final passage.
Oh, very good. Well, we will, before we move it, we will have Mr. Schiebel read the title. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1082.
House Bill 1082 by Representatives Hooton and Bacon, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the enforcement of state housing laws by the Department of Law in connection therewith establishing a fair housing unit within the Department of Law.
There you go. Majority Leader Eskar.
Let's try this again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1082 on third reading, final passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1082. See no further discussion. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. For those people participating online, Representative Hanks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hanks votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote? One more time.
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. No, you're fine. Minutes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1082 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Michelson-Janae, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1095.
House Bill 1095 by Representatives Lontine and Will, also Senators Winter and Simpson, concerning an expansion of a physician's assistant ability to practice and in connection therewith changing the relationship between a physician assistant and a physician or podiatrist from supervision to collaboration for physician assistants with less experience or who are working in a new specialty, establishing the collaboration requirements and requiring physician assistants with more experience to consult with the physician's assistant's healthcare team.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1095 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Will.
I move that House Bill 1095 be referred back to second reading for the purpose of consideration of a substantial amendment.
Thank you, Representative Will. Members, that is a proper motion. The motion before us is to refer House Bill 1095 back to second reading for the purpose of consideration of a substantial amendment. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Hanks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hanks votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to refer House Bill 1095 back to second reading is approved. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1231.
House Bill 1231 by Representatives Van Beber and Valdez D., also Senator Heisey, concerning a Bill of Rights for foster parents.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1231 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1231 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Hanks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hanks votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, well, do you remember how many? Was there 62 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 1 excused? House Bill 1231 is passed. Co-sponsors. Representative Michelson Janae, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 30.
Senate Bill 30 by Senators Donovan and Sonnenberg, also Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin, concerning the expansion of Water Resources Review Committee to the Water Resources and Agriculture Review Committee.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 30 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 30 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Hanks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hanks votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 30 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 42.
Senate Bill 42 by Senator Quorum, also Representatives Esgar and Will, concerning changes to the membership of the Board of Commissioners of the County State Fair Authority.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 42 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 42 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Hanks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hanks votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote? Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. 55 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 1 excused. Senate Bill 42 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1250.
House Bill 1250 by Representatives Woodrow and Pico, also Senators Zenzinger and Woodward, concerning non-substantive changes of the Title VII of the Colorado Revised Statutes.
We're still on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader Escar.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you down here. I move House Bill 1250 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1250 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Hanks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hanks votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 excused, House Bill 1250 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1108.
House Bill 1108 by Representatives Rich and Amabile, also, just Rich and Amabile, excuse me, concerning a requirement to the Transparency Online Project web-based system, including the name of the vendor paid in connection with each expenditure included in the system.
And Senator Scott, I
And
think.
Senator Scott, sorry.
No worries. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1108 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1108 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Hanks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hanks votes yes. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1108 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. That brings us to General Order, second reading of bills. Representative McCormick. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative McCormick will take the chair.
The committee will now come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon a motion of the majority leader, and the Cote rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 95 until Monday, March 14th.
Senate Bill 95 will be laid over until March 14th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 22054.
Senate Bill 54 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representative Titone, concerning the addition of a recommendation that a district public school be converted to a community school if the district public school fails to make substantial progress under its turnaround plan.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 54. There's no committee report.
All right, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is about community schools, using them for a turnaround plan. So a community school is a kind of school that is a type of innovation school. Not all innovation schools are community schools, but a community school is an innovation school. But we put community schools into the statute kind of on its own with its own definition a couple of years ago. And a community school has engagement of the community and the partners around it. It has to have a strategic plan, and it has to have a process to engage the partners in the community to achieve the goals of the school, and has to have a coordinator to assemble the relevant stakeholders to solve the problems identified with the needs assessment. So what this bill does is it takes a school that is struggling, that may have tried another option before on that turnaround clock, and then once that clock is getting to a point where they need to decide the final option for this school, that this is an option for that school. And it's not currently in the statute. It's not one of the options for the school to go through. And this will put that in place for a community school to be an option. Because it's so community focused, and community schools have been successful, if they have not decided to do this before at the school level, the district level has the opportunity to do this as a final way of saving the school from being closed. And I ask you for a yes vote on the bill.
Is there any further discussion? Yes, Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, obviously we heard this bill in education, and we had a rather robust discussion. Heard primarily from Adams 14 School District. They're going through a little bit of a process here on this now. And we heard what the options were available when you find yourself, or when a school finds themselves in a position such as this. And there's 5. Amongst those is, of course, closure, but also the ability to go to a charter, the ability for a management company to come in, or management to come in, whether that's a district or private, public or private entity. And so as we kind of dug into the bill, in statute, there is a definition associated with community schools, and there was some ambiguity, and actually some of the testimony that we actually heard spoke about the ambiguity, the uncertainty, the lack of clarity that existed in statute. And so I'll just share a section of it with you around the definition of community school, and it has to do with, or part of it is an annual asset and needs assessment of and by both the school and the community that engages at least 75%. And then this is kind of where it gets vague, because it says 75% of families, students, and educators in the community. And so the uncertainty that I had was, is that the collective? Does it mean those 3 entities as long as you have 75% of that collective? Or must it be 75% of each category? So in an attempt to provide some clarity where I think clarity is needed in statute, I move L004 and ask that it be displayed.
L004 has been moved and waiting to be displayed. All right, that is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, members, what this amendment does, L004, is it says very clearly, as we look at community schools, that you need to have 75% of the families, you need to have 75% of the students, and you need to have 75% of the educators. If you look at it collectively without this amendment, then perhaps you could find yourself where it's only 75% of educators, or maybe 70% of educators and then 5% of a combination of students and families. So I think this adds a good level of clarity to where clarity needs to be added to statute, and so I would ask for your yes vote on L004.
Is there further Representative Titone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we heard this same exact amendment in the committee, and we feel that, at least I feel, and maybe the chair will agree, that this doesn't fit under the title because we're not talking about the definition of the community school here. We're talking about the turnaround plan for a school to include community schools. This has nothing to do with the definition, and I would request that a title ruling be made on this amendment.
The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment is not germane to the title, the original purpose of the bill, and therefore does not fit under the title ruling. Back to the bill. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, that's fine if that's the direction we want to go. I disagree that it doesn't fit under the title, so I move L005, and I ask that L005 be displayed.
L005 has been properly moved and is now displayed to the amendment. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, members, this basically does something very, very similar Unfortunately, it seemed that there was a disagreement about amending a section of the title that was clearly stated inside of the bill. So here is another area where we can accomplish the same thing when it comes to the idea of what we're trying to do here. So if we're trying to speak specifically about a community school, it's important that a community school is absolutely representative of the community. So in statute, in the definition, like we already covered, it does speak about 75% of the educators, 75% of the families, and 75% of the students. So in line with what is already in a definition of what a community school is, I think it's important that we include this piece to make sure that, hey, as the recommendation comes through as one of the 5 options from the State Board of Education, that we certainly include 75% of each of those 3 categories. So 75% of families, 75% of students, and 75% of educators. From what we heard in testimony as it pertains to Adams 14 specifically, a lot of the decisions that they have made thus far, the claim has been, and I have no reason to doubt it, I certainly believe it, is that the community has been very involved. And so this is nothing that should disrupt already what they have going on. If anything, I think it ensures that the community involvement in future issues, certainly as it may be unrelated to Adams 14, is thoroughly included. And I think if we're going to adopt something that talks about community schools in a transition from one type of school to another, that certainly when it comes to that particular school or when it comes to that particular district, that 75% of the families are involved, guaranteed, as defined in statute, that 75% of the students are involved and that 75% of the educators are involved. I think that's how we actually turn schools around that may find themselves in this situation. So I would ask for a yes vote on L005, and let's make sure that we include 75% of families, 75% of students, and 75% of educators.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, the Assistant Minority Leader has brought up Adams 14 quite a bit, but this bill has nothing to do with Adams 14. Absolutely nothing to do with Adams 14. And what this amendment will do is change the definition, essentially, of what a community school does. Community schools exist. They have existed. They've existed under the statute that we have, and they have succeeded under the statute that we have. We don't need to be changing the definition of community schools. They exist and they function properly and successfully as the statute is currently, and we do not need this change to mess with that definition, so I ask for a no vote.
Is there further? Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we look at this definition, this is a definition that's commonly and widely accepted as to the scope and function as to who will be a part of the process of a community school. This is neither new nor is it something that is unknown, and so this is a wholly appropriate amendment, and I urge a yes vote.
Members, it's getting a little bit loud in here. Please keep your voices down. Is there further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005 to Senate Bill 54. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise honestly not knowing where I'll ultimately lie on this bill. This bill, I came into the committee as a yes vote because I do think the community school model is a valuable one that is successful in many contexts and many circumstances. Over the course of the committee, when we heard about, it was a little bit unclear, frankly, as to why this bill needed to be passed. As my colleague alluded to earlier, there are already a myriad of options available to schools that are in a turnaround status situation, one of which is a innovation status school. And under innovation status, community schools are an option, and indeed we have schools that are functioning on the community model right now that are innovation schools. So this was already an option for schools in turnaround status to do. What this bill would have done is it would have essentially given a clearer, more direct path to this particular model of school, which didn't seem like that bad of an idea. Honestly, what ultimately flipped me to no in the committee was that we had testimony from a particular school district that seems to posit this as a way for them to change. They've been in turnaround status for about 12 years now, and they posited this as a way to kind of circumvent the process that was already going forward. And that was very troubling. So that was ultimately what I think changed a lot of the members in the committee from a yes vote to a no vote in committee. Now, I will tell you, right now this bill has a petition clause on it, and if that petition clause remains, then I don't see the harm in this bill moving forward, and I frankly will be more inclined to switch my vote from what I was in committee and to go to a yes vote. There was some talk about switching this to a safety clause, which would ultimately allow for this particular school district to make this change within the time that they're on the clock here. Now, I don't know how many of you read Chalkbeat, which is the education-oriented newsletter that comes out. I read it religiously as part of my daily reading. There was an article today from the Senate sponsor of this bill that made it very clear in no uncertain terms that this bill is not intended to help Adams 14 in their particular situation. I believe this is a direct quote, but if it isn't, then I'm paraphrasing. She said this is intended to be a first step in a process, not the last step in a last step process, which is what the Adams 14 situation is in right now. So members, again, community schools are a valuable tool, one of many in a toolbox. I don't think it's the end-all, be-all for every situation, because we're going to need to look at every situation differently. There are a lot of different reasons that a school is failing, and a lot of times the community school will be an appropriate model. What I do want to make sure that we're not doing with this bill is creating a situation for a particular district that is in a particular set of circumstance that I think we can all agree 12 years is a little too long to be failing students, but allowing them to change the rules of the game at the 11th hour. If this truly is a bill that is just adding an additional option going forward, which I think maintaining the petition clause on it would be a good show of faith that that is what the intention is, then I don't see the harm in voting yes. But I just want to make sure that what we're doing here is we're not going to move a bill that is designed to intervene in a process that has been ongoing, and that we're not allowing an opportunity for a district that's in turnaround status that has serious faults and that is seriously harming the students a way out at the 11th hour of a process that they should be engaging with. So again, members, I honestly don't know how I will be on third reading, but I just wanted to lay out sort of the context here, explain kind of where my no vote was in committee and where it could end up being. So thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to augment a little bit what my colleague from Jefferson County just spelled out. So I also serve on the Education Committee in the House. And as we looked at this bill, I came into it relatively positively because it came out of the Senate with bipartisan sponsorship. So it's certainly been considered well there. However, as Representative Larson had described, there was, through all of the testimony, there was a lot of focus on Adams County. Now, Adams County has a lot of struggles that they're dealing with. They have been for a couple of years, and we wish them the best in having a resolution for the school district that will serve the students and their parents' desires for them. The problem that kicked up that was not mentioned, I wanted to add, is that this solution, the community school, was the only solution that they are looking at for repair, for recovery of the challenges that they're currently facing. and they specifically said that we are not considering charter schools or any other potential solution. That bothers me quite a bit. So I think that's where I ended up to be a no vote, was after that type of testimony from this one particular school district that is counting on this to exclude several very good options. And let me just remind, as I did in the committee meeting, the 7 out of the 10 best performing schools are charter schools in Colorado. So this is not a negative idea. It is something that is a great option for students, and why it would not even be considered is troublesome to me. So that's why I have been a no, and I'll stay there until further notice. Thank you.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adams 14 did have some choices. They did have a choice to close down the school. They had a choice to do charter schools, but their school board decided not to. It was a choice that they had, and it was the actual school board, not the superintendent, who's only been there for a few months, chose that. So they did have that opportunity. They also chose to go with a private firm. So they spent a long time, and the school board and the superintendents found someone they liked. The state school board turned them down and gave them 10 days to find a new one. So they found a new one. It was not a good fit for them. They spent a lot of money and eventually had to fire these people to leave, leaving them in great debt. This is an opportunity for them. That's all they want, is to have this opportunity to do that. I'm not saying whether or not this bill should be amended to do that. I'm not sure this bill will solve the problems of Adams 14, but I did want to clarify what my colleague said, that they had no choices, and they all decided that they didn't even look at charter schools, and they did indeed look at charter schools for this. Thank you.
Representative Benavidez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'm only coming up here because right now I think Adams 14, which is in my district, is probably, I think, the only one in a turnaround situation now. And you know, I think people can look outside of Commerce City and make statements, but honestly, people are engaged in that community. Parents, teachers, every town hall, all of our community meetings, this was discussed. People understand the options out there, and as my colleague just indicated, it wasn't a good fit. And that tells us why this bill is necessary, because our rules with regard to turnaround schools aren't working. And Adams 14 is an example of that, but that's not because of the parents not understanding their choices. That's procedurally things that are involved in this. So I just wanted to say the people in Commerce City, the parents, the families, the students want that school district to maintain itself, and they're continuing to work. They've hired outside counsel, and they will do everything they need to maintain their school district. So I think this bill is a step in the right direction. I support the bill.
Members, it's getting a little loud again. If you're going to have extended conversations, please take them off the floor. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 54? Seeing none, all those in favor of the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 54. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 54 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 22-1227.
House Bill 1227 by Representative Mullica and Senator Smallwood, concerning the continuation of the Healthcare Workforce Data Advisory Group and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation in the Department of Regulatory Agency's Sunset Report to repeal the advisory group.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's an honor to serve with you.
It is truly an honor to serve with you as well. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1227.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is basically just coming to sunset a program that has ran its course, that we were able to get the information in regards to some healthcare workforce data, and the department has asked us to sunset it, being that we got the information we needed, and so I ask for your yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1227? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of House Bill 1227. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1227 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 22-1214.
House Bill 1214 by Representatives Young and Pelt and also Senator Kolker concerning changes to the behavioral health crisis response system.
Representative Young.
Madam Chair, it is a great honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Representative Young. I feel the same.
I move House Bill 1214 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
What we did in the committee was amend the bill to make sure we included individuals with disabilities in the crisis system by defining the inclusion of the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 as amended.
To the bill? Oh, is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, to the bill? Oh, all those in favor of adopting the committee report, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay? The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Young.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to be here with Representative Pelton to talk about House Bill 22-1214, which is an update to the behavioral health crisis system. We developed the behavioral health crisis system with Senate Bill 13266 after the Aurora shooting in 2012. There have been some emerging problems with this system in that many individuals, including youth and those with substance disorders and individuals with disabilities, have experienced difficulty trying to access crisis services. People have been turned away or diverted to the emergency room due to a perceived ambiguity in statute. So what we are doing is establishing that the crisis system will serve youth, will serve people with substance use disorders, and clarifying that individuals with disabilities have access, and also clarifying that crisis providers have to have meet standards for approval under applicable laws. I encourage and I vote.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this bill, the general changes are to regulate programs to the same standards as the facilities have, as well as promote the use of telehealth and other programs to service areas where there may not be a professional facility within a reasonable distance, like in my House district. It also clarifies the terms for admitting youth of any age and prohibits the use of a law enforcement officer within the environment of treating high acuity individuals, which are now deemed a priority.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1214? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1214. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1214 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The committee will rise and report. Seeing no objection.
The House will come to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading of and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1214 as amended 1227 passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 54 passed on second reading in order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 95 laid over until March 14, 2022.
Representative McCormick. It's pretty close. It's good. It's good. Yeah. Thank you, Representative McCormick. Members, you have heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Representative Hanks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hanks votes no. Representative Caraveo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Caraveo votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. There was one announcement and introduction that we missed, so we'll do a quick announcement and introduction. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your graciousness. Members, we had the Appropriations Committee today, and I'm excited to announce the winners of our joke contest. Representative Amabile, Representative Benavides, come on down. Hey, you guys on the other side of the aisle, I want you to know that Representative Will and Representative Catlin cannot carry your entire caucus. We need y'all to step up with the jokes so that we can have some bipartisanship down here at the well next week. Thank you. Come on up.
Representative Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A three-legged cat walks into a bar, and the bartender says, "What can I do for you?" And the cat says, "I'm looking for the man that shot my paw."
Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
I get so excited to win the joke contest. This joke is time sensitive, as I told the committee this morning, so hopefully we will not be able to talk about this next year. But the joke is, why can't ants contract COVID-19? Because they have little antibodies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader Escar.
Well, that was worth it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders today, Friday the 11th at 10:21 a.m. Senate Bill 65, Senate Bill 75, House Bill 1139, Senate Bill 50, House Bill 1279, Senate Bill 92.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 10:21 a.m. Representative McCormick. Seeing no objection, Representative McCormick will take the chair.
The committee will come to order.
We're doing this today, but here we are.
With your unanimous
You go
consent,
first,
the
I'll go
bills
second.
will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is again relaxed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 22065.
Senate Bill 65 by Senators Heisey and Story, also Representatives Gray and Will, concerning the status of elected county coroners in Class 2, 3, and 4 counties.
Representative Will.
I move Senate Bill 22065, and there's no committee report.
All right, thank you. That's properly moved to the bill.
So what this bill does is addresses the salaries of Category 2 county coroners, as well as the salaries of Category 3 and 4 county coroners. It'll move their pay grades up to like equal with the county treasurer and other elected officials. Currently, a lot of these Class 2 counties and 3 and 4 counties are way below, at least 39 to 40% less they make as coroners. And what this will move is in the Category 3 and 4 counties, with consultation with the county commissioners, they may or may not move their salaries up, but they will with Category 2 counties. And they put in full-time work. They hire deputy coroners. They do all these death investigations. Many times the 3 and 4 category counties also are full-time work weeks and have deputy coroners support their operations as well. This is a really good bill, and it helps keep qualified. It goes a long way in making sure that the counties have qualified, competent coroners for years to come. And this is just a bill that these coroners work hard and they work in difficult situations, and we need to make sure they're paid accordingly and equal to other elected officials in the county. So I'd ask for an aye vote on this.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill, and you should vote yes. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 65? Yes, Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill here was presented in our local government, transportation local government committee, and the people who came to testify were coroners from rural districts. I asked those coroners, about the time, the added time that they had to do their job. Apparently for years they had been part-time people because there wasn't the work there for them to do. But that I asked them if one of the situations that they had to investigate was suicides. And they said, yes, it was. Suicides is something that your coroners have to go and investigate. And because of the rise of suicides here within the state of Colorado, I reminded them that Colorado is presently rated as the number 8 state in the country for suicides. That in our rural communities, you are 4 times more likely to die by suicide than those in urban neighborhoods. We have questioned and asked our rural representatives to talk with their election officials about things that are going on, and they've refused to do that. And we've seen that on TV when their county clerks say no, they haven't talked to their electeds within their county. I would suggest that our rural representatives go and talk to their coroners as well. Find out why the bodies are stacking up there, what they can do about it, and this is just another added expense to the public health crisis that is gun violence in this state. We are now having to pay our county officials more because they're doing more work, because more people are being impacted by it. So are in favor of this. It's too bad that our coroners have to do more hours, but the body counts continue to rise, especially in our rural areas. Thank you.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question for the bill sponsors. Both the counties I represent are Class B counties, and so they would fall under this new statute. And I've heard from the commissioners in my communities who had some concerns or questions at the very least about the interaction between the coroners and the commissioners, and whether moving it to an opt-out program rather than an opt-in budget increase made sense for those counties. So I imagine you had those conversations. Just curious for the record what the interaction with the commissioners is like under this bill.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Will.
And thank you for my colleague, Rep. Roberts, about that question. In Category 2 counties, the salary is going to be equal to county commissioner, treasurer, assessor, those type of things. It's with consultation in 3 and 4 category counties. And so it may or may not go up, but in those category counties, the consultation has to be with the county commissioners.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve with you, Representative Catlin.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Folks, I came down here because I wanted to talk about rural Colorado. Out in rural Colorado, one of the things that is happening, yes, we do have a lot of people that are passing away. Our suicide rates are true, they are high. But one of the things that happens to us is that giant sucking sound is Denver. Takes the money from us. What we're trying to do is to stand up to that. What we're trying to do is to help our coroners and our people in those communities to stand up and take care of business the way we should be. The other thing is that our communities, my communities in the 58th district, are aging so much more rapidly than the urban corridor. Because our number one export is our kids. We send them to the big city for university and they can't afford to come home. So my communities age more rapidly than yours does. We need more services. We need more hospitals. We need all of those kind of things because our population is getting old rapidly. Because there aren't the jobs to keep them. They can't come home after college. So we are getting older faster. That's part of the reason that these folks are having to do a full-time job with part-time wages. And all we're trying to do is to address that issue. It is too bad that rural Colorado is having more and more death that we have to take a look at under different kinds of situations. But also, be very aware that our communities are affected by drugs as badly as yours are, maybe worse in some ways. The other thing is, when we start to lose hope, people turn to other ways. We need to be continuing to help people have hope in the state of Colorado. This bill doesn't do that, but that's something we ought to be talking about as a legislature. But I want you to know this is a good bill. Vote yes.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to address that. I do talk to I'm a rural legislator, and I do talk to my county coroners. In fact, my county coroner, Rob Glassmeyer, came to committee and testified on this exact bill, and he's the coroner out of Garfield County. So us rural legislators do talk to our county coroners and stay in touch with those elected officials. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 65. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 65 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 22075.
Senate Bill 75 by Senator Simpson, also Representatives Catlin and Byrd, concerning removal of by a board of county commissioners of a director on the board of directors of a cemetery district.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 75.
That's properly moved to the bill.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So today, my honorable co-prime sponsor and I bring this bill for your consideration. We are just dying to tell you about Senate Bill 75, which will provide county commissioners with the authority to remove cemetery district board members for cause. As you are probably aware, counties are currently empowered to create a wide number of special districts that provide a number of important services in our communities, things like irrigation, recreation, marketing, and also including cemetery districts. Once these districts are created, county commissioners either serve as board of director members themselves or appoint citizens to serve on these boards. On district boards that are appointed, typically county commissioners have the authority to remove a board member for cause. Notwithstanding, in the case of a cemetery district, county commissioners do not have this authority. So we would like to change the law, and that is what Senate Bill 75 does, allowing, again, of course, our county commissioners to appoint these members, but then to remove cemetery board members for cause.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this is a case of where sometimes people that get a name tag get to the point they're pretty badge heavy about that. That name tag drags them down because they're so very important. And I see that. Sometimes mine bothers me too. But anyway, what I'm getting at is that in the state of Colorado, we can't remove an individual that's been appointed from a cemetery board. And a cemetery board is really important to a lot of communities, particularly in rural Colorado. They take care of that facility. That's where we take our loved ones. So it sounds a little funny that we're trying to do this, but in reality, this is something that will help communities that might end up with someone who is less than a stellar character. And having to leave that individual on that board is not good for that community. Here's an opportunity for us to change things to where people in that community will be able to take care of some of those issues without coming to us, without going to the sheriff, without doing those kind of things. I know that some people get carried away with cemeteries. But this is not one of those. This is a good bill. Vote yes.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 75? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 75. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 75 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 22-1139.
House Bill 1139 by Representatives Geithner and Hooten, concerning prohibiting a unit owners association of a common interest community from regulating the use of a public right-of-way.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee report and House Bill 22-1139.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what we did in committee is we just, after conversations with our firefighters, first responders, and others, take-home vehicles is something that they're accustomed to, certainly in our more rural areas, certainly with our volunteer forces. And so to leave that piece whole, we just made sure that that went back into, or remained, I should say, remained in statute. So that was the effect of the amendment that we ran that was adopted unanimously. And so that's why we have a committee report. So I would ask for your yes vote.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
Chair Bell.
The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this bill does is codify in statute that in HOAs, public rights of way are governed by local governments. They're not governed by an HOA. And so HOAs cannot write rules concerning public rights of way, nor can they enforce them. That is the prerogative of local law enforcement.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, members, we heard from several that testified in support of the bill. In fact, one of the stories had to do with RVs and, you know, the understanding of what an RV was and the problem set that it actually created for the property owner as well as the HOA. And in this one particular case, they said that a Sprinter van was being looked at as an RV, and it caused, you know, several $100s worth in legal defense fees and whatever else that were incurred. And so that's just one of the few examples that was brought up. But this is just good policy that should actually save property owners money as well as HOA's money. So I would ask for your yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to rise in opposition of this. And part of the justification for the bill coming forward is that the taxpayers are paying for the roads. In reality, the municipalities don't build roads. The developer builds roads, the Metro District builds roads, and they assume the responsibility for doing this. My concern is there, and coming from Colorado Springs does not go in there and write tickets or regulate within an HOA. That is left to the HOA to write that because they maintain their own walkways. They shovel the walkways, they shovel the sidewalks, and one of the concerns we have is that the sidewalk in the regular public rights-of-ways that the city does own and maintain are not done in the HOA by the city. They're done by the HOA. So that would be an increased cost to us, and we don't want to go in there and start writing traffic tickets. We leave that to HOA to do that. So it would increase the load on the cities to some extent. So it's not a burning issue, but I stand in opposition to the bill. Thank you.
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, not every single HOA in Colorado has all of their roadways built by the developer. Many of them have public rights of way, which is why local law enforcement enforces traffic laws on those public rights of way. So I will submit to the opposition to the bill that many or the majority of roadways in HOAs were built by a contractor. That's not what we were referring to in this bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1139? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1139. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1139 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 22050.
Senate Bill 50 by Senators Coleman and Heisey, also Representatives Soper and Exum, concerning work opportunities for persons imprisoned by the Department of Corrections.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move Senate Bill 50, and there's no committee report.
To the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Soper.
Should I go ahead and move this right now? I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. L002 has been moved and is displayed. To the amendment. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an amendment that came out of a discussion in House Judiciary Committee, and to honor what we said there, that we want to make sure that we're not creating a situation in statute in which the canteen account of an inmate doesn't exist, or that no money can actually go to that. So this basically just clarifies that for the personal expenses as deemed appropriate by the executive director. It basically replaces language that was already in statute and puts it back into statute.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002 to House Bill 1139. All those in favor?
Aye.
What? Oh, sorry, Senate Bill 50. I'm going backwards. Is all those in favor of approval of the amendment say aye?
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L002 passes. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So Senate Bill 50 is one that does a couple of things. First of all, it removes the financially profitable basis from Colorado correctional industries. So back in 1976, Colorado created correctional industries with the idea that we would use inmates to run these industries to make a profit to help pay for prisons. Since then, our changing has changed dramatically as a state and as a society. Also, the name of what prisons are called overall, the department has changed. In 1976, it was the Department of Institutions. It was the idea that we institutionalize inmates. Today, we now call it the Department of Corrections. And that we now have a basis of knowing that 9 out of 10 inmates are going to come back to the general population and live in society amongst the rest of us. And it's our duty to make sure that they're good citizens when they come back. And part of that is having the experience of understanding how to get a job, being able to work, being able to learn certain skills. And so by removing this, it allows the department to work towards the rehabilitation side, to work on education. And then with it, it also strengthens the Take Two program, which is the Transitional Work Opportunities Program, which inmates can go in their last 6 months before release, work for a private company, be paid minimum wage. They are able to take the money and put that in an account so that when they're released from prison, they can make a down payment on an apartment, have money for a car, food, things that are part of the support network. And hopefully they don't go back and live with the same bad actors that helped influence them to be put in prison in the first place. I want to tell a brief story. The Take Two program has been in operation for a little while. And I had the opportunity to go tour Alpine Lumber with the executive director of the Department of Corrections. And when we were there, the group of guys gathered around us, and I asked, who was an inmate? And he smiled and said, I hoped you would ask that question, because it's part of the normalization. It's the ability to look at this as a transition back to life outside of the prison walls. And the inmates do have an ankle monitor, so rest assured that there is that security element. We're not just releasing prisoners to go out and work in the community without some security measure. But they were learning skills that they had never learned before in their lives. For most, this was actually their first job. They had went down a bad path from a young age, and this was the first time that they actually were learning those skills, getting paid, actually having that camaraderie of their fellow workforce. And it's yielded good results. I also toured the prison in Rifle, and one inmate said to me that he was part of the fire crew and was able to finally to say to his son, I'm actually doing something good, and I hope to continue to be a firefighter after I leave prison. So these are great opportunities for inmates, and I hope everyone in this chamber will support the bill, as we also had unanimous support in House Judiciary.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to reiterate a couple of points that my co-prime sponsor has made, and I'm honored to be on this bill with Representative Soper. Rehabilitation, reentry, and reintegration to the communities, and making a distinction between internal and external programs within the department. What that means is that these folks, like Representative Soper have stated, these inmates recognize the mistakes that they made, but now they have an opportunity to repay their debt, not only to society, but to repay their debt to their family, to help make them whole again, so that they don't carry that that culture that they were in and that they continued to be in while they were inmates. When they're out there working, it's a feeling of self-worth, that you're doing something to help, not only help the community, but you're doing something to help yourselves. And again, we want to reiterate this bill passed out of the Senate with unanimous vote out of committee and on the floor. And we ask for your aye vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there further discussion? Yes, Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I too agree this is a good bill, and I do support the bill because part of what the Director of Corrections talked to us about is in the past we've had correctional industries, and they've managed to figure out ways for inmates to work. But this work garners them a whole $4 to $6 a day. And it doesn't make any kind of dent in the restitution they may owe or child support they may owe or voluntary payments to take care of their children. So this is the money that these inmates will earn is not coming out of general fund. It's coming from private businesses. And right now, when businesses are struggling to find workers, I think this is a huge step in the right direction. And again, it is for those inmates that have a good record while they're incarcerated and also that are nearing the end of their prison term. And you should know that the average time people stay in prison is 4 years. You know, so they come back out and they're right there with all of us. And I think it's important that we do all we can to prepare people and to work towards rehabilitation. That said, there is one thing that I did want to put on record in the bill that I hope they will look at when, as this bill continues on. And as you all know, most of the inmates are in state-owned facilities, but we do have some inmates in private facilities. And what this bill contemplates and says is that the payments are not paid to the individual, they're paid to the director that keeps of corrections, that keeps it in trust for the inmate. But the director makes the disbursements, sort of like when you think of a garnishment on wages. They make their disbursements for restitution, for child support, for those things. With the amendment added, there'll be a determined amount by the director on how much is needed just to buy toiletries, clothes, things like that while they're in prison. The rest of it will be held in trust. And that all makes sense. But there's a Section 11 that talks about what happens at non-state-owned facilities. And these monies still go to the Director of Corrections, but it indicates in here that the non-state-owned facility will make those disbursements, those restitution, child support payments. And I'm not sure there's a real way to do this, and we didn't have time to really go into it in committee. But I hope that the sponsors look at this part of the bill and in the future make some changes. But I think it's a great bill, and I'm a strong supporter of it.
We are to the bill, aren't we? Yeah. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First thing, I haven't read the bill, so I don't know how I'm going to vote on it, but I do like the concept of what's going on. It's pretty much criminal justice 101. If you want a recipe for recidivism, make it difficult for somebody to get a job or a place to live after they get out of the corrections facility. I'm getting really sick and tired of people coming back to our corrections system, us having to pay for them to come back and be in our facilities. This is actually save us money. Any way we can get them to not come back, I think is a great thing. It's a huge money saver. If I recall, we're up around $1 billion of our budget for corrections, for housing people and throwing them into jail at the state level. Any way we can save some money, keep people from coming back, I think it's a great thing. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 50? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 50 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 50 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 22-1279.
House Bill 1279 by Representatives Froelich and Esgar, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference.
Do I move the bill?
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1279.
That's properly moved to the bill. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill does three things. It affirms that every individual has the fundamental right to choose or refuse contraception. Every individual who becomes pregnant has a fundamental right to choose to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion. Fertilized eggs, embryos, and fetuses do not have independent rights under the laws of the state. Why now? Well, simply, our rights are under attack. As of June 2021, 561 abortion restrictions had been introduced that year in all but 3 states. 19 states have enacted 106 restrictions, including 12 abortion bans. And today, Texas Supreme Court upheld Senate Bill 8, and it has inspired at least 4 states to introduce copycat legislation. At its core, this bill is about our right to make private medical decisions. This affirms that people have the right to control their own bodies, lives, and futures. My beliefs, my boss's beliefs, my pastor's beliefs, my senator's beliefs have no place in private medical decisions. And I ask for a yes vote.
Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, reproductive health care is vital health care for every individual to be able to make their own decisions about what's best for themselves and their family, including whether to get an abortion in consultation with their health care providers. No one should have their most personal medical decisions controlled by politicians, neighbors, or even complete strangers. But that's exactly what's happening across the country. With the Supreme Court taking up not one, but 2 direct challenges to Roe v. Wade this year, it has never been more critical that we protect abortion rights for Coloradans and the region. Let me be very clear. This bill simply takes what is status quo right now in Colorado and puts it into statute, solidifying the rights to choose. We're not adding any new access points. We're not adding anything new to our laws. This is simply saying what happens in Colorado right now will continue to happen as long as we can. The danger is the patchwork of health care that is going to happen across the U.S. shall Roe v. Wade fall. What's even scarier is the patchwork that could happen if Colorado does not protect themselves right now. Municipalities and counties can create their own ideas of what a right to choose looks like. The time is now. We must move today. We must pass this bill to make sure that anyone who wants to become pregnant or anyone who wishes to not be pregnant has that right to make that decision with themselves and their medical provider without interference from anyone else. This is about freedom, and this is about liberty. We ask for an yes vote.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve in this building with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Good morning, everybody. I said the prayer this morning, and as I mentioned, it was not something I had written down. It was something that was a result of a conversation that I have every day with God. Usually those prayers are relegated to the evening, because every evening I say a prayer that starts with, "Thank you, Lord, for today." And there's some days when it's hard to find what it is that I was thankful for that day. Was it strife that meant that I had to be a little tougher and I had to figure things out? There's always something. I have a terribly troubled heart today. I came into the room a second ago after being outside talking to a few folks about water, of all things. And it was, how do we find a common ground on doing some things we need to do for the state? And I think almost all of us talk about the things that we do in concert with one another, that are just the work that we need to do for the state. And I think that gives us a lot of meaning, and I think it gives a lot of value to what we provide for the citizens that sent us here. I think part of what I'm so troubled about today is that I do not like to act out of fear. I've been asked a lot of times, what do I think is going to happen this summer with decisions from the U.S. Supreme Court? And I tell people honestly, I don't know. And I don't know for a lot of reasons. I don't know because I don't actually know what will be the arguments, not only that will be heard, but truly what will be the arguments that carry the day or have that impact. I don't know because many of those Supreme Court decisions will then have to be tested in a lower court to be affirmed to be the real law of the land. And so I think this bill is historically premature of not knowing what you're doing and acting out of fear. And I think when you act out of fear, sometimes you do things you shouldn't. But what truly hurts my heart today is that in a world where we tend to be at polar ends about a few things but work together in the middle, this bill literally builds a house at the very furthest end of one spectrum and says that we're gonna have this conversation about an unknown, and in so doing, eviscerate the middle part of this discussion, which means that those of us who believe not only that life is sacrosanct, but have deep understandings of where we think life and everything else belongs, are going to be relegated to one end of the spectrum while we see an entire end of the spectrum here. And we are going to hear a bill where there will likely be no ability to compromise. And drink that in for a minute. I thought on the way down, how would I put this in terms that I think anyone could understand? And the question that I would ask is, would this bill, if there was not Democrat control of the Senate, or let's say the same party as this, if we don't want to castigate, would this bill move forward? It would not. I'm going to see a lot of rolling eyes today, and I just saw some, but here's the thing, it wouldn't. And the reason why it wouldn't is because it does not occupy a place of agreement, a place of conversation about how do we make sure that we are truly respecting the values each other hold, albeit different, but how are we truly respecting those values? Were the circumstances different, this bill would not move forward. Therefore, my prayer this morning was that this spirit of what we come here to do, which is the work of the people of this state, be the spirit that prevails. We have had constitutional amendments. We have had codification of what the people of this state believe in our Constitution. This bill asks us to make that level of decisions based in statute. based in this room, with an understanding of the divide, but an understanding of what it looks like to force something through. I don't think that's right. I don't think it is right to rob the voices of the people of this state their say on this subject, which they have already given us in our Constitution. If, therefore, that has been good enough in the past, why wouldn't it be good enough now? My bigger concern is that what we see in this bill, where we are today, is, I think, very much a wolf in sheep's clothing. A saying that this is health equity, when really it deprives some that have some who don't have a voice of that voice. If we talk about equity, I would rather talk about equality. Where is the equality of opportunity for the voices we can't hear? We're going to engage in a long debate today, and I think probably a lot of what I stand here before you to talk about, which is where these two perspectives put many of us. I would ask all of you to open your minds, to open your hearts, to say, is that a reasonable argument? Is that something that strikes at the core of what I came here to do? Not just what I came here to do, but why I was sent here. Is the argument that I'm hearing a valid argument? Leave behind the ideology. Leave behind the entrenchment. Leave that behind for what are we doing? One of my favorite scenes of any Indiana Jones movie ever is when he has to take that step out onto what he can't see. And he's going for the Holy Grail, and he has to take that step, and he doesn't know what's under him. Folks, that's what this bill is trying to do. But what I'm telling you is we have no ability to know what's coming to try to pass a bill that so strikes at fundamental values in this state. It's wrong. It is simply wrong. Please listen, offer your ears, offer your logic. Come to this table to talk about what this means for the state of Colorado, based in what we know, based in what's right, but truly based in a spirit of how do we represent the people outside this building, all those people who sent us here. I'll start by saying it's probably a no vote. It's not probably. This is a no vote on this bill. And I truly think it shouldn't be here in the first place.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To say that this bill is being driven by fear, I'm not going to deny that. Women across the United States are living in fear right now. Texas Senate Bill 8 passed. Many women don't even know that they're pregnant by 6 weeks. And if something were to happen and they wanted an abortion after 6 weeks, they would not be able to get one. There's a bill right now being talked about in Montana that would make ectopic pregnancy. You could not treat an ectopic pregnancy without going to jail. These are real decisions that are being made by politicians across the U.S. that impact a woman's body. Taking away her choice, her ability to make her own medical decisions with her healthcare provider and herself and her families if she chooses. There are a lot of things happening across the U.S. You want to talk about the will of the Colorado voters. Would they appreciate this bill? Proposition 115 in 2020, shot down. Amendment 67, 2014, lost again. Amendment 62 in 2012 didn't even get enough signatures to appear on a ballot. Initiative 48 in 2008 failed. You say if the tables were turned, this bill would never, we wouldn't even be discussing anything like this. You're right. Since 2010, there's been 44 anti-abortion bills introduced in this legislature alone that would be here. Bills that would be taking away a woman's right to choose. That's the point of the conversations we have in this building. We bring both ideas, both sides, and have conversation. And you're right, Minority Leader. There probably isn't a whole lot of compromise on this issue. But to say that if the tables were turned and there was another power that nothing would be changed, 44 bills that have been introduced that would restrict a woman's right to choose in this state alone. Those would be what we would be debating at the well. I am listening to my voters. I am listening to my constituents. My constituents are in fear because they don't know what's happening. We don't know what's going to happen in June. But we today have the ability to protect the rights that we have in Colorado and solidify them into law. Because again, we are not creating any new idea. This is the status quo in Colorado. What's in this bill is the status quo of Colorado. We are simply putting that status quo into statutes to make them law to protect a woman's rights. So when the ideas of the 44 bills that I'm mentioning come forward again, we have even more power to stop them. Again, I ask for your support.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So why then the fear not to go to the voters with the enshrinement of what you're asking? Because honestly, what you tried to lay out was, look, these issues have gone to the voters before. And I trust the voters more than the sometimes highly charged discussion that we have in this building. And what I said was not if the tables were turned. What I literally said was, if there was a backstop somewhere, then this bill would not have moved forward. And I think that says a lot. That says that there are others who are listening to their constituents and their voters to say, this goes too far. This goes too far. If what you want to do is create an unalienable right, then how is it that you do not enshrine that in the Constitution?
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we don't have this law passed by the end of session, we actually risk the safety and security of abortion providers and communities that could move more rapidly to end access to abortion. If we wait for a ballot measure to pass in November to then go into effect into January, something changes in June, that's a lot of people who could be impacted without having any laws to protect them for a big amount of time. 6 months may not sound a lot to you, but ask a pregnant woman how long 6 months is. That's why we're moving forward today, to make sure, once again, with what we are seeing across the nation, that we are just protecting a woman's right and anyone who wants to be pregnant's right to choose.
Representative Neville. Representative Van Bepper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems incredibly serendipitous that I just had a birthday on Monday. I just turned 51, and I cannot think of a more important thing that I could be grateful for than my life. When I think about who we risk the safety of, the reality is we risk the safety of hundreds of thousands of lives who have no voice. That is who we risk the safety of. You see, this isn't a quiet testimony. This isn't a hidden testimony. There are a lot of folks out there that know that I was born at 22 weeks. That is 4 months, 2 weeks, at which point my life was brought forth onto this earth. And the deck was stacked against me. I was not supposed to live. I was not supposed to thrive in the NICU, as I was kept alive by machines, nurtured by doctors and nurses, and given the grace of God that my life would continue. And when I reached full term at 40 weeks, my family said to me, when I became an adult, that you could not tell that I had been born at 22 weeks. I was perfect in every way. This miracle is evidence that even when a baby is born in the second trimester, it proves that it is possible for the baby to not only survive, but thrive. And I have adopted that mantra. I have adopted that belief. I walk in it and I live in it every day, that I will not just survive, I will thrive. My life had value from the moment of conception. And to allow someone to do away with this invaluable gift is to cheapen everything that is afforded to us that we know as life. Life must be regarded above all. We must choose life. We must give those without a voice, the hundreds of thousands, a chance to succeed. To my Democrat colleagues across the aisle, especially those of you with children, I don't just ask of you, I beg of you to search your hearts, to tap into the love that you have for your family, your children, your community, and stand for the life that you yourself have been afforded, and for all of those to come. Convenience should never be the single basis for any decision, especially that of a human life. And so as I discuss this topic with the greatest of love for my colleagues across the aisle, with the greatest of respect for your decisions, this is my story. And I'd like to think I am speaking on behalf of those who cannot tell theirs. And so I'll take it a step further and I'll discuss at this moment, what is life? What does it mean to have life? The zygote created at the moment of conception and fully formed within 24 weeks of fertilization has 46 chromosomes and has determined the sex and physical traits of that person. This means that everything about that person is determined the moment they are conceived. This means that a zygote is a full person at that moment of conception. That's the science behind the heart, the soul, the life, the spirit of who we are. Though this person might not be fully developed, I am living proof we are fully human. To end this life based on how they are developed means that anyone with abnormalities can be killed. This opens a door, honestly, that has repercussions beyond anything we can conceive of at this moment. It's not just a slippery slope, it's a cliff which we will jump off of, perhaps never to return. I have held the hands, the hearts of my friends who have gone through the tragedy of choosing to have an abortion. I am not their judge, their jury. Those women that I sat next to, that I hugged, that I lived with, worked with, went to school with, all have experienced a myriad of issues and problems, emotions, and a depth of fear and sorrow and grief for the choice they made. And I stood by them. Because again, I am not their judge or their jury. They experienced symptoms of traumatic PTSD, flashbacks, depression, suicidal ideation, and some of them have gone on to commit suicide. When we look at the stories of women who have had abortions, they claim that Planned Parenthood has lied to them about a person being a clump of cells, and that their life, when they have ended another, will go back to normal. I'm thinking of the 14-year-old that I know that was forced into an abortion after she changed her mind. She recalls kicking and screaming in the operating room while the doctor conducted the abortion against her wishes. She had no choice. Afterwards, she remembers seeing her child in a saline tank and realizing the lie. That this was a person. It was not a clump of cells. She was also lied to about how her life would go back to normal. Because I do not know of a single woman whose life did. They carry with them for the rest of their days the decision they made. 30 years later, she still experiences regret, shame that I wish I could take away for her, and a sense of loss from something done to her against her will at 14 years old. If I show somebody a picture of an aborted child, they will naturally assume that I'm pro-life. Why is that? Pro-choice advocates never show a picture of an aborted child. Why is that? It is because there is a consciousness inside of each person that knows this is a horrific act. People will share images of what they support and believe. And yet, it is my experience that those who are pro-choice will never share an image of what they are standing for. People born at 24 weeks premature are given life-sustaining medical attention. However, that very same person can be killed at 24 weeks in utero. That's 2 weeks older than when I was born. There is no difference in the livelihood of the one we save at 24 weeks or the one that we take at 22. Declaring that the government can decide when a life is to be protected or not opens up the slippery slope of government deciding this for even a broader range of people. Children in utero are dependent upon their mother's womb to survive. And you'll hear more stories today about even what that means to us, scientifically speaking. If these people can be killed because of their dependency on another person, then anyone relieved of medical assistance to live can also be killed by the same rationale. When I think about the methodology of where you can go and how you might receive an abortion, I think of Planned Parenthood and its founder, Margaret Sanger, who openly believed in ethnic cleansing in order to limit or even erase, quote unquote, the black presence in America. She opened Planned Parenthood centers targeted at black communities in order to lessen the population. This is substantiated. This is fact. Sanger once addressed the women's branch of the Ku Klux Klan in Silver Lake, New Jersey, and within days received dozens of invitations to speak to other groups on the topic of eugenics, social programming. And I'll take it a step further to the next topic. How is this tied to human trafficking? Unrestrained abortions allow for sex traffickers to keep young girls under their control. We cannot come to this chamber and discuss human trafficking and ignore this issue. During Amendment Week last year, I ran not one, not two, not three, I ran 14 amendments to ask for funds for human trafficking, for literacy, And I was told no, no, and no again. There is no money here in the state of Colorado to ensure that we protect our young girls and our young boys. And to me, this is a natural extension of that thought process. A trafficked girl ages 12 to 18 will be raped 2,000 times in a year. This means that 71% of girls trafficked will become pregnant. Traffickers use Planned Parenthood to cover up their operations by forcing abortions and forcing operations so they can keep the girls in their trafficking under their control. 58% of girls trafficked have had forced abortions against their will. 21%, 1 in 4, trafficked young girls have had up to 5 forced abortions. Girls will be taken to the same Planned Parenthood clinic for their several abortions, and no one will report their frequency. Statistics are taken from the Alliance for Freedom. There is not a single abortion that ends without the ending of a human life. Specific to the bill language and the meaning, this bill enshrines unrestricted abortion access into state law. But we are left asking, when can a Coloradoan first access the supposed right? This bill does not define it. Everything else in our society has a date or an age when a Coloradan can engage in a new part of society. You have to be 18 to vote, 21 to drink, use marijuana, 16 to drive. The list goes on. But why is there no concrete age in this bill? I have this question respectfully for the sponsors. Science proves that life begins when the sperm and the egg meet. This scientific fact is not even remotely acknowledged in this bill. This bill specifies that pregnancy starts with the implantation of an embryo. Why can't we also say then that life begins at the moment of conception? Where does this fundamental right to reproductive health care, which is an oxymoron statement in and of itself, reproduction is producing more, not taking away. Where does it come from? The state? The exact entity that the bill is trying to protect against? This makes no sense in any way. The bill sponsor said, why now? Why now? Because our rights are under attack. No, your rights are not under attack. The right to the life of an individual human with its own distinct DNA is under attack. And frankly, from a woman's perspective, men should be held accountable for this as fathers, not innocent children killed as mistakes. That's an answer we can look to. It saddens me so deeply that we have this bill. Because as the bill sponsors just said, this bill is the status quo. I cannot think of anything more disturbing than taking a life being the status quo in the state of Colorado. I ask you, my colleagues across the aisle, I ask you to save a life, not take a life. I just had a birthday. I believe everyone else deserves a birthday too.
And members, just as a reminder, it's not proper to name any organizations or proper names. Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to tell my personal story. And it's really hard for me. The other week I talked about, on the floor, about the challenges I went through to have my children. Let me tell you a little bit about one of the miscarriages I had. It was in my home. where I was able to privately grieve with my husband and call my parents who desperately wanted a grandchild. Anytime a woman suffers a miscarriage, she asks why. There's guilt, there's grief. And thank God it's private grief, because so many cruel things are said when a woman has a miscarriage. I am grateful that I was able to process my grief in private. I didn't have to prove to anyone that I willfully caused this miscarriage. Then I was blessed to carry to full term the love of my life, my daughter. It took bed rest. I went through preterm labor, but I had this most beautiful daughter. My daughter taught me the joys of motherhood. And then later I told you about my son. My son taught me how to be a mother. But my son was, I call him the highest technology baby you'll ever meet. I had multiple procedures, multiple IVS, and then I was blessed to be pregnant with him. Twice weekly blood tests, bed rests. I went through everything. But I didn't tell you what happened partway through my pregnancy with my son. For a brief period of time, about 12 hours, I had symptoms that indicated that my life might be in danger. For 12 hours, I had to contemplate, what should I do? Should I live so that I could be a mother to my daughter, or not? But I was comforted by one thing. It was my choice. My choice to be made with me and my doctor. Thank you.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I stand here in opposition to this bill, not only because I believe it's extreme and radical. I do think it will make California and New York blush. It will gut, in its current form, our current parental notification requirements. But mostly, I stand in opposition to this bill because I believe everyone deserves a birthday. And I say that today on my daughter's 14th birthday. Happy birthday, Kate. It makes me reflect back on her life that started more than 14 years ago today. I'll never forget being in military training and my wife giving me the exciting news. I was stationed in Fort Sill, Oklahoma for some training, and she was living here in Colorado, and we would meet in this little tiny town of Lawton, Oklahoma, when I could get out for more than a day or two, and she gave me the wonderful news. Started with that little test that you see. And I'll never forget going to the appointments and hearing that lovely, beautiful sound, that it was really fast. That was her heartbeat that was going. We even got a little used one that we could sit at home ourselves, that when I could see her, we could try to hear that lovely sound. And remember, I wasn't very good at it, but you could tell when it was the mother's heartbeat, it was a little slower. When we finally got Kate's heartbeat, it was that fast-paced, little energized heartbeat. I remember on her birthday 14 years ago, we actually came in well before, expecting a natural birth, and things got complicated after more than 30 hours. And the doctor said that, well, we need to operate now. The baby's heart rate is decreasing. The mother's been going through labor for a long time, and so they started the C-section operation. It was not planned, so it was kind of hectic at the time. And I'll never forget when they pulled her out. It wasn't the normal experience you get because there was that little umbilical cord that had sustained her through her whole time in the womb was actually what was about to kill her. See, it was wrapped around her neck 3 times. So normally the father gets to cut the umbilical cord. I didn't get that opportunity. The doctors cut it right away and released her neck, and I saw her neck expand and didn't know exactly what was going on. At that moment in time, I knew something was wrong, but her original APGAR score was a 1. See, she only had a heartbeat, and that was it. And so I immediately follow her in, hoping my wife is still okay, and she bounces back immediately, and it's really a wonderful experience of life. And I reflect back on the committee hearing, I was actually shocked and surprised. I couldn't even speak any words when I found out, but I remember that the doctor that actually delivered her was there at the committee hearing and was speaking in support of this bill. She's now a VP of Planned Parenthood. And I did some more research too, and it kind of shocked me that cutting the umbilical cord in that case actually saved my daughter's life. And she'd done some research about how cutting that umbilical cord in the womb can be a safe way to cause an abortion. I left when my daughter was about 12 days old and deployed for a year in Iraq. So she didn't know me very well for those 12 days. But I'll never forget when we finally got Zoom or something similar to Zoom, I think it was Skype. It was about 6 months into my deployment. I remember setting that up and being all excited. And my daughter, I remember the screen comes up and it was kind of a delayed little reaction. The screen comes up and my daughter and my wife are just staring at it, and my daughter's being really still, just sitting there kind of watching the screen. And then when I say, "Hi, how are you guys doing?" she recognized my voice and just started doing her little bounce. See, she recognized my voice earlier than that when she was in the womb and remembered that. I'll never forget years after that when we got excited, same thing, the test. You get the test, you're excited, we schedule the appointment, we get the sonogram up there, and there was no sound. There was no sound. See, our second child didn't get a chance to make it. That was a life. That was a lot for my wife to go through. That was tough as a guy trying to be there and be supportive. But my wife will tell you that was a baby. I'll tell you that was a baby. And we'll meet him or her in heaven. And unfortunately, this happened a second time. But I remember the second time was even scarier. You know, see, that after you experienced it once, you're not jumping out excited and saying, we're having a baby, or you're cautious until you get through a certain amount of time because you don't want to have to go through that pain. But being cautious didn't even help us that second time when we lost our second child. Our third child then came about 3.5 years later after our first. Our fourth child, 3.5 years later after our first. And we were scared and concerned, and we're seeing those beautiful ultrasound pictures. And then I'll never forget when I actually got to see her and see her life. This time I actually got to cut the umbilical cord. We didn't know it because of complications from my wife's first surgery. That's probably why we had the 2 miscarriages. We didn't know that until our 4th child. And then we had our 5th. But I tell you, every single time, early on, at the moment of conception, as soon as we knew that was a baby, And I reflect back on all my experiences down here, and it's so easy to advocate for issues where you can bring someone there in person and say, this is affecting me right here and right now. This is one of those issues where we can't see the ones that we are defending. We can't bring them up here and show them and make a clear display. They have no voice of their own. And that's why I think this conversation is so important. It's not an easy one to have. I lost it on the way down here thinking about this. This is not a fun topic to talk about. We can talk about other topics. You guys have seen me talk about other topics that I feel passionately about, but this is the issue, because now's our moment in time to defend those who have no voice for themselves, for the unborn. It's been a whirlwind of a week. To be honest with you, legislators, I thought that there was a possibility I had some other opportunity I wouldn't be back here today, but I do need to reflect and notice that there's a reason that I'm here today. There's a reason that you are here today to discuss this. And I'm going to say throughout this debate, I'll do my best not to try to ask for your vote one way or another, but the one thing I will ask for is for you to soften your heart for this issue. If it's not on this bill, years down the road, as we as a human society grow and technology grows and we have more capabilities, we can see that science is proving Scripture correctly on this issue. And life does start at conception. And so please soften your hearts on this issue. It's not an easy one to speak about. And truly, I want you to think to yourselves, doesn't everybody deserve a birthday? Thank you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Everyone deserves a birthday. Everyone deserves a birthday. I know a lot of you here were born after Roe versus Wade was passed. I actually remember it. I was a kid, but I remember the decision coming down from the Supreme Court. And I remember hearing my parents talk about it. I remember hearing people speak about it. And I will interject here that Jane Roe, who's actually, her name, she's now passed away, but her name was Norma McCorvey. And I met her at a rally in 1996. And if you go back to the Colorado Statesman, you can find a picture of me with Norma McCorvey after she had actually changed her mind on the subject of abortion. She became one of our pro-life heroes because she understood that babies were babies from the beginning. And it was wonderful to actually meet her. She was the subject of that Supreme Court decision. The baby that she was carrying at the time the decision was begun was born. That person, I will not out her, but she has grown up and actually is a living person now. And that was the subject of Roe versus Wade that we kept hearing being discussed at the beginning of this debate on this bill. But back in the 70s, when Roe versus Wade was determined, we did not have the ultrasound. You just heard the person speaking before me about seeing his children on ultrasound. And we didn't really have those. I remember hearing and learning in biology at school about this clump of cells. And I remember learning about, in books and magazine articles, the pregnancy matter, the clump of cells, that it was just, because we couldn't see it. Now, there were ways to see it, i.e. through X-ray, but even at the time, they knew that X-rays were not safe for an embryo inside a mom. And so, at the time, if you read the Roe decision, it separates the pregnancy into 3 trimesters, and there are certain times that you can put restrictions on And we've also heard from one person today who was born in the second trimester, I mean, at 22 weeks. And if you read the Roe decision, at that point, they did not know that babies could live and would live at 22 weeks, at least not on a regular basis. So I remember learning about that decision as I was getting a little bit older, understanding what abortion was, having friends, even as I got into high school and college, that had unintended pregnancies, and recognized that this was not about what people thought or what they felt, but it was more science and biology. And I remember hearing people say, history will show that this was a bad decision, that Roe versus Wade was the wrong decision. Because we thought that as ultrasounds became better and that as people started to recognize that what was inside a woman was not just a clump of cells or pregnancy matter, but it was a baby, we thought that that would be the end of Roe versus Wade. And we kept thinking that as we progress and get better and better ultrasounds available, we now have the 3D ultrasounds. I hope some of you have seen them. It actually shows a baby's face. You can tell who the baby's going to look like, whether it's going to look like mom or dad. Well, it's still inside mom because the 3D ultrasounds are such good indicators of what that baby is, i.e., it's not just a clump of cells. Science is on the side of life here, folks. There is a measurable heartbeat and measurable brain waves by the time a woman knows she's pregnant. We heard earlier in this bill that that was a problem. Well, gosh, all these things are happening inside the mom before a pregnancy test will come back positive. But honestly, we measure the end of life when brain waves stop. If any of you have had a grandparent in the hospital or a friend, somebody after a car accident or an old person, when people are in the hospital and they're trying to save lives, if the brain waves are flat, that is how we measure the end of life. All right, there are measurable brain waves in the second month of pregnancy, before and possibly earlier than that. So if we know that there is a heartbeat and measurable brainwaves, there is also a central nervous system. Okay, one of the other arguments I've heard is the pain argument. Well, guess what? A central nervous system is how you feel pain. And an embryo has a central nervous system long before we can actually start measuring it. And when I say the word embryo or fetus, I want to say that fetus is actually a good word. You know what it means? It means young one or living one. So this bill, when it says that a fetus has no rights, no discernible rights under Colorado state law, we're actually saying that a young one has no discernible rights, no independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. A young living one has no rights. I think that's a pretty scary statement to make. I don't think any of us here should ever, ever make that statement. We heard a lot about women making choices, and I know I grew up in the day, back in those days that Roe versus Wade was much more accepted, when we didn't have standard ultrasounds all the time, when we couldn't see the baby inside growing at the rate that we can now. But when we keep talking about the woman, we keep talking about the woman's rights. I am a woman. I will admit I've had an unintended pregnancy. I've raised a lot of kids. You all know that too. That being said, if we keep talking about the woman, you're forgetting someone. There is a baby inside there with its own DNA. Often the baby has a separate blood type than the mother. So if a fetus has a separate blood type, its own DNA, a central nervous system, a heartbeat, and measurable brain waves. Well, it's alive. It's undeniably alive. You can't try to say that it's dead. It's alive. It has a heartbeat and brain waves, and that we can measure and we can see and we can hear. So the difference is the location. You've heard one of the persons that was talking earlier that if you have a fetus that's 20 weeks or 22 weeks or 24 weeks, inside a mom or outside a mom, that determines its rights. Well, so it's a cosmic coincidence, folks, about who your parents are. That determines whether you live or die. I think that comes back to the question, we're forgetting someone in this bill. I'm going to say we're on the wrong side of history, even though the conversation has changed. Back in the 70s and 80s, it was denied that this thing growing inside the mom was human or was alive. When does life begin? Well, it was denied back then that life began while the baby was still inside the mom, while the fetus was still inside the mom. And now we're changing the dialogue and saying, well, if the host, if the woman, if where the baby is determines its worthiness of living, that is how we're going to make these decisions of life or death. Everyone deserves a birthday.
Representative Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to give you your one moment of humorous levity in a few minutes. Stay tuned. But this is this conversation on second readings. So I'm here for the time being to talk about how things went in the committee meeting, and I'll have more to say later on. But let me just describe what we heard and what was considered, and how I concluded my vote that late night, Wednesday night. So there were hundreds of witnesses, and as you probably knew, we went well past 3 a.m. I see some of the folks that were there 3 a.m. On Wednesday night. Thank you for being here again this morning. So good to see some familiar faces that are devoted to this important topic. The witnesses in favor of this bill included several medical doctors that gave their perspective. There were, I'm guessing, 3 to 4 times as many doctors that came in and gave witness against this bill, including one medical doctor who was there at like 3:20 a.m. I mean, just it was amazing. The poor guy was zooming in from his house, obviously very tired, but he wanted to deliver the message that abortion is not health care. And we heard that multiple times from medical people. There was also an OB, a medical doctor, who was there in person, and she gave her testimony how she used to provide abortions for some time as an OB. And then, right in the middle of one, it struck her that she was dealing with something that was a living human being. Stopped that practice, and it was a tearful moment for her testifying for us. The humorous part came, and I'll share this with you. I got a charge out of it. As testimony is being given, there's text to type that comes out over the screen, of course, and one phrase that was repeated several times was a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus, so on, and the type said a fertilized egg, burrito, or fetus. Made me giggle. On a very important topic, very sober topic. The two reasons that I came out of that and expressed to the sponsors of why I could not support the bill. One is that it is it is very one-sided. Now, obviously, this is a two-sided bill, two-sided topic. Obviously, it is because we're here to debate it. We're going to debate it for quite a long time because there are two sides to this conversation. But the bill only addresses and only asserts one perspective and gives no consideration to the other perspective. Now, recall, this is the sort of thing that happens in a democracy, and the United States is not a democracy. We are a republic, which means that the majority rules, but the rights of the minority are always respected. So that's not happening in this bill. The majority position is asserted, and asserted very purely, giving zero regard to the rights of the minority, and the minority in this case being the unborn, being that embryo, egg, or fetus. And then my second objection to the bill itself is that it addresses, and I'll read the words, it's pretty brief. It says that a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. It does not include infant, toddler, and so on. An egg, embryo, fetus. It could go on and say infant, toddler, and so on, but it stops there and gives this statement, asserts this rule that under the laws of the state of Colorado, that unborn child does not have any independent or derivative rights. Well, do we have the authority to do that? I mean, imagine if we have the authority as a legislative body, as a state, to make the declaration that a human does not have a right during this stage of their life, then why not add that to toddler? Why not add that to infant? There would be, if we have that authority to say that a fetus has no right in this state, then why would we not also have the authority to say that an infant has no right to his or her life? So for that reason, as well, I said I cannot support this bill because I don't think we have the right to do that. So there's my report as a member of the Health and Insurance Committee. I will have much more to say in just a short time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to our representative from Douglas County for the, Douglas County, correct? Teller County, for the information about committee. Obviously, I was in committee as well. And I kept a running list of the reasons why women should not have, why testimony implied that women should not have the right to make these private medical decisions. They were making them merely out of convenience. They suffered from immaturity. They were unwilling to sacrifice themselves. They should be willing to carry a child to term because there were so many people who wanted to adopt babies. They were unable to, they were being coerced. They were too ignorant. They were suffering from callous indifference. They were irreligious and didn't understand that they were going to go to hell. They were being used for human trafficking. And let me address that cynical allegation that somehow this bill is a promotion of human trafficking. The American College of Gynecologists has issued a report on human trafficking, and I refer you to that because they very much are in support of women in human trafficking situations being able to avail themselves of the full range of reproductive health care. And ultimately, we also heard that women who had had an abortion, it was confirmed in witness testimony that the witness felt they were deserving of the death penalty. So yeah, we heard a lot of testimony on the reasons why women were incapable of making this decision for themselves. And of course, as bill sponsors, we assert that this decision is one that lies with the pregnant person. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I was unable to actually be on committee for this bill when it was heard, and I do want to thank everyone that was involved there because that was a long night. And it should be. This is a very important topic that has a lot of emotion, a lot of passion behind it. It should be no surprise here, but I stand in opposition to this bill. And I will point out a few things that I was unable to address because I was not in the committee hearing. But on page 4, starting at line 24, it kind of talks about fundamental reproductive health care rights. And on page 4, it says every individual has a fundamental right to make decisions about the individual's reproductive health care, including the fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. You know, in and of itself, it's not a terrible statement right here, but I would say in the context of the bill, when we talk about individuals, we happen to be talking about everyone except for the other individual that happens to be in the womb. So this in and of itself would contradict itself. Of course, it gets back to the very same question that we've all been grappling with. Who is human? When does life start? Many on our side in the minority will declare that life starts at conception. I'm not sure the majority would agree with us on that one, but here we are. We're going to have that debate, and we're going to talk more about it. Few other things that I'll point out within the bill start on page 5. A pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion and to make decisions about how to exercise that right. I think that, you know, is pretty much what we should be zeroing on. Earlier in this debate, you saw the majority leader and the minority leader kind of provide opening statements, opening remarks about what we're deciding here. And one of the things that I will say about this particular bill and every argument that was presented during that time frame is that I don't think this is a matter that we should send to the voters, quite frankly. Ultimately, what we are dealing with here is a matter of life and death. And I happen to believe that no one has the right to do the wrong thing, nor should we be putting that up to a vote. I view this particular discussion, this topic of abortion, as akin to homicide. It's a life. Whether or not it's in the womb or outside of the womb doesn't matter to me. Life starts at conception. If we're talking about a human being, no one has the right to take that human's life. That's innocent life. So, you know, with respect to the 44 bills that have been introduced that are anti-abortion, that was discussed by Madam Majority Leader, I was one of them. I went ahead and offered a bill that would abolish abortion. I'm not going to dance around the issue. If I were in the majority, I would do that. So I'm not going to stand here and try to make arguments about how if one party was in power versus another, we wouldn't pursue the things that we care about. It's laughable. So to that, Madam Majority Leader, I think that's what we do agree on. With that said, I still think this particular bill shouldn't have been offered, not because of some traditional decorum type argument. I just don't think it should be offered because it's plain old wrong. I think it's morally wrong. And while I do appreciate sort of the heartfelt concerns and fears that are connected to this topic and why the bill sponsors want to put it forward, I think it ultimately gets back to that fundamental question. What is life? When does life begin? And what is our responsibility to protect it? We are representatives of the people. We are in a legislative rulemaking body. We're the ones that are grappling with the question of what ought we do. Often you've heard that we shouldn't legislate morality. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we do in this building. We legislate morality on every single issue that comes before us. What is the right thing to do? What is the wrong thing to do? How should we structure the boundaries within our society and make sure that people aren't crossing those boundaries? And if they do cross those boundaries, what is the response? And ultimately, what is the punishment? Government is force. If we put a rule in place, if we put a law in place and an individual breaks that law, then it's the responsibility of some government actor to come in and to enforce that law and potentially punish the individuals who broke that law. Again, all this place does is legislate morality. So the question in that context is, well, which morality is going to win out? Well, we have a majority, we have a minority. Typically, the majority is going to win out in these cases. I mean, you all have often said and heard it before, especially in this chamber, that the majority gets its way, the minority gets its say. That's how it works, especially in this republic, as Representative Basley was referring to. The importance of that is the majority does get to have its way. They were duly elected. They're the ones that the people entrusted with power. But on the flip side of that, the minority gets its say. Why is that important? Because the minority has the ability to be the loyal opposition, so that if the majority gets away from their sacred duty to do what's right by the people, then the minority can highlight that to the voters and then potentially make sure that there is a change in government. But I digress. My point in all this is we're deciding what we ought to do. What is the right course of action in all this? When I ran, my abortion bill, I wanted to express to everyone, why I was doing it. And that same spirit of trying to explain why I want to do what I want to do with that bill as it relates to this bill, I thought it was important that I share my heart with all of you about why I can't support a bill like this. I mean, I do support reproductive rights, maybe not in the same way as defined in this bill, and I would like to point out sort of the inconsistency, I think incorrect term with reproductive health care. When we're talking about pregnant women who want to seek abortion, the reproduction has actually already happened. So this is really post-reproductive health care. I guess that's what I would point out. But in any event, I can't support this bill mainly because I believe that there's an objective standard, that there is truth that we all have to live by. That at some point, whether it be in this life or the next, we're going to give an account for how we've treated others and how we have protected or not protected those neighbors that are surrounding us. Every one of us has a duty to one another, and I want to apologize to everyone because I've never actually shared this side of me too much with everyone here. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ, and my faith informs me of every decision that I make, especially in this chamber. If I were to vote for this, it would be not only a violation of my faith, but I would have to give an account to my Maker whenever I depart from this world. And this is not the type of account that I want to give to the creator of the universe, to God. And I invoke this because I think it's important. It's important to invoke. Because all too often we try to separate morality from what we do here. And that's why I'm telling you that every single time we debate on some issue that is important, all we are doing is debating on morality. So we need to get back to the question of what is right. What is good? What is the standard? What is our plumb line? And I think we can only really truly know what that standard is and find out what it is by going back to Scripture. So that's how I look at it. I now understand that people may disagree, but in Scripture it's very simple. It talks about life and what life is, that we should choose life and have life more abundantly. It also says that we should not murder. I know that might be controversial to some here, but I actually do believe that abortion is akin to murder. I do believe it's akin to homicide. Regardless of the reasons that one might seek to obtain an abortion, it is still the taking of innocent life. We have books right in the back over there, behind here, for anyone to look at, we have laws against homicide, but for whatever reason, when there's an individual inside the womb, we start to make exceptions for homicide. That I don't truly understand. And I know that there are individuals that may not want to hear this or may not want me to talk in these terms, but I don't know how else to describe it. If a life is a life, then what's our responsibility? Our responsibility is to protect that life, plain and simple. There's much more that I would like to talk about, and I'm sure we will. We're going to have a long debate over this particular issue, but the one thing that I will leave you for right now is we should be focusing on the root of this debate. And the root is not about whether or not we should ask the voters, not about whether or not it's in the Constitution or if it's in state statute. The question that we should be grappling with is what we ought to do, what is right, and by whose standard. Ultimately, I only think that standard can be found in Scripture, and I'd be happy to share with all of you more about that as the debate goes on. So please vote no.
Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I thought I would start by just acknowledging the very personal, difficult stories that were shared by some colleagues from Douglas and Weld and Boulder counties. I suspect that when the time comes for voting, I'm going to land on the same side as one of those three and on the opposite side as two of them. But it's not easy to come to this spot and to say those things in a very public way. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, even where I may differ on other things. You know, the representative from Larimer County said that he was troubled. And I am very, very deeply, profoundly troubled, too. Frankly, I am troubled that politicians even think that this is a subject, that women's lives, that women's bodies, that women's moral autonomy is a subject to be kicked around in a legislative chamber. In 2022, I am very, very deeply troubled by that, and I may have more occasion to say how much so later on. You know, we were counseled to not act out of fear. Frankly, I think if you were born with a Y chromosome, you don't know fully, I will at least admit, I'm not going to pretend to know fully what the fear is when legislatures, when courts are presuming to exercise domain over your body, over your humanity. I would further submit that, you know, maybe if you're not afraid, you're probably reading different news sources than I have been for months and years. Because we see it happening out there. There was a reference to not having a conversation about the unknown. All due respect, I believe we know very well what's going on and why this bill is in front of us. It's in the news. We can read those articles. We can read the legislative enactments or proposed enactments of other states. We can read the ones that have been referred to in this state. We can read the court documents. We can read the pleadings. We can read the arguments being made, which, however they are framed, have the role of reducing women in our society to something less than fully equal, if those arguments are accepted by courts. You know, there was a reference to forcing things through. I submit that that is exactly what is happening in a number of other states around this country. And attempts are being made to do that through our courts as well, including the highest court of this land. I think we are here to say in Colorado that women have the right to decide for themselves. Either way, I think it's important the bill is written the way it is. You can choose to carry it to term or not. It is your choice either way. It is not the choice of this place. It is not the choice of the people in this place. It is not the choice of any legislature or any court, in my opinion. It was stated previously that the people of the state ought to have their say, for example, on a ballot measure. I believe that they have had repeated opportunities to say very plainly what they believe, and they have said that the government has no right getting into this space, into this business, into these choices, into the moral autonomy of women. We have seen those ballot measures rejected time and time again by broad margins, or we've seen them fail to get on the ballot entirely. You know, to the concern about parental notification, we have that law on the books. It's been there for, in its current form, almost 20 years, longer than that in a prior form. I do not believe that that law is impacted here. There's nothing in this bill that changes that statute at all. I wanted to unpack a little bit further the comment that this discussion, that this legislation is historically premature, because I believe that reference to ongoing court proceedings fundamentally misconceives what this whole thing is about. The interesting thing about our country is that we are a relatively young country in the scheme of the world if you look at societies in China or India or even in Europe. But notwithstanding we are a young country, we have an old constitution. We have a constitution that, unlike the constitutions of other comparable nations around the world, was not updated in the middle of the 20th century to account more fully and in a more codified way for individual rights. Our Constitution, our federal Constitution, was framed as a way to limit the powers of the federal government vis-a-vis the states and the people, which is why I think it has been somewhat interesting to read cases like Roe and see where this fundamental right is going to be anchored in. And now we have very aggressive efforts going on up to and including the US Supreme Court to push that case law backward, to push women backward in our country in the 21st century. But we're not here to wait for that case law. We're not here to ask ourselves about the penumbras or the First Amendment or the 14th or the 9th. We are here to exercise the prerogative of the General Assembly to say, notwithstanding where federal courts land on the question, where does the autonomy, where do rights of women as co-equal human beings in society in the modern age, where do those rights anchor in the federal constitutional text? We are here to say that we are making explicit what has long been implied in the text of our state laws. That is our prerogative and our province as a state legislature, and I believe that is entirely appropriate to do in the time in which we find ourselves. So we may talk more about how that federal case law goes, and I expect I may be down here again later in those discussions, but whatever we say about that, it's a little bit wide of the mark in my view. We are not here to wait on the federal courts to tell women of Colorado what their rights are. We don't have to do that. We should not do that. We must not do that. To the point about governmental authority, our colleague from El Paso County commented that government is force, or at least sometimes is force. I actually agree with that, and that is why I am so strongly in favor of this bill. Because a government that can tell you what to do in the most personal domain in your life, it's a government that can take anything from you and can do anything to you. And I think that is a government that we should all be very afraid of, especially colleagues sitting on the south side of the aisle who I think are typically on guard for too much government creep into the private realm. You know, one of our colleagues spoke about love and the role that that plays in grappling with these issues. I personally believe that there can be no love without respect. And I have enough respect for the women in our state, especially those that I know, my family, my friends, my colleagues, that I want them to be able to make these decisions, these very difficult personal decisions, wherever those may land, whatever the circumstances are. I think anyone who is choosing to become parents, everybody wants a medically perfect pregnancy. And we know it doesn't always happen that way. And in that zone, there is just, in my opinion, no realm for the state, no realm for the government, no realm for any of us standing here with our names on that board to say anything less than women ought to be empowered to grapple with those decisions themselves, with the counsel of whoever they choose to take counsel of, is, in my opinion, to say that women are less than men, that women are not equal, that women are not morally capable, are not moral actors in society. And that is a rebarbative, abhorrent statement. So I stand to make the opposite statement. I stand to support this bill, to thank the sponsors for bringing it, and to say that I trust women in our state and, frankly, our country to grapple with these tough decisions themselves. And I want the government to have no part of that. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, I rise in opposition to this bill. And I've been listening to everybody talk about this, and this is something I've dreaded to have to listen to today. I think it's probably the most important bill that is going to come before this legislature. And it's interesting to me when people come up here and talk and say, you know, government should not be involved in making these decisions, yet here we are, the government, making these decisions. You know, they talk about here that a fertilized egg, embryo, fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. But it's already been proven that you can call it a fetus, I call it a baby, has a heartbeat. Now, in an emergency room, if someone is near death but they have a heartbeat, our medical professions will go to extremes to save that person's life. Yet now we're making an exception to not go to extremes to save a baby's life. Colorado absolutely deserves better than this bill. I don't know why. I don't live by fear. I don't know why you have to be so afraid of what is to come. I was looking at this bill and I see that, you know, it proudly says Colorado was the first state to decriminalize abortion. I don't think that's anything to be proud of. I mean, we don't need to be known as the killing state. I'm just so, I'm so disturbed by this. I don't even hardly know what to say, but I'll probably think of something as the day goes on. One of the things that I got in the mail was talking about the SLED reasoning, and that has to do with size, level of development, environment, and a degree of dependency. The unborn is smaller than a toddler, but toddlers are smaller than adults. The unborn is less developed than the toddler, but toddlers are less developed than elementary school kids. The unborn is in a different location than the toddler, but toddlers can change environments without changing their value. Finally, the unborn is more dependent than a toddler, but toddlers are more dependent than adolescents. And many other born people depend on medications, caregivers, and spacesuits to sustain their lives. They are more dependent than those who don't need these things. So there are only 4 ways the unborn differ from toddlers, but many toddlers and other born humans differ in exactly the same ways. So how can we justify killing the unborn on these grounds when we protect born humans who have the same deficiencies? I urge no vote.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this bill. I actually want to tell you a story. So I have a friend who lives in another state, and many years ago she was trying to start her family. And when she went to try and start her family, she was many months into her pregnancy when they determined that the baby wasn't going to live. They said, you know, you really, you should get an abortion because your baby will not survive. And because of where she lived, she was actually not able to obtain that abortion. She actually ended up carrying that child to term, delivering the baby, and having it die within an hour. I know everybody here has really good intent, and I know we have values that are closely held, but personally, I cannot subject a woman to that experience of being forced to carry a baby, deliver it, and have it die when that's not unnecessary. It's not like she didn't want to have children. This woman later went on to have 2 children, and they were fine, but that was a traumatic experience in her life, and I don't think we should force women to have to go through that. So thank you for your time and attention, and that is one of the reasons I rise in support of this very important bill. Thank you.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start out with stating my opposition to this bill. Although I will tell you, I am also opposed to current Colorado law. But let me cover that ground first and then move to why I think this bill is significantly different than current law in ways that I think create a lot of legal, moral, and unintended consequences, perhaps. In our system of government, prior to Roe v. Wade, the states would make the decision on whether to provide legal authority for abortion or not. Understanding that this involved the woman, but also the unborn life she was carrying. 2 interests that have been recognized in legal systems, not just in Western civilization, but in every society. You know, it is always, I don't quite understand the view that the unborn baby being carried is not a human life and does not have any status worth protecting under law, when the whole expanse of human history has been to the contrary. So I am pro-life. I think Roe was a mistake. But I think this bill vastly expands beyond what current Colorado law is in denying any avenue for public entities, whether it's state legislative bodies or others, to recognize the human life of the unborn child. And I think that is regrettable. So I want to move to what I think is, I disagree fundamentally with the opening statements by the bill sponsors that 1279 does not change Colorado law. Respectfully, there are numerous provisions that are directly contrary to existing Colorado law. Let me just go through those. Currently in Colorado law, we have numerous felonies for the unlawful termination of a pregnancy, for intentionally harming the unborn child, killing the fetus, to recklessly. There are a whole series of felonies in Title 18. Members, in this bill, on page 5, you have on lines 4 and 5, a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. And then you also have down on lines 13 and 14 on page 5, language that prohibits public entities, which includes the state legislature, and interestingly, the courts, that shall not deprive through prosecution, punishment, or other means. And so how does that not set up a conflict with the felonies that are currently provided under Colorado law for unlawful termination of pregnancy? How does that not set up a conflict? Especially when you have nothing in this bill that provides a savings clause for an existing statute. The parental notification provisions in Title 13 place a restriction on the right of a minor to proceed with an abortion without parents being notified. If you look at the very broad language of this bill, where it bans any restriction, any discrimination, any action by any public entity in any way restricting an individual, doesn't say an adult, any individual from getting an abortion, how is this not setting up a inconsistency with that part of the statute? And it is interesting to me that an amendment was offered in committee that would have clarified this. That the Parents Notification Act would not be impacted, and yet that amendment was voted down. You know, usually when we are talking about conflicts in statute, we look at the bill that is being proposed when there is a conflict or potential conflict that is resolved within the bill. That is not the case here. And so I think this language is very broad, very ambiguous, but of course that's just the start of the problems with this bill. How do you apply the language on page 5 saying that public entities, this is all levels of government at both state and local, cannot deny, restrict, interfere with, or whether to have an abortion or not, continuing a pregnancy or not, in the regulation or provision of benefits, facilities, services, or information. Or information. What does that mean? Are you saying that a local jurisdiction now needs to consider 1279 in whether or not to issue a permit to protest for or against a certain facility that provides either pregnancy services or an abortion? I don't know what this means. This broad, undefined language, I think, goes way beyond what our current laws provide. What about line 13 and 14? A public entity shall not deprive through prosecution, punishment, or other means, whatever that is, the individual's right to act, either to go forward with the pregnancy or to abort, based upon the potential, actual, or perceived impact. I don't know how you could write language more broad, more undefined, more subject to, creating contentious conflict in this area. This is way beyond what the current law provides, members. Way beyond. And then finally, if that wasn't bad enough, page 5, 18 through 22. This applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines, rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions, whether statutory or otherwise. What are we talking about here? If you have a county who has a zoning issue, and one of the entities seeking a variance is a clinic that provides abortion, does this tell the local county zoning board that they must give priority always to this interest, this view? I don't know. I don't know what this language means. But I think it opens this area up to all of those issues. So, members, respectfully, this is not currently Colorado law. This is much, much broader, much more undefined, much more subject to abuse. It does not even resolve potential conflicts on whether existing felonies in Colorado law or the Colorado Parental Notification Code still stand if this bill becomes law. I think those are fairly important questions that need to be resolved. So I am opposed to this bill full bore on principle. I am opposed to this bill on where I think it takes us in a legal respect way beyond what current Colorado law is. And I ask for a no vote.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for getting me in between all of the lawyers. I see they're all lining up here to have an argument, and I was hoping one gave me a pass. So I'm down here as just an individual, state representative. that was trusted enough to send me up here. I'm not here to argue the legal points. I'm not here to argue the fine points. I heard that people, should be able to determine their own body. I want to ask a question in regards to that. Yet we turned around and required vaccines to keep a job. My question is, what happens if an employer requires an abortion to keep a job? Wouldn't that be a case that we would bring to the courts? Isn't that something that we would discuss as legislators? And there are some jobs that might be brought up. One of the other things that I wanted to ask, and I've heard both sides, and I want to make sure that I'm asking my question. If we're not required to notify parents that a minor child wants to have this procedure, aren't we also saying that we don't need parental involvement in their education? And that's one of the themes that's going around in our country today, talking about that very thing. The other question that I have is that if we're going to change, and pursuant to what was said by my colleague from Colorado Springs, if fetuses, I don't remember how it's all written, I just kind of call them babies. If babies don't have rights and they don't have derivative rights, what happens in a car wreck if a baby's killed before it's born? Or if during an illegal action, whatever it be, and the baby's killed, the mom survives, what happens then? Is that not a person? Is that not a life that we would be concerned about here in this room? And that we would try to address? I see that it's been tried to be addressed in some of the law books that my colleagues are studying. But those are questions that come from just out in my mind, not because of where I live or what I do, but because those are questions that come into my mind. The other question that I have is, what consideration are we giving to the dad? You know, what would we do if a father said, I want this baby because I want to raise this baby regardless if you are with me or not? How do we address that? I will tell you that the biggest job I've got is being someone's dad. When I found out I was going to have my first baby, I don't think I ever thought about myself first from then on. I thought about the people that were in the womb, I thought about the people that were in the room, and I thought about those little ones when I woke up in the morning. And that was the last thing I did, was go check on them at night before I went to bed. And it just seems to me like we're not considering all the possibilities. You know, I've never been in that situation, so I can't say. And a comment was made earlier, and I agree with it. I'm the last one to be talking about this, really, because I have no idea. And I do have a lot of respect for the women that are in this room, and for the women that I live with, and for the woman that raised me. But these are some questions that I would like to see if we can answer. This is a serious issue for me, And I will tell you that it is saddening for a lot of different reasons. And I'm the kind of guy that it's a lot easier for me to be mad than it is to be sad. I can tell you that. I'm not angry, I'm not mad, but I am sad because I'm not sure we've taken a good enough look at some of these questions that come from average people, not from attorneys. Because, I got a lot of respect for attorneys, especially when I'm in trouble and I need one. But I do have these questions, and I'm hoping that we'll think about these in a way that will help the people in the future. I know today from testimony that we can save babies in the short period of time that they've been in the womb. And I'm a believer in life. I want you to know that. I am a believer in life. And I am believing that they do start. Life does start at the time of conception. And this is a very, very difficult discussion that we're all having. And I want to have it as respectfully as I can. These are some of the things that I consider when I look at that bill. It's very short. And, talking about zoning and all those kind of things, there are a lot of questions involved here. But I'd like to talk about the people. The people that are too little to talk, people that don't have the ability yet. Anyway, I did like the idea that everybody deserves a birthday. Thank you very much.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thought I would respond to some of the points raised by our colleague from El Paso County. I'll apologize in advance to my colleague from Montrose. We are going to get a little bit legally into the weeds here. To the point about the broad language, as I read this bill and what I believe it's trying to do and what the sponsors have told us expressly that they intend to do, some of those statements are necessary to effectuate what we're talking about here. And I think the key language is to be found at the bottom of 4 and the top of 5. We are setting forth in statute that these decisions, one way or the other, are fundamental rights. Those are not words picked casually. Those are term of art words in the law. And what we mean by that is that these rights are the highest rights. They are not privileges, they are rights. And they are not just any rights, but they are rights to be given the highest status in the law, including by courts that might later be interpreting what we set forth here. So when you want to set forth a fundamental right, typically you are going to do so strongly, broadly. You are going to make sure that your legislative enactment is communicated pretty clearly, for example, to local governments on page 5, or to courts that might ever have a question that involves looking at this proposed act of the legislature here. What do we mean by fundamental rights? I'll give just a few examples that our state courts have set forth in Colorado. The right of citizens to participate equally in the political process. The right of counsel, if you find yourself in a criminal matter. Confrontation of witnesses, cross-examination. The power of initiative. We've alluded to that earlier today. The right to vote. Or another one about elections, the power of recall that we have in Colorado. Some of these most fundamental things that anchor in our state constitution, in the case of some of our election provisions, or in our federal constitution. That is what we mean by a fundamental right. That is why I believe the bill speaks broadly to those issues. Concerning parental notification, again, we have a statutory framework for that. You can look it up. It's rather detailed. We have a series of detailed forms that the courts have set forth in connection with petitions under that section. Nothing in this bill changes that. And I've lost track. Oh, there's Rep. Catlin. We have something called the Canon Against Implied Repeal in statutory interpretation. And what that means is that because we are not specifically going into Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13 in this bill, if the question ever comes up, the court is going to be inclined to give effect to that other law that was duly put on the books by this legislature many years ago, as well as this. That is about process for certain individuals who have not achieved the age of 18 or emancipated. And what we are talking about here, I believe, is something different than process. I personally find no conflict with the notification statute. I believe we've heard the sponsors state that no conflict is intended. Representative, to your point, your hypothetical, what if a business presumed to require an individual to have an abortion as a condition for working there? That's abhorrent. Frankly, I'd be in there pretty quick with an amicus brief. Again, because I don't think it's the government's choice, or because it is a fundamental right. And fortunately, the bill speaks to that concern. Top of page 5. Pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion and make decisions about how to exercise that right. I believe the bill speaks to that concern. Lastly, to some of the references to provisions of Title 18 that make it a criminal offense for unlawful termination of a pregnancy, I believe the statute speaks very plainly to that. 18.3.5.101 sub 6. Unlawful termination of pregnancy means termination of pregnancy by any means other than birth or medical procedure, instrument, agent, or drug for which the consent of the woman has been obtained. Other than where consent has been obtained, which brings us back to the whole point of the bill, which is consent, which is we are saying that the government does not have the right to take away consent for these most personal, sometimes very difficult choices. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll get sandwiched between the lawyers here, but and I'll preface by saying I'm obviously not a lawyer, but I think that our views on legislation and on life, we all have a unique lens that we look at those through. For me personally, among others, some of the biggest things I look at when I'm looking at legislation or what I'm doing is through the lens of being a father or a husband or a son and even a nurse. And when I look at that, and we heard the representative from Montrose talk about feelings, and we heard about not being mad but being sad. Well, members, I'm scared. I'm scared to think about the world that we're leaving my daughters. I'm scared to think about the rights of my wife and my mother. And that's what I think about. And I think about my community and the women in my community, and what are we down here fighting for? What are we down here trying to ensure? And it's those rights that they can choose what they want to do with their body, that they're not forced to do something against their will. And then I put that nurse hat on, and I think about my patients. I think about working in the ER, not knowing whatever is going to come through those doors. But if we don't have these rights, having a patient come through those doors that had to take matters into her own hands because she had no other options, and that I would have to take care of her as her nurse, knowing that it was preventable as long as she had those rights, those basic rights to reproductive health care. I also want to take an opportunity while I'm up here, because I was a member of this committee, and I did stay here for 14 hours listening to testimony on this bill. And I want the state of Colorado, I want the people of Colorado to understand what we're dealing with here and some of the rhetoric that we're dealing with when we talk about this issue. We had testimony in that committee, advocacy in that committee, that a woman should be executed for having an abortion. That's what we had to listen to. For 14 hours, we heard that advocacy, that a woman should be executed for having an abortion. I hope that sinks in. I hope that that's terrifying to every single member in this chamber. That is wrong. And if no one said it, no one said anything about it today. No one stood up and said, that's wrong. Because that is what we are fighting against right now. This isn't just a bill, members. This is women's lives that we're talking about. There's too much on the line right now. There's too much on the line for us not to be doing something to make sure that we are enshrining the rights of women to have a choice with what they do with their body. And so we can talk up here and we can question, why are we doing this? This is already on the books. But I'm up here telling you right now, and the lenses that I look through, there is too much on the line for us not to do something. And so I hope that we recognize that. I hope we take it with the seriousness that it deserves. And I hope that we're able to get this over the finish line, because we need to ensure that women have the right to choose what they do with their body here in the state of Colorado.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to do a clarifying statement but again, point out, with all due respect to my colleague who is talking about the Parental Notifications Act, where I think there is an area of uncertainty that we should address. First of all, when we are talking about, under this section, fundamental reproductive health care rights, and a statement is made that an unborn child has no independent or derivative rights, no recognizable legal interest to be protected, no recognition in law. That is the implication of that sentence. How do you square that with the felonies that we currently have on the books in Colorado for unlawful termination of pregnancy? So that when a pregnant woman is deliberately injured and her fetus deliberately killed, that is a Class 2 felony. And that crime is based specifically on the killing of the unborn baby in that context. And yet, these lines in 1279 denies any legal recognizable right or existence of an unborn child in Colorado law and declares that to be fundamental law. I don't see how those two areas are not inconsistent. I also don't understand how you can possibly reconcile the Colorado Parental Notification Act, which puts a restriction on a minor's decision to do an abortion, when this bill is directly banning any state or local action, including by the state legislature, to restrict the decision to go forward with an abortion. So I just respectfully disagree with my colleague, who I have great respect for. I think it's part of the challenges with how this bill is written. And you know, members, it's interesting when you go back and you look at how legal systems have developed around the world, different traditions, different history, different culture. And yet, isn't it amazing that in all of those, going back millennia up to the current day, there is a recognition of life, of the unborn baby having an importance and a recognition in law as part of how we protect and recognize the sanctity of human life. And respectfully, this bill is directly contrary to that. And not just a statement by the state legislature, but really a silencing that is now imposed upon every public entity in the state of Colorado in how they provide information, in how every decision they make, statutory or otherwise, a conformance with this particular view, which quite frankly, I think is deeply inappropriate. And so again, members, this is a bad bill on so many levels. I ask for a no vote.
Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify, this bill today does nothing to impact parental notification. That still exists in statute in a whole different title than where this bill originates from. Also, it needs to be noted that the Parental Notification Concerning Abortion Act does not stop a minor from receiving an abortion. It simply states that notification prior to 48 hours before that, parents or guardians are notified. This bill that we're talking about today changes none of that. We're talking about an entire different set of statutes of where this bill comes from. We never touch the courts. We never touch anything that has to do with Title VII. I just wanted to make sure, because I know we're going to have a lot of debate on this parental notification piece. And for those of you who may be listening, need to understand this bill that we have in front of us today that we are going to be voting on absolutely does nothing to change what is already existing in another part of our statutes, a piece of law that changes the Parental Notification Act. Thank you.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I believe we heard statements made by my learned colleague that this bill, by stating that these interests, these decisions as fundamental rights take priority. Take priority. Those were the statements made, were of the highest priority, supersede other interests. And certainly in how we set up legal systems for statutory law and what rules override others, saying that something is a fundamental right is one way of saying this takes priority and overrides other areas. I can guarantee you there are lawyers out there that will interpret it that way. and will challenge the Colorado Parental Notification Act based on that argument. So, respectfully, I think that is not clear. I think that when you utilize the language of fundamental rights, you in fact set up the legal premise that this bill does override the other statutory provisions. And it was interesting that the amendment was offered in committee, did not go forward, that would have clarified whether or not Colorado parental notification still remained in effect.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come down here and respond to a few things. First, I wanted to point out that if you turn to page 5 of the bill, section 3, I actually think there could have been a better way of drafting this by actually incorporating what's in the offenses against the person in our criminal code by actually having 18.3.5.110 be the line that was included under section 3 on page 5. But what was added was one word that's dramatically different that is of grave concern to me. And that word is derivative rights. And I believe that with this change, to specifically say that a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state, and then we look down into the new 25-6-404, it talks about that a public entity is prohibited from taking certain actions. If we look to where public entities are defined, it has the same meaning as the Government Immunities Act. So we turn in the statute book to see what this means. So it's section 5, public entities. It says means the state, the judicial department of the state, any county, city, and county and city, municipality, school district, special improvement district, and every other kind of district, and any separate entity created by intergovernmental contract or in cooperation with or between or among the state, county, city and county, municipality, school district, special improvement district, and every other kind of district, agency, instrumentality, and political subdivision thereof. So we know that a public entity covers all that. And then we look over and we say, well, okay, the issue is, does this bill effectively abolish offenses against the Pregnant Women Act? And I would argue that yes, it would, because what is actually being said here is that a prosecutor, who's an entity of the state, and the judicial department that houses the courts that would hear any sort of a charge by committing a crime, would not be able to do so because the underlying basis for doing so has actually been stripped out and removed. That should be of grave concern to the entire General Assembly, that we're effectively telling district attorneys that when a particular case happens, like what my colleague from Montrose described, what happens if there's a careless driving resulting in unlawful termination of a pregnancy? Shouldn't that person go ahead and be charged with 18-3.5-109, which is the underlying offense? I think so. I think that that is of state interest to be able to prosecute that individual. If we turn back in the criminal code and we look at how about a vehicular unlawful termination of a pregnancy? Now this would be where drugs or alcohol was involved. Driving the vehicle in a reckless manner. Driving a car in a reckless manner is already under our criminal code. But in 2003, this body decided to make it a crime for the vehicular unlawful termination of a pregnancy. And this bill would effectively cut the legs out from under these particular criminal provisions and say that that wouldn't be an underlying basis for prosecution. And the key word would be the derivative rights language, and then the other language that prohibits a public entity from acting on prosecution. So then we would ask the question of why would we even need 18-3.5-109 or even 18-3.5-107 or the aggravated versions thereof? We might as well just strike this language from the statutes and try to shorten our statute books. I hear that all the time from people. Can't you just shorten the statutes? The provisions here that we've included to talk about it as fundamental rights, that's one where I believe we need to be very careful by calling it that. Certainly this is a statute, and when I think of fundamental rights, I think of something that's been incorporated into the Constitution, into the Bill of Rights, to the Fifth Amendment. It says no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or without due process of law. Certainly being deprived of life would strike at the heart of the Fifth Amendment under a particular plain meaning reading. I do think that everyone ought to be able to have a birthday. I like that phrase that one of my colleagues used earlier today. But another concept that I want to hit on, my good colleague from north of Denver said at the end of his speech was, women should have the right to their bodies. But there's an additional line of logic here. Should a female also be able to deny taking a vaccine tied to their employment if they're worried about the harm of that vaccine if they're pregnant? Would that not be incorporated under the same line that was uttered earlier? Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't necessarily planning on coming up a second time to speak to these issues, but since they have been re-raised, I do believe that a woman's choice as to her own body, her own moral autonomy, is a fundamental right. And I believe it is appropriate to say so in this bill. At the same time, I do not believe that this legislation in front of us vitiates some of these other statutes that have been referred to. The analogy comes to mind, the representative from Delta and I have actually worked on these things together. It is the province of this General Assembly to set forth the elements of criminal offenses. In fact, we must, because there is no such thing as a common law crime anymore. That's long gone. So we decide what the elements, each of which must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, are. And there are instances, we've talked about one here, but by analogy, bias crime legislation, where if it is proven that somebody was targeted because they belong to a certain race or ethnicity or speak a certain language or so forth, then there might be a higher penalty than if somebody was not in one of these protected classes. The legislature, the state, our predecessors have seen fit to set that forth because there's a wrong to be prevented there. When we talk about the statute 18 Article 3.5 that we've spoken of, or 18.1.3, 401, sub 13, there's some provisions in there. We have provisions on the books that do provide for sentence enhancement where a crime has been committed against a woman who was pregnant. the pregnancy of the woman there who chose to become pregnant and carry to term as far as she had to that point. That's a substantive element of the offense laid down on the books by our predecessors and remaining there on the books. And I believe that that substantive element of that offense retains force, regardless of what we set forth in this bill, which is about autonomy and choosing to carry to term or not. Stated both ways in the bill, I think that's very important. So we have that set forth as an independent element of certain sentencing provisions in multiple places in Title 18. I've spoken to 3.5, consent being the key issue there. I believe this legislature had that debate in 2013. So I do not see in this bill a vitiation of those other policy choices that have been made by our predecessors. I don't believe it is the intent of the sponsors. I was not in committee, but I've certainly heard nothing about that come up in the discussion in the last 48 hours or so subsequent to that day in committee. And I think that both of these things can be true at the same time, that as to the attempt of governments, and yes, the cross-reference is to the CJA, because that in that statute, which is quite different than what we're talking about here, government is defined broadly. You know, it could have been all repeated and set forth and taken up several lines, but I read that as an expedient cross-reference because we already have a definition that is suitably broad, and the bill wants it to be suitably broad. So we can articulate a fundamental right that is intended to constrain the attempts of other governments set forth as in that definition and of the courts to derogate from and I'm going to keep saying it, from the moral autonomy and the equality of women to make the choice here. That is true, and I believe it is also true and remains true that the elements in Title 18 that we're talking about are not impacted. I guess that's as clear as I can try to express what I think the law would be upon passage of this bill at this point.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, we had this discussion in committee, and actually Senator Harvey showed up in committee and discussed about his concerns, told the history of parental notification, it being something that was passed constitutionally in Colorado and then was found unconstitutional because it didn't have certain exceptions that it needed under the state Supreme Court. So then the state legislature actually came back, and I think it was in 2003 he mentioned that the state legislature came back and did Part 7 and included those proper exceptions so that we could have proper parental notification expressing the will of voters. And the concerns are, again, with the applicability section of this law, is this bill as it's written say that this applies to all state laws. And then if it's passed more recently than the 2003 law, which this would be much more recently than the 2003 law, that could take precedence. And so I think it's important that we make that explicitly clear and we have this discussion. And so I have an amendment here, and I move Amendment L030 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and announced before us to Amendment L030. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this just makes it explicitly clear that this bill, nothing in this Part 4 modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7, Article 22 of Title 13. So that is that section of law, and this would make it explicitly clear and avoid any confusion.
Thank you. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill will not impact Colorado's parental notification statute for minors seeking abortion care. The system is not impacted by REA because access to an abortion and the ability to choose an abortion are two different matters. Parental notification is a barrier to access, but not a barrier to choice. And this bill and the bill title is strictly about, it says decisions, which is choice. So for that reason, I would ask for a title ruling.
Thank you. The committee will be in a brief recess on the title ruling. The committee will come back to order. The chair rules that Amendment L030 does not fit under the title. Now we are back. Yes, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I respect that decision, but this is what concerns me. If this type of amendment doesn't actually fit under the title, I think we still have the same issues that we've expressed over and over with how this will affect the ability for parents to be notified prior to this happening. So I think this is still an outstanding issue that we have that I hope we can continue to work on throughout the night. But the fact that this doesn't fit under the title, I think, does give us cause of concern of what the effects of this bill will be. And that's why I did say in my opening statements that I do think this bill is radical and extreme. And would go beyond what we've seen in other states and would probably even make California and New York blush.
Thank you, Representative Hortorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, it's unfortunate that the language "nothing in this Part 4 modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13, that the ruling is this doesn't fall under the bill title. For Colorado parents, particularly Colorado parents of teenagers, specifically Colorado parents of teenage daughters, now I don't fear much, but I will tell you, you should be afraid of what is happening right now in this chamber. Pay close attention to what the pro-choice zealots are speaking of. Pay close attention that your parental rights, by not considering this and clarifying the question, are now in jeopardy of being abrogated in future time by slick-talking lawyers that know how to interpret, manipulate, and promote a legal position that may not be one that protects parental rights and parental notification. I hope that Colorado is listening. I hope that Colorado parents are listening, because we all need to make choices, very important choices, that protect our teenagers from those choices that will cause them to have lifelong regrets in their future. It would be very easy to add this language if the bill sponsors wanted to promote and guarantee parental notification rights under that act. But I do believe that will not be afforded to the citizens of Colorado as we move forward today. Now, what I would warn Colorado parents, what I would warn Colorado parents of teenage daughters that may fall victim to unintended consequences of their decisions, that now you parents are going to fall victim of unintended consequences if this statute is written into our Colorado Revised Statutes. I would say to Colorado, and I would say to those watching and listening, that I believe you're going to see a pattern where many rights under this same method will not be considered under the title ruling. And for that, I will be saddened. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
I rise today in support of House Bill 22-1279 and my gratitude for the bill sponsors for the good discussion today. I wanted to just qualify my remarks in relation to the bill with a few I think, helpful clarifications. I rise not only as a member of this assembly, but I rise as a Colorado parent. I rise as the proud parent to 3 children. I rise as a parent who has experiences that are shared across the political spectrum. And so I share mine and the story of my family with a good deal of respect for those who we fundamentally disagree on this policy, but we are bound together by the shared experiences that we've lived through. And I think that's important to remember today. I also rise as a former clergy member. I was ordained clergy in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. And I offer that context in response to the several emails and calls that I've received in relation to this bill, And I think it's always good when we talk about this bill and this legislation that we recognize and respect pluralities, pluralities of belief, pluralities of experiences, pluralities of lived experiences that bring us to this place and bring us up here to talk about the importance of this legislation. So I hope you sense a good deal of respect in me offering my story, knowing that it's mine and not yours, but I hope it helps you understand where I'm coming from when I vote in support of this legislation. My wife and I went through one of the most difficult experiences of our lives when we were in an ultrasound room and the third child we had planned for had no heartbeat. That's not a unique experience to this room. That's not a unique experience to our family. But I can tell you that the fear is real, because it's a fear we had for 9 months with all of our other children. It's a fear we had with our daughter who was born after that experience. And it was a fear that was present every day for my wife as she carried our child. And as our worst fears were confirmed, I also can speak to a different kind of fear, a fear that a different time and a different place and a different set of laws would have meant for our family. Had my wife been forced to carry that child to term, or risked serious complications to her health as a result, had she not been able to have an abortion, let alone the mental health impact that was very true that day as it is this day. I was texting her as I was listening to this debate. I didn't know if I was ready to share the story. We've never told it publicly. Our family knows. Our children know. But that fear is not imagined. That fear is not something we're doing out of a reflex. It's a lived experience for folks. And I fear a different time if we don't pass this bill, when our fears will come true, where the negative health impacts on women, my family, your family, become real because they cannot seek access to the reproductive care that they need and, quite frankly, they have. That is a God-given right, and I say that as former clergy. And that is something why I'm proud to support this bill. Now, I know we're going to be in debate for a long time. I will listen to your stories. I respect your stories. I hope you hear mine and my family's. And my wife, who asked me to come down and share our story so that women across the state don't have to be afraid of what happens next year or the year after that or the year after that, that their rights are subject to political whim. These are God-given rights. These are rights that we as a legislature have every responsibility to consider and adopt. And so I thank you for your time, and I thank you for this bill.
Thank you. Representative Van Winkle. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respond to what we just heard because we ran through something very, very similar. As you all know, we had a number of children. We also lost two, and one of those is essentially the same circumstances as just described. That's a natural process that happens. We lost that child. That's not what this bill is about. This bill is about terminating an otherwise healthy child, and it is a child. Let's make it very clear. Abortion is not health care. It's terminating a life. It's terminating a heartbeat. If you don't have a heartbeat anymore, that child is already passed, and it will come out another way. Again, we lived through that. It's hard. I appreciate that. There is nothing harder. We have on our wall the pictures of all our kids, and we have on there for the two that we didn't have a little box for flowers, and we call it our saint baby, and we'll see her or him again some other time. That's not what this bill is about. This bill is about terminating a live child. And let's make sure we know what it is. Everyone deserves a birthday.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just I guess piggyback on that a bit, it brings us really to the heart of the debate. It brings us to the central question that is being asked today. And the central question that is being asked today of each of us as we vote is, does elective abortion unjustly take the life of a defenseless human being? It's a yes or no question. And to phrase it perhaps more simply, is the unborn a member of the human family? Yes or no? If so, then terminating that child, terminating him or her by election is a serious moral wrong. If no, then it's a medical procedure akin to pulling a tooth. Answer that question for yourselves, but based on any way to look at the questions, whether it be science or logic or perhaps faith, it's really difficult to make an argument that babies are not human beings and should be protected. I believe they are. I believe they are someone, and I believe they deserve a birthday. For many, all they need to do, like I did with my 2 children, is look at a 3D image of the child and see that's a human. If the unborn are human, like toddlers, we shouldn't terminate them in the name of choice any more than we would a toddler. Again, this debate is about just one question. What is the unborn? Are they human, or are they perhaps something else? Scientifically, we know that from the earliest stages of development, the unborn are distinct, they are living, and they are whole human beings. I've heard several arguments against babies being human persons. First, they're tiny. They're really, really small. And that's true. Embryos are smaller than newborns. Newborns are smaller than adults. But why is that relevant? Do we really want to say that larger people are, based on your size, you have different rights? As my colleague from Aurora stated earlier, men typically are larger than women. Does that mean they deserve more rights? Of course not. Size does not equal value or the right to life. I've also heard, well, they're not fully developed. They're still very early on, they're still developing. And that's true. Embryos and fetuses are less developed than the adults that they one day will become. But again, why is that relevant? My 4-year-old daughter is less developed than a teenager. My 4-year-old is more developed than my 2-year-old. Should older children have more rights to life than their younger siblings? Some people say that higher mental abilities and awareness makes one human. Won't get into the feeling of pain, but if that's true about mental awareness and mental abilities, then newborns don't qualify as valuable human beings. 6-week-old infants lack the immediate capacity to perform high mental functions, as do those who are sleeping when we go to bed at night, or those who are reversibly comatose, or those with Alzheimer's disease. And here's another, and I won't belabor this forever, but there are points that I heard made Wednesday night. A baby is in the womb. They're not outside the womb. But members, where you are has no bearing on who you are or what right to life you have. Does your value change when you cross the street or travel into outer space or from this place to that? If not, then how can the journey of an 8-inch, the birth canal is different. Because the birth canal is only 8 inches, it's not across the street. How does that 8-inch travel down the birth canal suddenly change the essential nature of the unborn from a non-human to suddenly be then human? If the unborn are not already human, merely changing their location doesn't change their value as an individual, as a person with rights, the right to life. I've heard, well, they're dependent on mom to live. They're dependent on mom for everything. Well, at some point, we all depend on others to live. If total self-viability makes us human, then there are none among us who at all points will have the right to life. In short, it's far more reasonable to argue that although humans differ immensely in respect to talents, accomplishments, degree of development, they are nonetheless equal because they share a common human nature. Members, I look forward to speaking in greater depth on this bill and on hopefully some amendments that we can offer to bring some sensibility to it. But as the bill is written right now, it is a very radical bill. I believe it is a barbaric bill. I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides and Representative Beasley, you are in the queue with Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, my remarks are going to be extremely short, and it really is, I see he's left, but our colleague from the Fort Collins area, I appreciated his statement, and I know how difficult it was for him to get up and say this. He said it was something he had not shared outside of his family with what happened to his third child. And I just wanted to clarify something the way I'm reading the bill in moving forward, because subsequent speakers had said that had nothing to do with this bill. But as reproductive health care is defined in the bill, this bill is not just about abortion. It's the fundamental rights of an individual to make decisions with respect to reproductive health care. And the child that our colleague was speaking about falls squarely under that definition and the decisions that his wife had to make with respect to that child. So I just wanted to clarify that those kinds of discussions are under this bill and contemplated to be under this bill. That's all.
Thank you. Representative Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know there's a lot of questions that folks ask, especially those who are pro-choice, asking when will this debate go away? Why was it not settled back in 1973, and why is that even at jeopardy now? Well, it's not going away because we have not found wisdom in this decision in the first place. And that's where I want to end up eventually, in where the words that I'm going to share right now. As I described earlier, my earlier address this morning, there are two sides to this issue. There are a conflict of rights. Now, I've shared with you before, and some have seen it frequently, that in my office I have 5 questions that I ask of every bill, and one of those questions is, how would wisdom prioritize a conflict of rights? This is a classic. This is the most classic. In fact, it's the example that I used when writing that one consideration. If you recall, our Declaration describes that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among those are liberty. Does not the pregnant person have the liberty to decide whether she wishes to continue to be pregnant? I don't know of anyone who would assert that would say that's the goal, is to remove the right or to determine for that person whether or not she must be pregnant, must continue, must carry to term. I don't know of anyone who has a goal like that. And I think that we need to consider that deeply. Someone is in whatever position they're in, and they wish to no longer be pregnant when they are. Is that not a right that needs to be considered, a right to liberty? Perhaps it is, and in fact, I would argue that it is. But that right is in conflict with the right to another person's life. That's what we're faced with. That's what makes this so tough. It was not resolved well in 1973 with the Roe versus Wade decision, so it continues. We are called to wisdom to try to address this clash of these two unalienable rights. Now, 1279, this bill only considers one liberty. It only considers the right to choose. It only considers that liberty. Hey, give us that liberty. Now, it was described multiple times here that 1279 does not add new rights, but rather it is in preparation for the potential dismissal of Roe versus Wade, which could happen. Well, I want to quote, well, I don't have this exact quote, I just recall reading this in his book, The Tempting of America. But Judge Robert Bork said something like, Roe versus Wade is 52 pages of lengthy justification. And America deserves that lengthy justification because there's not one thought of jurisprudence in the entire opinion. It is not a good opinion. It was a sloppy opinion, and if you look at what they did in their consideration, they actually called in the question, when does life begin? They had scientists come and give presentations, give the current day understanding in 1972 and 1973, because it took them both years, by the way, to resolve and arrive at their opinion. And that's how they came up with this trimester concept. 1279 takes us beyond what the opinion says. I'm going to read some parts of the Roe versus Wade opinion. I have the entire opinion up on my screen here, but just the core of it says that state criminal law abortion laws like those involved here that accept from criminality only a life-saving procedure on the mother's behalf without regard to the stage of her pregnancy and other interests involved violate the due process clause of the 14th Amendment, which protects against state action the right to privacy, including a woman's right to terminate her pregnancy. Though the state cannot override that right, it has legitimate interests in protecting both the pregnant woman's health and the potentiality of human life, each of which interest grows and reaches a compelling point at various stages of the woman's approach to term. For the stage prior to approximately the end of the first trimester, the abortion decision and its effectuation must be left to the medical judgment of the pregnant woman's attending physician. That's that all hands off, no holds barred, no restrictions during that first trimester period, which is what 1279 asserts to do throughout the pregnancy. The next sentence in the Roe versus Wade decision opinion. For the stage subsequent, we're talking the second trimester, for the stage subsequent to approximately the end of the first trimester, the state, in promoting its interest, now remember this, the state has interest in that life, and according to the Supreme Court of 1973, beginning in the second trimester. For the stage subsequent to approximately the end of the first trimester, the state, in promoting its interest in the health of the mother, may, if it chooses, regulate the abortion procedure in ways that are reasonably related to maternal health. And then lastly, for the stage subsequent to viability, third trimester, the state, in promoting its interest in the potentiality of human life, the state is granted interest in the unborn baby, the potentiality of human life. For the stage subsequent to viability, the state, in promoting its interest in the potentiality of human life, may, if it chooses, regulate and even proscribe abortion, except where necessary and appropriate medical judgment for the preservation of the life or health of the mother. So we see the graduation of protections based on the trimester concept after they listened to the science at the time and did not come up with the words that we see in 1279 that egg, embryo, and fetus have no rights. So let's look back at how did we get here in the first place? Well, having unfettered access to abortion solves a problem with someone who wants to not be pregnant anymore, and especially after being in the social position of being too young, being not married, being still in high school, or whatever the condition. How did we get there? Well, a lot of us, including myself, are old enough to remember when just having that engagement outside of marriage in the first place was taboo. But that's where the issue started as we began as a society to stop paying attention to the instruction given us by our Creator. And here's the real problem. That declaration that I mentioned earlier describes our Creator. Now think of where the people were who wrote that declaration in the first place. They were breaking away from Mother England, said we will no longer be part of the crown in our government, but we ought to consider creating a new government in its place. And where did they start? They started with what they called the laws of nature and of nature's God. And after that statement, they go on to the famous words that we all have memorized, saying that our Creator endowed us all equally, that Creator God endowed us all equally with our rights to our life, our liberty, our pursuit of happiness. And the next phrase says that what our job is in this body. Talks about us, government. Government is instituted to ensure those rights given us by our Creator. The 1973 Supreme Court of the United States made an enormous error in their Roe v. Wade decision because as they were rolling this out and saying, hey, we have some interest beginning in the second trimester and in the third trimester even more interest, but then at the point of birth, now that human, that baby, has rights going forward. What do they do in that decision? They did what is being described, being implied in the 1279 bill. The Supreme Court of the United States in 1973 in the Roe v. Wade decision endowed humans with their right to life, beginning with birth. It's not their position to do. They are government employees as we are, and their job is not to endow nor to remove the rights of any human, but to ensure the rights given by the Creator. That's our founding document. That's our role now, too. We're no greater than the Supreme Court, who says life begins at birth. They did not have that right. They did not have that role. They are not God. They are not the Creator. They're government. We are government. Our job is to ensure the rights endowed by the Creator. So let's face that directly. I have a challenge for all of you, and I have it here in the form of an amendment. I submit this amendment, and I ask that it be displayed. So, Mr. Chairman, I move L022 to House Bill 1279. And I ask you to display it, please.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. The amendment is now before us to Amendment L022. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In facing this directly, what I challenge is that we admit to what we're really doing in this bill, which is what was really done in 1973 with the Roe v. Wade decision. I challenge that we do these words: the state of Colorado endows humankind with the right to life beginning at the moment of birth. That's my amendment. Let's admit that what we're doing is we are putting ourselves in the role of the Creator and saying, here's when life begins. It does not begin when an egg, when an embryo, when a fetus. It begins at the moment of birth. So we therefore will displace the Creator in this action by voting for this bill as modified, as amended, to say that we, the government, the state of Colorado, hereby endow humankind with their right to life beginning at the moment of birth.
Further discussion on Amendment L022. Yes, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where do I go with this one? I think if this is what you believe, this is something that needs to be, we shouldn't be shy about putting it in statute. It's something that I'm not a believer on, but because obviously I'm pro-life. But if this is how you feel, you shouldn't shy away from it. You should put it in statute. So I think this is something that the majority here can get their arms around and showcase to Colorado. So thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L022. Yes, Representative Hotorf.
Well, my good colleague from Teller County has brought forth something I believe we can agree upon in such a difficult and divisive, challenging discussion. Life has to begin somewhere. We may argue different points in time when life begins, but just so I get it, so my folks back in Elba, Colorado get it, I'm going to read it again just so I get it, Mr. Chair. The state of Colorado endows humankind with the right to life beginning at the moment of birth. Boy, for all of us that have had a family, have watched the miracle of birth, have seen that little bundling joy come into the world, we should be able to agree on this. I wonder if the bill sponsors will be challenged in supporting this amendment. Well, Colorado, I think we're about ready to find out.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L022? Seeing none, the question. Division has been called. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote.
Representative Baseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also encourage a no vote against this amendment. State of Colorado does not have the right to endow anyone with the right to life at any point. That is up to the Creator. But I'm posing the question because that's the question that is implied in this bill. Let's be clear one way or the other. But I urge a no vote, especially to anyone who believes that there's a God in heaven.
The question is the adoption of Amendment L022. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L022, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Okay, the amendment fails. Back to the bill. Representative Baseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, fellow members. That was the right decision. But thank you for thinking it through with me for a moment. Because going back to this bill, 1279, it says that the human...
Hold on just a minute, Representative Baseley. Members, we're still on the bill on House Bill 1279, so please take your conversations off to the side and pay attention to the well. Representative Baseley, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Creator is the only one who has that right. So in 1279, when it says that there are no rights endowed to, and I know that's not the words used, but that's how we should interpret it. There are no rights endowed to the egg, the fetus, the embryo. That's what's implied. That we as a state, if we vote yes on 1279, we are doing what my amendment was clarifying. We are saying that we as a state endow humankind with their right to life beginning at the moment of birth. That's the sort of thing that a majority does in a pure democracy. It is not the proper law for a republic where the majority rules but respects the rights of the minority, in this case, the rights of the unborn. When does life begin? It's not our business. It's our business to ensure the right to life endowed to everyone by the Creator, and only the Creator gets to decide when life begins. We do not. So we do not have the authority, as implied in 1279, to deny the right of the unborn, to deny the right of the unborn all the way up to the point of birth. That's not our right. It's not our role. We are government. We are to ensure the rights already endowed by God Himself. Let's not raise ourselves up to the level of God and suppose that we can do such a thing. Let's keep our place and ensure the rights of the unborn. Let's vote no on 1279 because everybody deserves a birthday. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Mobley and Representative Sanders, I see you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm here today. I'm not a clergy person. I think you all know that. I'm not a lawyer, and that's abundantly obvious. But I am a person who was a teenager when abortion was illegal all over our country. And I have a parent, my mother was kind of a free spirit, and my parents were divorced. When they first got married, my oldest sister was born about 3 months later. So they said she was just early, but when we got older, we realized, there was a reason they got married in a very short order and then had a baby right away. And there are 5 of us, and at some point my parents got divorced, and we moved to Colorado, me and my mom and a couple of my siblings. And I was in high school, and Roe v. Wade got passed, and my mother got pregnant. And she really wasn't in a good place to have another baby. And she was able to come to Boulder and get a safe and legal abortion. And that's what she did. And that was her right. It was her body. It was her choice. And it, of course, would have completely altered all of our futures if she hadn't have been able to make that choice. And when she was younger, she didn't have the ability to make that choice. And that led to, it led to us being here, but it may not have been what she wanted for her life. And she did a great job of, meeting the moment. But I think we should all be really worried about our daughters in a world where abortion is no longer safe and legal, because a lot of people were harmed by having to have either an illegal abortion in a different country or in a backdoor clinic without a real doctor. And a lot of people were harmed by being forced into a relationship that they didn't want. So I really encourage us to think about this sort of in a practical way. Like this, actually, we are staring down the end of a woman's right to choose. And that isn't going to be a good place for us and for our children. So I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my first time up today, and obviously I'm going to just be really broad this time around. I didn't know when I got elected the first time if I'd ever have this conversation on the House floor. I associate with abortion. I always thought if I did, I'd be angry, yelling. But today I'm just sad. I'm sad because because we're having this conversation. I'm sad because I have a lot of respect for everybody in this room. I just can't imagine looking at my daughter and thinking when she was in the womb, she was maybe a clump of cells or not a baby. It makes me, I go back to when you're around pregnant women and they say, my baby kicked. And I want everybody in this room who's had children, and say, when your baby, because I've never experienced this, when your baby kicked, did you say my baby kicked? Or did you say my clump of cells kicked? So that kind of concerns me. I think we all know that what we're doing here. We all know what life is. And we all know that how the words reproductive health is really being used right now. And when I see this trend of the words reproductive health to cleanse killing a baby, it's something that we've seen before. I mean, if you look at the history of abortion, you'll see words that cleanse and act. I mean, gosh, in war, you hear ethnic cleansing to describe mass murder. But the United States, you know, I'm patriotic. I love this country. But we have in history, just like every other country, we've used words of cleansing, like reproductive health. Remember when there were words to justify slavery and concentration camps for Japanese people? There were words to cleanse it and justify it. But then our country matured and wised up. The reproductive health and the definition, I don't know if you look up health, but I don't think that involves killing a child. Does killing killing associated with health? That's a cleansing word to justify killing. So I ask, we all know that often abortion is associated with convenience. I mean, we just heard an example of convenience. It wasn't really my time to have a child. So we're going to kill the baby out of convenience. Even though I knew how a child was made, really didn't want a child, so I'm going to kill the child out of convenience. I don't really want to experience the ramifications of my actions, so I'm going to kill the baby. I already have too many kids. Got a job. Healthcare is expensive. Just not convenient. We all know it's not reproductive health when you kill a child because it's not convenient to your lifestyle. But as Americans, we often just justify it. And we all know there is a lot of people who are in favor of abortion. Because if you can kill your child and cleanse it as health, you can sleep at night. And we all hear, follow the science. When you feel pain, in just a few weeks after conception, that human brain has more information than an encyclopedia. When you take in oxygen, when blood is going through your veins, but you kill the child to say it's healthy? Let's just be real about what's going on. To say, and this is something I know because the people in this body are smart. But I'm curious, and I would really like to know, and this is a legitimate question, how do you justify a third-term baby and say it's not real? Then kill the baby. What do you have to tell yourself in the mirror? It really is, I just don't understand, and that's why I have questions. And hopefully we can have that discussion, because I want to learn of how you justify that. And I want to learn. I sit back and wonder, what if you were in the womb and your parent thought you were inconvenient? Can you imagine? Can you imagine going through this procedure and getting your skull crushed because your parent thought you were inconvenient? Having body parts ripped out and sucked out because you're an inconvenience. That's not health. We all know we're not talking about health. And what saddens me is I don't know anybody in this body that is against health. I don't know anybody in this body that's against child welfare. But we're having this conversation. And it saddens me how we've allowed these cleansing words to make it okay for our constituents to do things like this. We all know this is going to pass. We all know a lot of Coloradoans want this. But we've made it as a society easy to kill our kids. If you look at our current lack of laws, lack of structures, lack of guidelines, lack of guardrails, you know, dictators look at our country and go, what the hell are they doing? That's our laws. You have, look at North Korea. Now we want to put that lack of structure in statute? What I just hope for, and I'm not going to stand up here and talk all day, I just want to learn and understand. But I still go back to my own daughter. And there's nothing you could say while she was in the womb, taking oxygen, blood going through her veins, feeling pain, kicking, that it's okay to kill her. I just don't understand. So hopefully, I'm going to be all ears today because I'm willing to learn. Maybe I'll be enlightened why it's okay to kill your baby. But hopefully we can stay away from these red herrings that are fractions of 1% associated with the mother actually dying if she doesn't have an abortion. We all know that's not what this is about. Let's talk about the 99.9% of the ones that aren't that. So hopefully we can stay on task, and I'm willing to learn, and I'm willing to listen to understand this choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I could share a little enlightenment on this issue. First of all, I wanted to get back to the definition of abortion. I don't remember exactly who commented that if you have a dead fetus in your uterus and that dead fetus is removed, that is not an abortion. The definition of abortion is the termination of a pregnancy. So even if you're carrying a dead fetus in your uterus, you are still pregnant. To terminate that pregnancy, you could have an abortion. It could be a spontaneous abortion or it could be a medically assisted abortion. And so it's important that we use our definitions correctly and that we understand what we're talking about. There are women that do have a dead fetus in their uterus, and these women can suffer greatly physically and emotionally. They can suffer severe blood loss or infection, potential death if an abortion is not performed. Women, pregnant people, can also receive a fatal fetal diagnosis anywhere between 18 weeks, sometimes up to 32 weeks of pregnancy. A couple examples of a fatal fetal diagnosis are anencephaly, which means the fetus has no brain. Bilateral renal agenesis, meaning the fetus has no kidneys. When given a fatal fetal diagnosis, that means your fetus is either already not progressing in utero or may die soon after, within hours or days after birth. Most women who get a fatal fetal diagnosis choose termination of their pregnancy. These women choose to abort. They choose to terminate their pregnancy. As heartbreaking as that is, these women wanted to be pregnant. They wanted to have a healthy baby. But they choose abortion at that point in time so that their grief process can begin and not be agonizingly delayed and to potentially put their own health in danger. Others in that exact same situation may make the choice to continue their pregnancy, even though they have received a fatal fetal diagnosis, knowing, because of our advancement in technology and medicine, knowing that the eventual outcome is a stillborn birth or having to grieve that baby once it's born soon after birth. The key word in this description is choose and choice. Pregnancy is a medical condition. Not every pregnancy always goes right. We must leave medical decisions regarding medical conditions to the patient and their medical team. This bill is about protecting that ability to choose, protecting that ability to have that choice in the privacy of your own family, your own medical team, your own faith providers. That's what we're here defending today.
Thank you. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's exactly what we went through. I understand very well all of those medical conditions because we lived through that. That's not what this bill is about. What we went through was termed a spontaneous abortion, a miscarriage. You can call it a lot of things, but we did not terminate a live pregnancy. We did not kill the child. The child was already dead. That's not what this monstrosity is about. This is an immoral bill and a monstrosity, and it deserves to die.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chair.
Byrd, sorry.
Yes, no worries. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in strong support of this bill, members. I don't often come to the well, but this is one of those bills that, well, it inspires me. This is one of the reasons a person runs for office, if you think like I do. To me, the right to choose and to say what I do with my body and to choose my destiny is liberty. That's not convenience. I've heard people, the opposition, coining a choice as simply something out of convenience. I'm hard-pressed to think about my liberty and my ability to choose my future, my daughter's right to choose an education, to choose that opportunity to pursue her greatest and highest dreams. That's not convenience, that's liberty that every one of us has. And government, we should not have big government regulating what we do with our bodies. It is my body, it's my daughter's body. We get to decide when and whether we will be a parent. That is fundamental to our ability to participate equally as citizens in this society. It's fundamental to our ability to pursue the education that we want, for us to have the careers that we want. That's liberty. It's not convenience. Someone had also mentioned in the debate that people are making this choice because of convenience, or that there should be consequences to our actions. I just want everyone to think about this. When people talk about a pregnancy as a consequence, to me that sounds very negative. And if anybody here is a parent of a child, we love our children so much that we know that every single child deserves to be born to a family who wanted them and who loves them, not born as a punishment. No child deserves that as a result of a consequence. So my wish for every child is that you are born to a family that is ready for you and beckoned you here to be with them, because we love them so much. So before we make judgment and we cast aspersions on other people's motives, and before we cast off women's choices as something that we do just out of convenience or inconvenience, I want you to remember that we are equals in this society, and this is about liberty.
Thank you. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Byrd, thank you. As always, thank you for what I think is an approach that makes me think. I'm going to split this into two, because in some ways my concern is that when we get lost in the words, then we get lost in a challenge of aspersions, and this is what you're saying about somebody else. One of my great disappointments in reading this bill is that it seems to me that it doesn't speak to anything but the termination of a pregnancy or interfering with the termination of a pregnancy. Because I would agree with Representative Byrd that we want every child to be born into a loving home that welcomes that child and is ready for them. And yet we also know that we have thousands of people in our state who are waiting to adopt a child, who are waiting to welcome those children into their home with loving arms, to raise them as their own, because for whatever circumstances they can't, or they feel that that is their mission that they have in this world, is to bring children put up for adoption into their homes. And I would love to have seen support and things in a bill such as this for that. I would love to see a bolstering of our foster system, because my concern is always not that there are the consequences, all of this language that we've heard, but that what we do often is pave a path. And if that path is the path of least resistance, then my great worry is that a decision gets made to pursue the termination of a pregnancy because that has become a path that is paved. And then I worry, where in this bill is the counseling, the emotional health support for individuals who choose that path? Where is the aftercare for the people who are for a life carrying a burden that is so, so heavy? The second piece of this is to communicate what these decisions look like. And you heard from Representative Pico. There are two versions of this story that I tell. I know and love all of you, and so I could easily give you the long version. The long version involves tears and probably a very long coffee or a drink. The short version is that these decisions are never easy. These decisions are the most difficult thing you will ever decide in your life. In 1997, my ex-wife and I had a pregnancy and I went to every doctor's appointment, partly because I'm fascinated with this world and I am fascinated with this creation. And we went in for the ultrasound. The ultrasound tech put the jelly on her belly, and we looked and moved it around, and we looked again, and she kept moving the wand around to see something, and we didn't know what it was. And so finally she said, I can't see a 4-chambered heart. She's like, I should be seeing like a little clover leaf, and I should be able to see that here, and she couldn't. She said, I think we're going to refer you somewhere else. And so with heavy hearts, we left, not knowing what this meant. And we came down to Denver. We came down to Denver to go see a pediatric cardiologist. And I'll never forget that morning. We went into an ultrasound room, and I saw the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I saw a Doppler color echocardiogram of my child. And sure enough, there were only 2 chambers to that heart. And it was a condition called hypoplastic left heart syndrome. And that means hypo, meaning not. I mean, it's smaller than. The left side of the heart just didn't form. So the right side of the heart did. And so the tech there said, this is really, really bad, and she left the room. And I've always thought that was one of the meanest things anybody's ever done to me in my life. So we met with the cardiologist later that day. Said, what does it mean? What's the future for this child? And he said, there's no fix. There's nothing you can do. She's as healthy as a horse because there's this beautiful little patent ductus arteriosus that lets blood mix in her body and keep her just fine. Everything else in her body is progressing. He said, you're faced with 3 things that you might be able to do. He said, number 1, you could get a heart transplant. And a heart transplant for an infant is virtually impossible, and for good reason, and thank God, infant hearts are hard to come by. But they also don't grow with the body, and so you need a heart transplant as an infant, you need a heart transplant as an older child, one as an adolescent, and one as an adult. And that means a lifetime of anti-rejection drugs and everything else. So he said, that's option 1. Option 2 is something called the Norwood procedure, and he said there's a doctor in Ann Arbor, Michigan, who's doing this, but we don't do it here because of the altitude. And he said, we just have not seen success with it. And he said, number 3 is my advice. He said, take her home and let her die. He said, you would not believe the number of sudden infant deaths that have probably come from this undetected. Take her home and let her die, or terminate this pregnancy. I'm a boy. And that means I have an input into this entire process and entire decision, but I did not have to endure the decision that my then wife had to endure of how do I care for this child and progress. And I'll shortcut to the end of this because I think it's important. We decided to uproot our lives and go to Ann Arbor, Michigan for the surgery that could potentially save Celia. And she went into surgery 5 days old. She had an aorta that should have been the size of my pinky and was the size of a paperclip. And so when they resected that and sewed it back to the heart, she didn't get blood to her heart, and she had a massive heart attack and died. But what became incredibly clear to me in that moment was to look back at the decisions we'd been given, to look back at the advice of a person who's still my friend today. Dr. Taves is an amazing doctor. He gave me his best advice of what was best for the outcome of this child. But it was our decision. And truly, when I looked back and I really thought about it, and I talked to my ex-wife about it, and I said, how did we get to Ann Arbor in some ways, in the aftermath of grieving a child? We made the best decisions we could for the best outcome of a child, of our child who had no voice. Who had no voice, who depended on us to make the best decision and help us make the best decision for her. Now, do I think that there's doubt in why I call her her? Nope. The day that I saw that Doppler echo, did I think, well, maybe this is not my child? Nope. It's the humanity and the human side of this equation. And Rep. Byrd, your words, wonderful words. But in law, I don't want to lose the humanity of the voice of that child, of the voice of a child to say, hold on, let's figure this out. That's the short version. I want us to be incredibly careful about the words that we use when we talk about life. And I want to be incredibly careful about how we pave the road to what this looks like that's the best for everyone. The best for everyone.
Thank you. Representative Cutter and Representative Hortorf, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me say, first of all, to Minority Leader McKean, that thank you for sharing that deeply moving story, and I'm very sorry about your loss. And what you said really struck me. You and your then wife and the doctor were able to make a decision together about what the best way to move forward was for you. And I'm very glad that you had that opportunity to make your own decision. So I came up here today to tell you all what I think about abortion. No, not really. I'm not going to tell you what I think about it because it doesn't matter what I think about it. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks about it. It matters what the person making the decision, the pregnant individual, that's the only one that matters. Their decision they make with them and their doctor. The fact is that abortion will never end. It will never end. People with money and means will always be able to find medical care. And those who can't will risk their lives to do what they decide alone that they need to do. Like my mom's friend from East High School who died from a botched abortion in the early 60s. Her family wouldn't have supported her and she was afraid. Did she also deserve a birthday? Her 18th birthday? Her 30th? Her 50th? I care deeply about all life. That is why I choose to support birth control, sex education, and robust reproductive health care before pregnancy, and policies that actually support and protect women and families. This quote from Benedictine nun, Sister Joan Chittister, says everything. I do not believe that just because you are opposed to abortion, that makes you pro-life. In fact, I think in many cases, your morality is deeply lacking if all you want is a child born and not a child fed, a child educated, a child housed. And why would I think that you don't? Because you don't want any tax money to go there. That's not pro-life. That's pro-birth. We need a much broader conversation on what the morality of pro-life is. And I hope that everyone in this chamber arguing against this bill can say with good conscience that their votes, all of their votes, align with real pro-life policies. I urge a yes on this very important legislation.
Thank you. Minority Leader McCain.
Thank you. And Rep. Cutter, thank you for your words. But let's make it clear. It was a choice, but there were three of us. Never doubt that one of the biggest responsibilities we have is to be that voice for our kids. There were three of us there. There was me, there was my ex-wife, and there was our child. That voice had to be expressed. It had to be expressed through the best decision for that child. And that's what I mean when I say let's be careful about the road we pave. Because if that road leads to the death of one of the parties that's interested, then I would suggest that that's probably not with full consideration of what's best for that child. And that to me is the focus when you get right down to it of what exactly it is that you're here to consider. And I would say as well that the choice you describe is there today. I go back to my words earlier today. That choice is there today. It does not need a law. It does not need a law offered to us out of the fear of what might come.
Thank you. Representative Hortorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What a difficult day we will have as we discuss this very difficult subject. As we struggle and wrestle with the definition of life, the definition of choice, with the definitions surrounding this complex subject. I'm going to come at this chamber and all of you from a position of love. Yes, I love everyone in this chamber, and I would give my life for any of you. You just don't know it. Even those that loathe and detest me, you would be surprised what I would do for any of you. I hope to never have to demonstrate that, because that means that someone will be trying to harm you, and I will have to step in the way of that to protect you from harm. But that point is the thesis of what I'm going to speak of. Protecting those that may be harmed from harm. Now we're going to take a little exit here. First, I'm going to speak of the words that we've echoed, but we haven't quite said all of them. Part of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, those inalienable rights that we speak of, endowed by our Creator. Some of us skip the first word, life, and go right to liberty. And then to the pursuit of happiness, defined by those choices we might make to liberate ourselves from inconsequential or consequential events and decisions we may have made in our lives. But the first word is life. We cannot forget that. Now, I would be very pleased if in this bill we talked about reproductive equity. And this is where I want the bill sponsors to listen closely, because this is really important. If we would approach reproductive equity, and we want to talk about equity, from a position of life. If the Reproductive Equity Act was truly equitable, it would consider all the parties in this particular situation. If in the body of this bill we talked about the importance of the life of the mother, the importance of the life of the father, the importance of the life of the child, if we tried to find equitable outcomes to all of those people that are part of this triad, because we all know how it all starts. Two people come together, and then something happens, and you have what is called a baby. And a baby is a baby, born or unborn. It's a baby. It's a really real thing that wants to have a birthday. So we cannot discount the life of the unborn child, nor can we discount the life and the choices that the father and or mother, in most cases the mother, because the mother's alone, oftentimes, in so many cases, or the mother chooses to be alone because of the complications of the relationship. But imagine if we were here talking about the Reproductive Equity Act from a position of considering the options to promote life. We would have a bill that in its codification would say we are going to do everything in our power to have every consideration available. It would be difficult. It would be more than 4 or 5 pages, I promise you. But it would be probably the most progressive, the most impactful, and the most amazing piece of legislation in the history of mankind. I think we could do it. I think we could do it right here. What does that mean? And I'm the father of 5 daughters. Believe me, I could tell you stories all day about this subject. I have lived them 5 different ways. And I might later, if I want to bare my soul, and I know how hard it is for people to come here and bare their souls. And I respect those who share those stories more than you'll ever know, because they're true stories. And there's so many more, hundreds of thousands of those stories. But if we were to approach this particular legislation, and in the body of this legislation, it would say things like, we are going to create conditions within the state of Colorado that allow for that pregnant mother to have every opportunity to analyze their situation, to have every opportunity to analyze and understand the life of the baby within them, to have every opportunity to have the father, the parents, the support structure within a community, our religious faiths to participate in the outcomes. Considering everybody involved. If we would make sure that those mothers had the best medical care that Colorado could muster, and that all options for life were also on the table, equally with the options for, and the counseling required if the decision was made to end the life of the unborn child. Now, I know earlier we talked about God-given rights. I don't think this is a God-given right. I don't think it's a God-given right to take the life of a living, growing human being. But there are instances and conditions where it is necessary, and it is justified. It is argued that conditions of incest and rape should qualify. It is argued that for the health of the mother, or has been talked about earlier, that in a stillborn pregnancy, the life of the child may already may already not be there. There may not be that life. So, and how do we determine if there's life there? Well, we heard an earlier testimony that the beating heart, healthy development, nervous system, and we'll talk more about that later this evening. But all those things come into play. If we had a bill that actually worked in this space, then not only would I smile and many of my colleagues smile, we would be partners with you. Instead of having a collision, right now we have a collision. Nobody in this country has even thought about this. We just continue to collide. We do try in parts and pieces, but not from a holistic approach, where we have a combination of systems that come together to address the matter in a spirit of cooperation and searching for positive outcomes, keeping all parties in consideration. And yes, the mother is very, very important in this, the well-being and mental health of the mother. But I would argue that we should equally consider the well-being and health of that child. A beating heart is detected at approximately 1 month. Where there's a beating heart, there's a high probability of life. It's undeniable. For those of us that are veterans and served in the military, in theaters of war, there's 2 things that you look for when you have a fallen brother or sister. Number 1, breathing, and number 2, a pulse. If you have those 2 things, you have a chance to save your fallen brother or sister. If you don't, life is gone, unless it can be recovered. And yes, there are medical procedures for recovering that we know of. Anybody that's gone through Red Cross Lifesaver training, anybody that's gone through Combat Lifesaver training, anybody that's gone through any type of EMT training, you know that it can happen. I have done it. I have done it and seen it. Thank God for that individual. Now, I'm not going to talk about personal stories because this is a larger issue than ourselves. Imagine if we could refer this back to committee. Imagine if we could actually form a team in this chamber that really had the sincere desire to work together. Imagine if we could create legislation that was not in conflict, but actually addressed some of the tenets and issues that divide us. Imagine if we could, in Colorado, do something that's never been done and be a model for the rest of the United States and maybe the world, that says not only are we going to respect the rights of a woman, but we are equally going to create conditions and systems within our state that are going to allow for the outcome of the child, the outcome of the community, the outcome of those, and I will say this, the outcome of those who want a child but cannot have a child. Avail them to a greater opportunity for that outcome, to give that child a home so they can have many birthdays. Imagine what a world we would live in if we only had the vision to work towards different outcomes, and we're not so myopic in one or another outcome. The swords will continue to clash between the right for life and the right for choice. The battles will be waged on for decades. Regardless of which way the will of the people is determined based on the winds, the political winds that blow, and the sentiment of the population as it changes over time. Something we think we may have control over, but we don't. Imagine if we had better care for the mother that's alone, and she did make a choice to take the baby to term, and that baby did go up for adoption. Imagine if instead of the abortion to regain a woman's freedom and liberty and redefine their personal happiness. Imagine if you could have both. Imagine if you could have both. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you, you can. You can have both with the right systems in place. This bill is not the right system. It's not the right vehicle. It's one-sided. But it could be redone. We could have a better outcome. Imagine if doctors and medical practitioners, faith-based practitioners, families, and the stigma that is in society was changed because of things that we did in this chamber. From a place of love, all of us working in love and trying to share that love, to create a better outcome and experience for everyone. Imagine a young 14 or 15 or 16-year-old daughter of a parent who doesn't have to, or conditions are created so they don't have to fear what their parents will say and do, because there are systems in place to help with that. Imagine if that young person was able to take their baby to full term and not have to live with the ongoing trauma of knowing the horrors of abortion and living with that guilt because of different outcomes. A lifetime. You know, they say that 1 in 4 women have experienced abortion or a failed pregnancy. And that's probably an accurate statistic. And that statistic may never change, or statistically may change by only a small percentile, which I would consider would be maybe 5 points one way or the other. I don't want to get into the statistics of it. This is too much of a human discussion. For those of us that are deeply embedded in our faith, for those of us that are the fathers of daughters, nothing, well, there are many things in our family units that are stressful, but I would tell you that nothing is quite as stressful as your daughter having an unwanted or unexpected pregnancy. And even worse than that, those women find themselves alone. And worse than that, if we don't have the right conditions, if we haven't set up systems, if we haven't talked about how we can help those, other than just defaulting immediately to the abortion clinic or the Planned Parenthood clinic, then what have we done for them? Oftentimes, a young boy will try to tell that young girl, well, we can't do this. We have to go to the clinic. I'll drive you. We can take care of this and nobody needs to know. Been known to happen. But the woman, the young woman involved, the young teenage woman in many cases has to live with that the rest of her life. Not the boy. Yes, he may carry that sentiment, but he doesn't have to live with it. Because the baby is inside the womb of that young woman. She is the one that carries that life and brings that life forth. The male is just in a support role. A lot of times young couples will say, well, we're pregnant. Yay, we're so happy. It's wonderful, it's beautiful. And yes, it is. But really, who's pregnant? Who carries the baby? And it is a baby. And there is life. It is life abundant, a beating heart. But I want to get back to what could be. What could be if we would look beyond the lines that we've drawn in present day? What could be if we walked and looked away from fear and actually said, let's try to have a real discussion about solutions that would take this conversation to a better place in this country? I will tell you, as a father of 5 daughters who has been intimately involved in trying to raise good, honest citizens for society, good, respectful young ladies that contribute in a positive way to their outcomes, always encouraging the best personal choices for them. Sometimes even the best parents in the world cannot stop what is fate. And the unwanted pregnancy is there. But think about not the short term, but the long term. Imagine, if you will, if that young lady did take that baby to term and did have this thing called an open adoption. How many people know about an open adoption? Where that person can interact with that child as their biological mother and or father for the rest of their life in a positive and beautiful way. This bill doesn't consider that, but I would argue it should. I would ask that we take this thing back. We reassess the future of this country and the future of choices, and have a much wider vision than just pro-choice, pro-life, and consider all the elements that we can bring forth in this chamber to bring solutions that protect and consider the rights and mental well-being of all the parties involved. And the parties that are directly involved are a triad of life called a father, a mother, and a baby. I don't care what kind of gender pronouns you want to pick up or what kind of whatever you want to dream up. That is irrefutable. That is a father, a mother, and a baby. And that should be what we are trying to preserve and protect. If we want to have reproductive health equity, then let's talk about that. Because the mess we're talking about right now has nothing to do with health equity. Not when you're talking about not protecting and making it equitable for the baby and just writing the baby off. I'm going to yield to my good colleague over here.
Thank you, Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I want to come down. You know, I grew up in a culture that put women on a pedestal. And that was a culture I grew up with. My grandmothers, both sides of my father and my mother's side, were the matriarchs of the families. And I was brought up to believe that, mothers were the giver of life. And I couldn't tell you how many times my mom told me, hey, I brought you into this world, I can take you out. Meaning I was a little shit, or excuse me, I was being a little, I apologize, I'll pay the fine. Being a little rascal, problem. And, but she used to say that, but I got to tell you, I also have to tell you that, and it's hard for somebody to believe, but my mom said I was a cute baby. And I have to also say, I couldn't express in words, and not that I'm that articulate with words, but I couldn't express how much I love my kids, how much I love my grandkids, and the joy they bring me in life. So everyone deserves a birthday. All life is a precious gift. I grew up that way. I've lived that way. All life is a precious gift. So as I sit here and listen to this, I get to questioning whether this is a health issue or a societal issue. It's starting to appear as a societal issue, not a health issue. And where the desires of one overrides the other, really no one has a right under this bill, and the baby in the womb should have that right. I hear about the right to make private medical decisions, right? We all agree with that, make private medical decisions. However, when that medical decision concerns another individual's right to life, I do see that as a problem. That doesn't play well. I have to tell you, this is, like my fourth year down here. I come in early in a mid-session as a vacancy, but this being my fourth year. But I remember a couple of years ago, right here in this chamber, we were having a huge discussion about the state's death penalty. And this bill, now it looks like we're going to allow doctors who have taken the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm to kill human beings up until they're in the birth canal. Yet Colorado does not condone capital punishment of rapists, murderers, violent offenders, repeat violent offenders. Isn't capital punishment maybe late-term abortion in those situations? This bill bothers me the most, that what really truly bothers me, it enshrines in the law that a fertilized egg, an embryo, or a fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of Colorado. So I think that the bottom line of this bill is that enshrines in the law that that's not the case. And I think that's really problematic. It's really difficult for me to see abortion procedures as health care. And I guess you can talk about it in 10 ways a Sunday, but I don't think you can sugarcoat that. I also support women's rights, but I struggle to accept that one has a right to end another's life, especially if that other life can't defend itself. So I struggle with that as well. And some of this appears to be death by desire. Rep. Soper talked about the wrongful death charges and of fetuses that are in the womb, and injuries to pregnant occupants and automobile accidents, vehicular homicide charges for the death of an unborn fetus. This all ties in. It seems like we defend it on one hand and not on the other. I find that also problematic. I know, back in the early 2000s, I don't know what it is now, I didn't check, but close to 15,000 women obtain abortions in Colorado. Some of the car accidents, part of that was about 10% of that. So 1,500 to above. But, and you know, with all due respect, I agree that, and I think one of my colleagues talked about liberty. I agree with liberty, but liberty doesn't grant a free rein. Morals play into liberty. Morals play into liberty. I preach liberty all the time. I've preached liberty my whole life. I get liberty. I love it. I love this country, everything about it. But there are moral sideboards to liberty. And as we've discussed today, everyone deserves a birthday. I stand by that, and I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, grew up in the same era, same culture as Representative Will. We both grew up in Cheyenne Wells, Colorado, where we deeply respected our grandmothers and our mothers. This bill truly disturbs me. Being a Christian, being on the church board, reading the scripture that I do, we're crossing the line here. Once those parents make that decision and a life is born in that woman, that is an independent life that has no one to speak for it but us. And I think this country and its morals are going down a very dangerous path that we will pay a huge price for eventually. And I just cannot stand by this bill. It troubles me deeply. My wife and I were having a discussion just night before last and about some of the bills that are going on in this country, this bill too. And she broke down and cried right then and there. It just, we hold life at such a high regard that any bill like this that just shakes us at our core is just hard to live with. So I truly ask for everyone to really search their soul, look past their political ideology and think about the innocent child that is in that woman's body and what this bill would do to that. So with that, I truly believe everyone deserves a right to have a birthday.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, I wanted to kind of get into the details about this bill. I know I touched on them earlier, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the inconsistencies that I'm seeing here. But just before I get into that, I want to get back to the context, and I think the heart of the issue here is what we ought to do. What is the right thing to do? What is justice? What is truth in this particular scenario? You heard a few of my colleagues, Representative Will, Representative Pelton, they discussed, that is a human life, right? And if it is a human life, then we ought to be protecting that human life from its inception, from its point at which the egg is fertilized. That is something that is sacred. That is something that we should protect. And that's what we should be deciding here. Again, earlier in my comments, I had referenced that abortion in this bill is akin to murder, is akin to homicide. And for whatever reason, this law, or this bill, is preparing to make an exception to homicide. I think Representative Will said it best. It's death by desire. I thought that was a really good way to couch it, and I appreciate his comments. That's something we should avoid, and not only avoid, but also prohibit. But one of the things that I want to bring us back to is the title of this bill. If you look on page 1, it says, concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference. There's a few things that I would point out here. A person. Who is a person? That takes us to the definition section. We're not even defining what or who a person is and what attributes that we would put into the law. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 starts on page 4. It talks about every individual has a fundamental right to make decisions about that individual's reproductive health care, including the fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. My question is, are we capturing every single person within this equation, right? We talk about individual. We would, I think, we're all operating under the assumption that that individual is male or female who's already been born, but are we discussing what about the individual that's inside the womb? Because that is life right there. So there's a bit of a contradiction within that part of it. And then we talk about the part in the title where it says free from government interference. But what I found interesting about all of this was that starting on page 5, line 27, and then continuing the last page, there's a severability clause. The reason that stuck out to me was because if we're talking about these individuals being able to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference, then why is there a severability clause in here? Because it kind of doesn't make sense, right? And I suspect it's in here because there is a concern that a court of law could step in and otherwise interfere with the application of this law should it pass. So that's a bit of a contradictory statement. But one of the things that I thought was troubling and I think is going unanswered right now, or at least not addressed, is when we talk about, starting on page 5 at line 6, where we talk about prohibited actions. And I'll read it to everyone just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. It says, public entity, prohibited actions. A public entity shall not deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception or to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion in the regulation or provision of benefits, facilities, services, or information, or deprive through prosecution, punishment, or other means an individual of the individual's right to act or refrain from acting during the individual's own pregnancy based on the potential actual or perceived impact of the pregnancy, the pregnancy's outcome, or the pregnant individual's health. What's particularly, I think, important about this section, and I believe Representative Carver had pointed this out earlier in her opening remarks, was that phrase, other means. You know, it's not really defined, it's overly broad. What are we specifically talking about with this instance? And I want to tie this back to what I believe Representative Neville was trying to accomplish with an earlier amendment that he put forward surrounding parental notification. I understand that the bill sponsors have already addressed this issue of parental notification and that this bill having no impact on parental notification, but I simply don't read it that way. What I read here is that any public entity cannot interfere. That's the intent of the title. That's the intent of the provision that I just wrote. And you have an overly broad phrase here, or other means. And so what I see is a potential conflict in statute. You have this provision that is being put forth, and should it go on to pass, it will be codified into our state statutes. But then you also have the parental notification aspect too. What happens when two laws are in conflict? I'll tell you what happens. Lawyers like to do what they do best, litigate. They're going to take this issue to court. That is why it's important that we have a parental notification aspect in this bill at the very least. If the intent is to not interfere with parental notification laws that are currently on the books, then let's go ahead and put it in here. Let's make it official so as to not create that conflict that I believe is going to happen should this bill go on to pass. If we don't do that, then I think we all know what's going to happen. There's going to be some sort of party that is going to retain an attorney, and they're going to engage in litigation to try and have that conflict settled in court. It is our responsibility to make sure that we don't have those conflicts, especially when we're hearing from the proponents of this bill that that's not the intent. We're trying not to hinder the current parental notification laws we have in the books. Okay, fine, let's put that into the law right now. Members, there are others who are in the queue here, but I will commit to you this, that I'm not going to drop the parental notification issue that I see needs to be addressed in here. So at a later time, I'll be bringing forward hopefully some sort of solutions that will address this issue. And if in fact there is a desire to make sure that we're not interfering with those provisions, then I would ask that we address those, support it, and at least take that off the table. But right now, as the bill is currently written, it does attack those parental notification laws, and that's wrong and it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spent 14 hours listening to all sorts of testimony on this bill, along with the other members of the Health and Insurance Committee. As my colleague from Adams County explained, some of it was eloquent, some of it was plain disturbing. That's not what I have in my written remarks. I'd like to start off by talking about when I was first elected. There aren't many of us in this chamber who were there then. There's a few on both sides of the aisle, but not a lot. But we had a member of my caucus that, you know, many of us, and some of us, even those who weren't here, might know who I'm referring to. But she was kind of, maybe thought of it herself this way, but like our den mother. And she took me aside to impart some wisdom. It was actually some pretty good advice, and I'll never, ever forget it. She told me that every vote I take should be guided by the 3 C's: my conscience, my constituents, and my caucus, in that order. That the more contentious a bill is, the more your vote should be guided by those 3 things. And I think we can all agree in this room that this bill is really contentious. Earlier at the beginning of our debate this morning, there were comments made here at the well that support for this bill is for purely ideological reasons. And I can't speak for anyone but myself, but I support House Bill 1279 because in my heart and with a clear conscience, I believe that a yes vote is the right thing to do. What may come as a surprise to some in this chamber today is that one can personally oppose abortion and never make that choice for themselves. And yet that same person can also support and fight for that choice for someone else to make. I firmly believe there is no greater liberty than having control of your own body. So my conscience is clear in support for House Bill 1279. We have also heard from the electorate here in Colorado, not just once, but in the last 14 years, we have had 3 ballot initiatives to declare that personhood for a fetus, which would effectively abolish abortion. What's really interesting about the vote on all 3 of those ballot initiatives is that all 3 came back with the same proportion of votes against. 70% of voting Coloradans did not want personhood. They were pretty loud and clear about that. If it was once, then maybe I could understand, but 3 times, 70% said no. I'd also remind all of you that in 2020, Proposition 115 was on the ballot. Proposition 115, for if you don't remember, was a ban on abortion over 22 weeks. This initiative also lost. 60% of Coloradans said no to Proposition 115. Every precinct in my district said no to Proposition 115. And while my precinct is largely Democratic, my district is largely Democratic, my precinct is the most conservative in Denver, probably more akin to districts outside of my own. Trump won in my precinct over Biden. My own opponent beat me in my own precinct. And Prop 115 lost by 55% in Precinct 132. Feel free to look it up. I take those votes as a clear direction from our constituents who have said at the ballot that they believe that Coloradans want access to abortion. And finally, to that third consideration, my caucus, I'm sure it's clear that most of my caucus supports access to abortion and this bill. We all arrive at this belief for our own reasons, but it is a value that my caucus shares. Those in opposition to abortion are clear. Their goal is to outlaw abortion. House Bill 1079 concerning abolishing abortion in Colorado, by its very title, sought to outlaw abortion. But outlawing abortion will not make it go away. Safe access will still be there for those that can afford it. And for those that can't, they will still find a way to an abortion, and most likely it won't be safe. And very likely, having nowhere else to go but to an unsafe place, it will very likely be dangerous and possibly deadly. And that has been illustrated time and time again, and was just illustrated by our own colleague from Jefferson County when she told the story about her mother's friend from high school. The hostile environment to abortion has other consequences, and not just lack of access to abortion care. The same clinics that provide abortions also provide access to other healthcare services like prenatal care, reproductive cancer screenings, and contraception, that thing that prevents unintended pregnancies. Let me be clear. Abolishing abortion not only erases access to abortion, but also closes clinics that provide access to those vital services. And this lack of services will hit patients in our rural areas first and hardest. The hostile environment created by politicians across our country is the very reason why House Bill 1279 is so important. This is about protecting the rights of bodily autonomy, because my body, the bodies of our daughters, belong to us and not the government.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, I'm a no on this bill, ladies and gentlemen. It's inhumane. This is not showing compassion for human life. I don't understand why a human that doesn't have a voice yet, why don't they have a value? Is there no value on that baby, on that human, that they can't speak yet, so they don't have a value? They're not valuable to us? Don't understand that. I don't understand, with all due respect, it's her body or it's my body. I'm not a doctor or lawyer, as one of my colleagues said earlier, but I don't understand that. To me, that's a living body. It's a separate body. So why is a civilized society, it's a separate human being within the woman's womb? I understand that, but to me, that's a separate individual. And why as a society are we not talking about abstinence education? We do have grant programs. Are they working? Do they need more funding? Do we need to look into that more? Why aren't we looking for ways to promote adoption? Why are we not considering funding for these topics? To health departments and school districts, there's really no fix to stop all unwanted pregnancies. We know that. But I think we can, again, be humane and look at ways to prevent. We've talked a lot about liberty, and I simply don't understand why these babies don't have an opportunity for liberty. Again, why is their value so diminished? I urge a no vote. I know I'm not going to get that from many, but I just think this is a horrendous bill, and I really wonder how you would like it if a bunch of people vote on whether you live or die. Everyone deserves a birthday.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a quote from Mother Teresa: "The greatest destroyer of peace is abortion, because if a mother can kill her own child, what is left for me to kill you and you to kill me? There is nothing in between." I was looking at this title to the bill, and it was talking about making reproductive health care decisions free from the government. And I said earlier, okay, if it's free from the government, we're the government, and we're standing here talking about this, and we're about to make some decisions. But I have some stories from some women that had an abortion. And this one is, my boyfriend and I were in our first year of college. We had been dating for a year, but had known each other for 3 years. When we found out I was 3 months pregnant, we were very joyful and excited about the arrival of our baby. But feelings changed once we told our families. They believed it was too soon for us because we were just starting out our adult lives. They suggested abortion, and we went along with it. Now I feel guilty and ashamed of the thought that I killed an innocent life because my family believed the time was not right. Another story is, now that it has been almost a year since my abortion, I cannot really do anything but think about what I did to my child. I was dating an amazing guy. I was his first and he was my first. We had it in our minds that we would always be together. But that all changed when I found out I was pregnant. I wanted to keep the baby, but he made me choose. He said that I, quote, "It is either me or that." I wanted to be with him so bad that I made my appointment at the clinic for 2 weeks from that day. I thought no one would find out about it, but he told his best friend, who told another person, who told another person. Eventually it got around to everyone. And I was chastised for it every day of my life until this day. I wake up at night and I think I hear a baby crying. But then I realize it is only in my head, and I lie back down and cry myself back to sleep. Girls and guys, abortion is permanent. It is a horrible thing to have to go through, and it is not the only way out. Every day I cried thinking about my baby. I just want to tell anyone who is thinking of an abortion, please, please make sure it is the right thing to do, because there is no turning back after you wake up from surgery. You know, when we talk about health care decisions, there's nothing in this bill about how we take care of these people once an abortion has happened. There's nothing in this bill that even cares about them once they've made that decision. I think that is so sad. This bill represents extreme, unnecessary, poorly drafted policy that will lead to a litany of litigation while perpetuating the taking of innocent life without changing a thing today related to current access to abortion in Colorado. I don't know what else to do but ask you to please vote no.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's funny that we've brought amendments, but we've heard that this bill's about decisions and not access. But then we've heard a lot of talk about access to abortion from the majority party. So it does make me wonder about the intent of the bill and how that's going to affect other statutes. And I think that's one of the reasons why I consider this bill extreme and radical. Another one is what we heard in committee from testimony from both opposing and supportive witnesses. So let me tell you what we heard a little bit in committee from one supporting witness. They support this bill because they were here to advocate for the rights of their patients. And so I asked that person, when you have a pregnant mother come in, who is the patient? Without questioning, she gave the story about how you have the mother, but of course you have a passenger, and they're both patients. So there is two lives in this discussion. And under this bill, we're talking about no governmental interference regardless of the gestational age of the baby. It's on Representative Holtorf's desk too, but we have, if you want to take a look at it, we do have some displays of what that actually looks like. We'll move it around the chamber, but if people want to see, they can see it over there. We had people describe the procedures for an abortion for a 22-week-old baby. This baby is literally injected with a poison called digoxin. They say that the baby usually starts kicking and squirming because at that point, the baby can clearly feel pain. There's consensus with science. Some say it's 12, some say it's 18, 22 weeks. But after 22 weeks, they can clearly feel the pain. And that is not a painless process. The baby kicks and then eventually they hope it dies. Another way to immediately kill it is to cut off the umbilical cord. So you essentially starve the baby of nutrients, which is also not a painless way to die. And that's in hopes that that actually does kill off the heartbeat and kill off the baby. Sometimes it doesn't. After that, the procedure is to literally take in Sofer clamps and grab the first thing they can, it's usually typically an arm or a leg, and rip it out. And continue that process. Some doctors came and testified that they had done this and they saw the baby kick when they started this process. Baby at that point that can recognize its mother's voice, feel pain. And you know, we don't like to discuss hard things like this, and this is a tough topic to talk about, but I'll tell you one of the most difficult times in my life as a father was recently when my 10-year-old daughter said, "Daddy, what's abortion?" You got to understand that this is probably the most lively of all of my children. She is spunky, bright. You know, her name's Hannah, but we call her Hanergy because she has so much energy and she's always dancing around and filled with joy and love. And when she asked me that, I brought my wife in the conversation and we tried to explain to her what it was in the least graphic terms we could possibly do. And I will tell you, I've never seen, you know, we learn a lot from our children. We learn a lot from them. And there's something to say about seeing the world through a 10-year-old's eyes. Sometimes it's naive, but I think a lot of times a 10-year-old can give you that objective truth that you need to see. And when she found out what it was, the energy in her life just dissipated. I've never seen her just be so immediately sad over something. Her head dropped, eyes pouty. She was in such a funk over this that I ended up having to take her to Alternatives Pregnancy Center and show her, no, look, there's some people doing some good in this too, and they help mothers that, you know, may be pregnant and facing a tough, difficult situation, but they help them through it. They help with adoption agencies. But I do think there is something to say about that, of actually, even when you're trying to explain what abortion is in the most non-graphic, easiest way possible you can, that 10-year-old clearly knows that it's wrong and can see that objective truth. And I think that, you know, we've heard the voices of the people, but when you actually do the polling on some of this stuff, regardless of where I think life begins at conception, the vast majority of Coloradans see this as barbaric. And I truly believe that history will prove that position correctly. And so this bill is more than just about access or a decision. It's truly about humanity and where we stand as humans. And, you know, I think sometimes you can see humanity through clearer eyes through a 10-year-old.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'm having a little bit of a difficulty trying to understand the rationale for not wanting to ensure that the Colorado Parental Notification Act is in fact taken care of. And one thing that I didn't really understand also is that we do have on page 4 a set of definitions in the bill. 1 is abortion, 2 is pregnancy, 3 is public entity, and 4 is reproductive health care. But what we do not define in here is government interference. So that, Madam Chair, I move L050 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has properly been displayed. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the title, this is on line 103, it says government interference, but that is not necessarily defined. And if you look on page 5, where we start to talk about prohibited actions on line 8, we see that word interfere. Again, I think there are too many loose terms here that aren't really well defined. And what I wanted to do was at least try to get a little bit better handle on this issue of government interference and or to interfere. And I went ahead and defined it in the negative, meaning that the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act would not be included in that definition of government interference. I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I want to thank my colleague from Colorado Springs for providing the amendment. You know, we tried this before, and it seemed that it was being ruled as it didn't appropriately fit under the title. I feel like anytime that you're talking about medical procedures, access to medical procedures, psychological help, any of those types of things, the role of the parent is absolutely necessary. Now, not all families operate the same. Of course, I concede that. But certainly, I know within my family, many, if not all of the families that I know, decisions, especially difficult decisions, are best made with mom and dad, however that family operates. Maybe it's grandma, maybe it's grandpa, whatever that is. And I think if we don't solidify in statute, in 1279, the role of the parent, or the fact that the parent at least can be informed to try and come alongside their child and provide guidance, provide information, talk about the very things that we heard Representative Neville talk about. You know, making sure that a child understands what is an abortion. Well, if there are other options other than abortion, what are those other options? There's, you know, places like Life Network in Colorado Springs, for instance. You know, this is the role of the parent. And I would argue that 1279 as currently drafted does not give that latitude. In fact, I would argue it actually takes that latitude away. And so something like this, and this amendment, I think it's L050, would make sure that that's there. You know, kids have it's a very different world from the world I grew up in. And I'm 43, I'll date myself. But there's so much information out there. There's so many discussions, everything is polarized. The role of the parent now, not that it's ever been less than what it is now, but is certainly needed. And we saw that with COVID. I think L050 does a very good job at ensuring that there is a role for parents when it comes to this. And informing a parent doesn't take away, it only adds to. And so I rise in support of L050, and I am absolutely opposed to 1279. But I think that the role of the parent is one that needs to be respected. And without an amendment such as this, I think that we risk litigation, which has been talked about. I think we risk providing guidance to children. I think we risk a lot. And so I am in absolute support of L050.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in support of this amendment. Just for support, if a young person has a surgical procedure, something that could be so psychologically devastating could maybe impact her religious beliefs as well. I think that the parent needs to be there for guidance and support. I mean, we in this chamber, we support the parents a lot, parental control over their kids. And I think we all understand how when dramatic things happen in their life, or they're deciding on massive decisions, that the parent needs to be there to help guide. And we're not talking about the small cases or the rare cases where the parents are abusive. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the majority of cases, the clear majority of cases, where a parent should help guide, help comfort, help make a decision. I know, heaven forbid, if my daughter went down this path, I'd want to know. I'd want to guide her. I'd want to help educate. I'd want to help her understand the ramifications that could be lifelong with these certain decisions. And if you look at I think we should all take this personal. If we look at our own kids, wouldn't we want to guide our own kids in something that could be so drastic, something that they could possibly regret afterwards? I mean, who knows what their psychological effect would be after this major procedure? So I think this is definitely a smart amendment. I'm obviously not in favor of the bill, but I think this would be an amendment that would be great to add. Thank you.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to show my support for this amendment. Seems like there's a lot of bills in this chamber, in this whole Capitol, that is trying to erode parental notification, parental rights. With this amendment, it still makes it to where I can't support the bill, but it makes this bill better because the parents need to be involved. This is a very major, not really operation, but very major incident that they will be going through that the parents need to be involved. They need to be there from the start. So I'm in full support of this amendment.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment. First of all, this is I always mess up the word. This is not needed. Superfluous, I think that's the right word. Not an attorney. This is not needed. Once again, this bill has nothing to do with the current statute that will still exist on the Colorado Parental Notification Act. Also, this amendment is inappropriate because the Parent Notification Act is about parental interference, not government interference. So it actually doesn't make sense for this amendment to move forward. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what you'll see in these amendments, and this will be one of many, is that my colleagues and I are standing for the parents of Colorado. We want your parental rights to be protected, and we want Colorado parents to know that there will be no question that what currently is in statute will be honored and protected. Now, one can argue that this is not relevant, but how many times have we seen legislation come through this chamber, through this body, make it out of the Gold Dome, and then be legally challenged in state court and be overturned? So, what you see in this amendment is my colleagues and I standing up for the parents of Colorado and your parental rights under that Parental Right Act. Let's be clear. If we want to remove the doubt, then accept the amendment because it removes the doubt. Or if you don't like the language, then negotiate with us on what the proper language should be and put Colorado parents and Colorado parental rights in front and first and foremost as rights that should be protected. That's an important distinction. The rights of a 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old girl that's confused, perhaps misinformed, perhaps misguided, perhaps lied to, perhaps immature and naive and does not know the decision that she is getting forced into. Under the language of reproductive health equity, which I question even the word health in there with respect to my perspective of the child that deserves a birthday. Everyone deserves a birthday. Colorado.
Representative Holtorf, we're on the amendment. Please speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just thinking about my birthday coming up. So, right here, once again, my colleagues and I come standing before Colorado and before all of you in this chamber, standing up for the rights of the parents. Who's looking out for your rights, Colorado parents?
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, we can say that the Parental Notification Act is parental interference, not governmental interference. But the fact of the matter is, that is books on the law from the state government. Those books on the law also state that the required by the government is in advance of 48 hours of a procedure being performed on a minor, that the notification must be sent to the parents. So there is what could be, with the broad language under this bill, governmental interference. It would essentially, this bill would strike down that law, the parental notification law, once that's adjudicated in the courts. Now here, let me tell you why this is compelling, not only from a standpoint of parents' rights and just parents being notified, but this is also a big reason that actually can prevent human trafficking from doing and abusing our children. If they can abuse our children and be sent into a clinic to obtain one or multiple abortions, and the parents are never notified, that allows the abuse to continue going on and not even allow the parents the ability to ask, what's happening? What's going on? Why is this happening? So I have deep, deep concerns about the bill and the way it's worded in the broad language if we don't explicitly make clear that parental notification will be maintained intact. And I think that's what this amendment does, and I urge a very, very favorable yes vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I stand in support of this. This is a common sense amendment that adds clarification and also gives somewhat of an olive branch too. In this amendment, it intrigues me, and I think the opposition intrigues me too. How many of our voters would like to come up and say, I do not want to be informed of a major surgery on my child? Just don't tell me. I don't want to know. How many do you think of our voters, I mean, it's kind of outlandish what I'm saying. How many do you think of our voters say, I do not want to be notified of a medical procedure? Please don't tell me. So it just, I mean, this is, like I said, this is common sense. It'll put at ease some of the opposition, and I think it'll just tell all of our voters, doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, hey, we respect your authority over your child. We expect the right for you to know. Pretty clear, so I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our RIA will not impact Colorado's parental notification statute for minors seeking abortion care. States that have notification or consent requirements are legally required to have some sort of system to bypass notification or consent. This system is not impacted by RIA because access to an abortion and the ability to choose an abortion are two different matters. Parental notification is a barrier to access, but not a barrier to choice, because even if a parent is notified of their child's choice to pursue an abortion in Colorado, they legally cannot prevent the abortion from happening. Once more for the back, I urge a no vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a public entity includes the state. I'm just reading here from the bill. Shall not interfere with an abortion, an individual's right to an abortion, in the regulation of information. That's what Section 404 says. And then Section 405 says that this Part 4 applies to all state laws. All state laws. So, in essence, parental notification is a state law regulating information as relates to abortion. It is a state law, and one could argue that it interferes with an abortion insofar as looking at the data that says that many girls who were planning to pursue an abortion once their parents were notified no longer pursued that abortion. So there is interference there. So I really would like to have a more robust conversation about what is meant by a public entity shall not interfere with this right that's being created in the regulation of all of these different things, and that applies to all state laws. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, just briefly, I wanted to respond to this choice versus access distinction that's trying to be made. And while I do appreciate the distinction, I think they both go hand in hand. If you affect the choice, you certainly affect access. And if you affect access, you're most definitely impacting one's choice. And so they can't easily be separated here. And while I appreciate, the assurances that were being granted by the bill sponsors, I do know that this is creating a potential conflict in state law, which will, I believe, create a conflict that's going to be adjudicated in our court system, one that's unnecessary. And this is what I truly don't understand. If there is no desire to impact the Colorado Parental Notification Act, then what's so objectionable about this? If the argument is it's duplicitous, that it's redundant, well, then I'll point you to all the statute books back there, which have plenty of duplicitous and redundant statements in it. But on this particular issue, for some reason, we don't want that redundancy, if in fact it is there. I don't see it. I don't see it in the bill itself. I read it very much as Representative Luck read it, as well as Representative Neville and others have pointed out, that there is a conflict that is going to be, I believe, exploited should this bill pass. This amendment here does nothing more than allows for this Notification Act to remain, if this bill does pass. So there's absolutely really no good reason to vote no on this if the intent is not to impact the Colorado Parental Notification Act. If that's not the case, then I certainly understand the opposition, but that's not what I'm hearing. So I would ask that all of us work in good faith to not undo this provision in law. So please vote yes on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L50 to House Bill 1279. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The amendment loses. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill, and one area that certainly troubles me in this bill is the element that talks about what public entities are prohibited from doing. And this is a very specific list on page 5. And then when you look down to the application section, it says local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulations, guidelines, rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions, and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise. The word otherwise in a long list of inclusive items that could be construed as law is somewhat troubling. Certainly when it comes to a public body to be able to make a statement that's not necessarily binding in law, or to an elected official to be able to make a statement either wearing their hat as a public official or being an independent member of our society as a citizen, which is why I believe this area needs to have a little bit of a safeguard here. And with that, I move Amendment L047 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we would do is add a new 2, and then we would shift the current 2 down and to become a new 3. And it says, nothing in this Part 4 shall be construed as depriving a state or local elected official of their fundamental right to free speech to advocate for pro-life. I think it's important that we're not telling elected officials in Colorado that if we adopt this bill, that their fundamental free speech rights are now denied because of them holding their position. And that if they have a deeply held position, that they wouldn't see legal ramifications from that. And would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, as we have read and reread sections 404, Public Entity Prohibited Acts, and how it's to be applied in 405, the language is so broad and sweeping. It includes providing information that seems to take a position against the right to abortion or any other action undefined under the section 405. It is fairly common, members, for cities and counties in Colorado who are independently elected officials, many of which exercise home rule authority. But it is not unusual at all for these entities to pass resolutions in support or opposition to ballot initiatives, to take positions on legislation, to take positions on an action or an issue. And yet, this language sweeps so broadly, is so ambiguous, that I believe we have a threat of conformity and silencing of these public entity elected officials who take a position officially in this area. That they will be somehow deemed to be in violation of 1279 in this regard. And so given the lack of clarity on the reach of the language, I rise in support of Rep. Soper's amendment and would hope that the bill sponsors would consider either more precise language in the bill or clarification, given, as you recall, Rep. Soper earlier in the debate read the definition of public entity, which is very, very broad and certainly covers elected officials in the political subdivisions. So, ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I urge a no vote on this. I don't think this needs to be put into statute. Elected officials have the right to make decisions and make statements however they want. There's nothing in this bill that removes their rights as elected officials. I think it's unnecessary in this bill, and I would urge a no vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, with all respect to my colleague, let's look at the language on prohibited actions by public entity, which certainly includes city councils and county commissioners. A public entity shall not deny, restrict, interfere, or discriminate against the individual's choice on continuing a pregnancy or having an abortion in provision of benefits, facilities, services, or information, or deprive through prosecution, punishment, or other means, completely undefined. So what if there is a ballot initiative that would restrict late-term abortion? And a city council or a county commission decided they wanted to do a resolution in support of that ballot initiative. They are acting in their official capacity. They are a public entity. This language seems to me so broad that it certainly could invite an action by the other side that they are now in violation of this legislation. So respectfully, this language does, in fact, raise this issue, and the actions of public entities to take positions contrary to this, the stated position in this bill, because of the way it is drafted. Ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L47 to House Bill 1279. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I was listening to the debate and listened to my colleague from Colorado Springs who talked about public bodies taking different positions when it comes to a political stance. And unlike the previous amendment, which was tied to an individual elected official's position, I think it's good to look at what happens when a public body at the local level or even the state level takes a position when it comes to a resolution or a memorial or a tribute or some other documented form that's not necessarily law, but it certainly could be caught up in the otherwise language, which is on line 22 of page 5. And in listening to my colleague, this is something that I think we ought to be very concerned with, because a body also still has free speech rights as well that are protected under the state and federal constitutions, and that this could have a chilling effect on that particular body's ability to be able to make a statement, one that is not necessarily a legally binding statement. So to make sure that we add belts and suspenders, I move Amendment L048 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Amendment L48 says, nothing in this Part 4 shall be construed as denying a public entity from adopting resolutions, memorials, or tributes that promote a position of pro-life. I think that if there's ever an occasion in which you have a city council or a special district or any other entity that was defined by the Government Immunities Act that I read from earlier in the debate, which was a very long laundry list of entities, that if they happen to take one of these positions, but it's not a legally binding position on those that they govern, then they should still have that free speech right to be able to do so. And that what's anticipated here is we don't want to have a chilling effect if they take a position for pro-life. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this resolution, Representative Soper. Nothing in this part shall be construed as denying a public entity from adopting resolutions, memorials, or tributes that promote a position of life. I don't see a problem with that whatsoever. I don't know how we can tell, Ray, Colorado City Council that they can't pass a tribute that, in their perspective, promotes a political perspective of some kind. We definitely can't be telling people across the Colorado that there's things that they can be talking about in speech that is acceptable, and all of a sudden speech is not acceptable in certain areas because of our constitutional rights for the fundamental right to speech. I think this is an entirely acceptable amendment, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Carver.
Members, respectfully, this bill was advertised at the beginning as doing nothing more than replicating what current Colorado law is right now, which allows abortion up to the time of birth. So why do we have these two sections demanding conformance in action, in word, in information provided, in any aspect whatsoever? We are imposing a system of conformance to a stated view in 1279 that does not exist in Colorado law, and as far as I know, doesn't exist in any other state. Colorado is one of a handful of states that allows abortion right up to the moment of birth. Before the labor pains start, there's a right to abortion. After the baby is born, if the baby is killed, it's infanticide. Those other states do not have these provisions imposing this code of silence and conformity on public entities. This is new. What does it mean? If it was the same as existing Colorado law, then why do we need this new language? That's because it is new, members. It apparently is not enough to just authorize and provide abortion right up to the moment of birth. Now we must take all this body of law and impose it on every public entity in every way possible, in statement, in action, in information. That's what this bill does in Section 404 and 405. I think that is wrong. I think it is contrary to how we deal with whether it is controversial issues or non-controversial issues, to impose this set of rules on every lower public entity and the officials that make that up. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment, and quite frankly, we should strike 404 and 405. I believe it will be an abusive and odious practice imposing this viewpoint on every other public entity in the state of Colorado. Ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L48 to House Bill 1279. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I appreciate the debate here. And perhaps it was the word pro-life in the previous two amendments that were definitely of concern to one side of the aisle. So I have taken steps to address those concerns, to come up with something that hopefully we can all agree on, should be in here to respect local elected officials, other state officials, and public bodies from across the state, which is why I move Amendment L049 and ask that it be displayed. There you go.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Amendment 49 says, nothing in this Part 4 shall be construed as depriving a state or local elected official from their fundamental right to freedom of speech. A public entity may adopt statements allowed by the state and federal constitution. I think it's important that we emphasize the ability for independent elected officials and for other political bodies within Colorado to be able to make statements that are not specifically denied by the state or federal constitutions, that their words, whether on the street or in the chamber of a deliberative body, are not somehow tied up in this bill to where they get caught up by this long list. And it's the application section that really troubles me, because of all of the different elements of law, or sources of law, I should say, this list talks about state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines and rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise. This list right here can be construed that even words of an elected official or a public body can be caught up in here as well, which means effectively if they're making any statements that talk about their support of pro-life, it also gets caught up in here. And I think it's very important that we respect free speech rights of elected officials and free speech rights of public bodies, that this bill is not a silencing of those individuals' free speech rights. And I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L49. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Representative Soper for bringing forth this amendment. You know, and I think it highlights a good point where we do have many different governmental bodies. I know the city council was mentioned. Well, county commissions or boards of county commissioners are also certainly a deliberative body. And it's not uncommon even here we do tributes, we do resolutions, we do, I mean, you name it, proclamations, we do all sorts of things. We have memorials. The Senate tends to do those a little bit more than we do. But any one of these instruments are certainly available when it comes to including Board of County Commissioners, city councils, school boards, metro districts, you name it, any of the governmental governing boards. And to think that maybe under that long list, that those could be impacted. And I'll read it again, because I think it does need to be repeated. This Part 4 applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines, rules, practices, executive orders, governmental actions, and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise. And that's the otherwise piece. Members, that broad word there is stifling when it comes to a governing body ability to communicate in any form or fashion. Think of a tribute, think of a memorial, think of a proclamation, think of a resolution. Those are not necessarily binding in terms of that they have teeth, but they certainly are statements. And that's what we're getting to with this amendment, is the idea that the statement itself may be prohibited because this long laundry list of restrictions. You know, there's many in this chamber that have risen their right hand to defend free speech, and to think that there is a piece of policy in front of us today that would otherwise impede, prevent, deny free speech is appalling. I know that the thought here is, oh, this wouldn't apply, but certainly you get some attorneys involved, or if someone takes offense to a proclamation that is adopted in one of these governmental bodies and a citizen wants to sue and say you're actually prohibited under this particular piece of policy, now that governing body is tied up in litigation in an attempt to try and defend themselves and defend their freedom of speech. And what is that cost that would be borne on those that provide the tax dollars for that particular entity? When we use broad language such as otherwise, it includes all of that. It has to, and certainly the argument's being made here. And I'm not an attorney, but I can certainly see how it would apply. I'm not an attorney, and I can make an argument as to how it could apply. And many of our boards, they're not manned by attorneys. They're not manned. They're volunteers come forward to say they want to represent their whatever that district is. They want to volunteer their time. And we just heard arguments about, how, when you consider a policy, especially a contentious policy, that you should consider your conscience, you should consider your caucus, and you should consider your district. And all of our districts aren't necessarily the same. Maybe an instrument as a proclamation would come forward that would advocate for a position of pro-life. Now, all of a sudden, because somewhere in some other part of the state may find that offensive, they may be able to challenge under this very specific section of the policy. And I'll read it again, because I think it needs to be repeated over and over and over again. This Part 4 applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines and rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions, their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise. Members, this is a far overreach. And I didn't raise my right hand to defend our Constitution to limit free speech. And I believe that that's what this policy as drafted, 1279, does. And so I stand in strong support of this amendment, and I thank the sponsor of the amendment for bringing it forward so that we can have this debate and recognize an error in the policy, in the drafting of said policy, and take an opportunity to fix it, because that's what we're here to do. So please support this amendment.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The whole point that we've heard earlier is that this bill is about liberty and freedom to choose. And yet, within the bill, we have the language that would at least imply a silencing of a difference of opinion. That's not liberty at all. And that's what this amendment seeks to correct. If you really think that the bill is about freedom and liberty, then you should vote for this amendment.
Seeing no further Okay, division has been called.
Oh, I didn't hear the question. No, did she call the question before division was? Not to, okay.
No, she didn't say the question before us is the motion. Did you call it? No.
Did you start to call the question?
She started to,
okay.
yes. She said the question. She
Yeah.
said the question? Okay.
So she's fine. You can call the division, and you can still debate. You're not done debating. You're done debating.
No, I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I would ask for a no vote. Thank you. Now you do, the division has been called.
We'll be in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. The question is the adoption of L49. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L49, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L49 is lost. To the bill. To the bill. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I sure do appreciate us having this debate. But one of the fundamental portions, and one of the things I discussed earlier in my comments, I don't know how many hours ago that was, but one of the things I discussed earlier is really what is it? Like if my daughter's in the next room and she says, "Daddy, can I kill it?" The first question any dad's going to ask is, what is it? If it's your little brother, the answer is definitely no. If it's an aunt or something, then it's like, honey, I will be there in a moment. But that brings us back to what is this bill about, and is it truly about health care? Because we would argue that we're talking about 2 lives here in terms of a pregnancy, not 1. And that brings me to my amendment. I wish it would have been L027, because that's a great hockey number that scored lots of goals, but it's L026. So, Madam Chair, I move L026, ask for it to be displayed. Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's not a lawn amendment at all. In fact, it doesn't touch the bill itself.
Representative, let me decide that this is properly displayed. This is properly displayed. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
It's very lovely. That's lovely display. I do appreciate it. But it's a very simple amendment, members, and it doesn't actually touch the bill itself at all. It touches, as you can see, line 102, which is in the title of the bill. And what it does is it eliminates the term health care. And I will get to the reason why in a moment, but what the title of the bill reads now is concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference. By taking out the term health care, the bill actually really doesn't change dramatically. In fact, it would still say concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive decisions free from government interference. So it actually wouldn't change the bill dramatic at all, but It comes from the perspective that abortion in and of itself is not health care when you're taking into account the baby in the picture. As we heard from Leader McKean and others today, that there is not just a mom and the dad often in the picture, but there's a third person in that picture making these decisions. Now, I am not a physician, I'm not a doctor, but there was a letter written an open letter just this year written to policymakers across the United States, and it was written and signed by 30,000 physicians from across our nation. So 30,000 physicians got together, signed this letter, an open letter to policymakers everywhere. And here's what the letter says. As physicians, we know that when we care for pregnant women, we are caring for two distinct patients. Our duty is to protect and preserve the lives of the patients whom we care for. Our patients place their trust in us to recommend what is best for them, regardless of current political or cultural trends. From the time of the original Hippocratic Oath was introduced, there has been a clear separation of medical care from the intentional killing of human beings. The science is clear. At the moment of fertilization, a new, distinct, living, and whole human being comes into existence. Abortion, and again, I'm still reading from these 30,000 physicians, which is an action whose sole intent is to end a life, clearly violates the basic tenets of medical ethics. Additionally, abortion treats no disease process and carries significant harm for the woman. The evidence is clear that abortion increases risk of preterm delivery in future pregnancies, increases the woman's risk to mental health disorders and suicide, and increases her risk of breast cancer if she had not yet had a full-term pregnancy. That's something I just learned. These risks and the risk of her dying from abortion-related complications are even higher if the abortion is done in the second trimester and beyond. Our patients deserve better. Despite the politically motivated lie that abortion is essential health care, the fact is that more than 90% of OBGYNs do not perform abortions. This is because we all recognize, and the all isn't me and my colleagues, it's the 30,000 physicians who signed this letter, recognize abortion for what it really is, the intentional destruction of human life through barbaric methods. Over the last 2 years, we've seen medical community pull together to protect our most vulnerable among us. No one is more vulnerable than a preborn child, capable of feeling pain and completely dependent on our protection in order to survive. It is time for those of us in the medical profession to boldly defend the lives of all our patients and demand that preborn patients be protected and our pregnant patients be empowered instead of lied to. Women and their children deserve our support, not the destruction of abortion. In the nearly 50 years since the court wrongly decided Roe v. Wade and Doe v. Bolton, medical science has progressed significantly and has increasingly supported a pro-life position, hence the 3D images that we were talking about earlier. Back to the letter. It is time that the law of our land be caught up with the advances in medical sciences and support the human rights of all of our patients. We, the 30,000 physicians who signed this letter, would be wise to heed the words of the late Martin Luther King Jr. On some positions, cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it is right. And so that brings us back to Amendment L026 to remove the term healthcare from the title of the bill and thus just make the bill concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive decisions free from government interference. Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a yes vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'd ask for a no vote. Reproductive health care is, in fact, health care and needs to be defined as such. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of Amendment L26. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still have serious troubles with the bill, although that was my one and only amendment that I've drafted today, because the bill in and of itself has very troubling consequences. In the very first section of the bill, well, actually, the legislative declaration is the first section, but that doesn't get put into law. In the very first part of the bill, it defines abortion, pregnancy, public entities, reproductive health care. And in that reproductive health care, this is an interesting term, because the term I just wanted to get exempted from the bill deals with the term health care in the title, and it wouldn't have changed the bill at all, but this is something, members, if you're thinking about drafting an amendment or thinking about perhaps coming and sitting up here on the bench, members, then this is a section of the bill you may want to consider, because reproductive health care means health care and other medical services related to the reproductive processes, functions, and systems at all stages of life. And that's where I would say, well, life begins at conception. There's 2 lives there. It's a whole human being. Continuing with the bill, it includes but is not limited to, and this is family planning and contraceptive care, makes sense. Then it says abortion care, next words, prenatal, postnatal. That is interesting, members. Postnatal care. Does that mean postnatal? Are we talking about here an abortion that for some reason fails and the baby is born still alive? Is that what postnatal means? I would seek clarification on that. And then the bill continues on and on and on. And there's another, I would like to see an amendment on this, members, if we could. I would very much like to see the safety clause, because the safety clause reads, the General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, and safety. That's the standard safety clause that we put on many of our bills for the public safety. But again, if we're talking about 2 lives, not just one, and one life is at serious risk of death by choice, then the safety clause is entirely inappropriate, and I would hope an amendment may be coming to remove the safety clause. Thank you, members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I said it before, but I'm going to repeat what I said, that this bill is extreme and radical, and I do think it would make some, even in California and New York, blush. Would specifically make some people in Pennsylvania blush, and I want to read a story about why I think that's the case, because when the bill we talk about making these decisions completely free from governmental intervention, I want to get to a story on what that means. And this is a story, comes out of Pennsylvania, but the grand jury report in the case of Kermit Gosnell, 72, is among the most horrifying I've read. This is the case about a doctor who killed babies, endangered women. What we mean is that he regularly and illegally delivered live, viable babies in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy, and then murdered these newborns by severing their spinal cords with scissors. It states the medical practice by which he carried out this business was a filthy fraud in which he overdosed his patients with dangerous drugs, spread venereal disease among them with infectious instruments, perforated their wombs and bowels, and on at least 2 occasions caused their deaths. Again, we're talking about free from governmental interference, so this creates the possibility that we might have no government regulations surrounding these procedures. The story continues. Charged with 7 counts of first-degree murder, Gosnell is now standing trial in the Philadelphia courtroom. And NBC affiliates coverage includes testimony as grisly as you'd expect. An unlicensed medical school graduate delivered graphic testimony about the chaos at the Philadelphia clinic where he helped perform late-term abortions. The channel reports, Stephen Massoff described how he snipped the spinal cords of babies, calling it literally beheading. It's separating the brain from the body. He testified that at times when women were given medicine to speed up their deliveries, it would rain fetuses and blood all over the place. Is there any reason that this couldn't happen in 1279? But the story goes on. One former employee described hearing a baby screaming after it was delivered during an abortion. I can't describe it. It sounded like a little alien. She testified. Said the Philadelphia Inquirer in its coverage, prosecutors have cited dozens of jars of severed baby feet as an example of Gosnell's idiosyncratic and illegal practice of providing abortions for cash to poor women pregnant no longer than the 24-week cutoff for illegal abortions in Pennsylvania. Until Thursday, the writer of the story wasn't aware of this story. It has generated sparse coverage in the national media, and while it's been mentioned in feeds to which I described, I skipped past most of the news items. I consume a tremendous amount of journalism, yet I had been asked at a trivia night about the identity of Kermit Gosnell. I would have been stumped and helplessly guessed a green Muppet. Then I saw Kirsten Powers' USA Today column. She makes a persuasive case that the Gosnell trial ought to be getting a lot more attention in the national press than it is. The media criticism angle interests me, but I agree that the story has been undercovered, and I happen to be a working journalist, so I'll begin telling the rest of the story for its own sake. Only then will I explain why I think it deserves more coverage than it has gotten. Although it ought to be self-evident by the time I'm done distilling the grand jury's allegations, grand juries aren't infallible. This version of events hasn't been proven in a court of law. It has today, but this not when the story was written. But journalists routinely treat accounts given by police, prosecutors, grand juries as at least plausible, if not proven. Try to decide as you hear the state side of the case whether you think it's credible, and if so, whether the possibility of that some or all of this happened demands massive journalistic scrutiny. On February 18th, 2010, the FBI raided Women's Medical Society, entering its offices about 8:30 p.m. Agents expected to find evidence that it was illegally selling prescription drugs. On entering, they quickly realized something else was amiss. And the grand jury reports telling that there was blood on the floor, a stench of urine filled the air, a flea-infested cat was wandering through the facility, and there were cat feces on the stairs. Semi-conscious women scheduled for abortions were moaning in the waiting room or the recovery room, where they sat on dirty recliners covered with blood-stained blankets. All the women had been sedated by unlicensed staff. Authorities had also learned about the patients that died at the facility several months prior. Again, we're talking about having these free from government interference. Public health officials inspected the surgery rooms. Instruments were not sterile, the grand jury states. Equipment was rusty and outdated. Oxygen equipment was covered with dust and had not been inspected. The same corroded suction tubing used for abortions was the only tubing available for oral airways if assistance for breathing was needed. There was no functioning resuscitation or even monitoring equipment except for a single blood pressure cuff. Upon further inspection, the search team discovered fetal remains haphazardly stored throughout the clinic in bags, milk jugs, orange juice cartons, and even cat food containers. And Gosnell admitted to Detective Wood that at least 10 to 20% of the fetuses were probably older than 24 weeks in gestation, something that this bill would allow. Even though Pennsylvania law prohibits abortions after 24 weeks, something they do but this bill would not allow for. In some instances, surgical incisions had been made at the base of the fetal skulls. Gosnell's medical license was quickly suspended. 18 days later, the Department of Health filed papers to start the process of closing the clinic. The district attorney submitted the case to the grand jury on May 4, 2010. Testimony was taken from 58 witnesses. Evidence was examined. In Pennsylvania, most doctors won't perform abortions after the 20th week, many for health reasons, others for moral reasons. I'll pause there for moral reasons because it's something else that I'm concerned about within this bill. I do think that this bill does not allow for the rights of conscience of doctors that would not want to perform these procedures, or even institutions that may be medical institutions to refuse to perform these procedures. Abortions after 20 weeks or 24 weeks are illegal. Until 2009, Gosnell reportedly performed mostly first and second trimester abortions. But his clinic had come to develop a bad reputation and could only attract women who couldn't get an abortion elsewhere, former employees have said. Stephen Massoff estimated that in 40% of the second trimester abortions performed by Gosnell, the fetuses were beyond 24 weeks gestational age. The grand jury states Latasha Lewis testified that Gosnell performed procedures over 24 weeks too much to count, and ones up to 26 weeks were very often in the last few years. She testified Gosnell increasingly sells out-of-state referrals, which were all second trimester or beyond. By these estimates, Gosnell performed at least 4 or 5 illegal abortions every week. The grand jury report includes an image of a particular extreme case. The caption is theirs, not mine. And in the story, there's a clear picture of what I think any objective person would see as a human being who was aborted. That photo pertains to an unusual case in that the mother had to seek help at a hospital after the abortion she sought at Gosnell's office went awry. The grand jury report summarizes a more typical late-term abortion as conducted at the clinic, including the following passage. When you perform late-term abortions by inducing labor, you get babies, live, breathing, squirming babies. By 24 weeks, most babies born prematurely will survive if they receive appropriate medical care. And I think this goes back to needing to define the postnatal portion of the bill that Representative Van Winkle pointed out. But that was not what the Women's Medical Society was about. Gosnell had a simple solution for the unwanted babies he delivered. He killed them. He didn't call it that. He called it ensuring fetal demise. The way he ensured fetal demise was by sticking scissors into the back of the baby's neck and cutting the spinal cord. He called that snipping. Again, this is why I think Representative Van Winkle pointed out something that's so important within this bill, that the freedom from government interference regarding postnatal care really needs more definition. Over the years, there were hundreds of snippings. Sometimes, if Gosnell was unavailable, the snipping was done by one of his fake doctors or even one of his administrative staff. But all the employees of the Women's Medical Society knew. Everyone there acted as if it wasn't murder at all. Most of these acts cannot be prosecuted because Gosnell destroyed the files. Among the relatively few cases that could be specifically documented, one was baby boy A. His 17-year-old mother was almost 30 weeks pregnant, 7.5 months when she was induced in labor. Again, we have displays of what a baby like that would look like. An employee estimated his birth weight as approaching 6 pounds. It was more than my first daughter was when she was born. He was breathing and moving when Gosnell severed his spine and put the body in a plastic shoebox for disposal. The doctor joked that this baby was so big he could walk to the bus stop. Another, baby boy B, whose body was found at the clinic frozen in 1-gallon spring water bottle, was at least 28 weeks of gestational age when he was killed. Baby C was moving and breathing for 20 minutes before an assistant came in and cut the spinal cord, just the way she had seen Gosnell do it so many times. And these were not even the worst cases. Again, we talk about free from government interference in such a broadly written bill. I think some of these other things in this case pertain to what we were talking about. What little media coverage there's been on the case has understandably focused on the murder allegations. The grand jury report also makes clear how horrific Women's Medical Society was for the patients. The unsanitary conditions were just the beginning. One woman was left lying in place for hours after Gosnell tore her cervix and colon while trying unsuccessfully to extract the fetus. The report states another patient, 19, was held for several hours after Gosnell punctured her uterus. As a result of the delay, she fell into shock from blood loss and had to undergo a hysterectomy. A third patient went into convulsion during an abortion, fell off the procedure table, and hit her head on the floor. Gosnell wouldn't call an ambulance, and he wouldn't let the woman's companion leave the building so that he could call an ambulance. Oftentimes, women given drugs to induce labor delivered before the doctor even arrived at work. Said one former employee, "If a baby was about to come out, I would take the woman to the bathroom. They would sit on the toilet, and basically the baby would fall out, and it would be in the toilet, and I would be rubbing her back and trying to calm her down for 2, 3, 4 hours until Dr. Gosnell comes." She would not move. Another patient. She was a 41-year-old refugee who had recently come to the United States from a resettlement camp in Nepal. When she arrived at the clinic, Gosnell, as usual, was not there. Office workers had her sign various forms that she could not read and then began doping her up. She received repeated, unmonitored, unrecorded intravenous injections of Demerol, a sedative seldom used in recent years because of its dangers. Gosnell liked it because it was cheap. After several hours, Mrs. Monger simply stopped breathing. When employees finally noticed, Gosnell was called and briefly attempted to give CPR. He couldn't use the defibrillator. It was broken. Nor did he administer emergency medication that might have restarted her heart. After further crucial delay, paramedics finally arrived. But Mrs. Monger was probably brain dead before they were even called. In the meantime, the clinic staff hooked up machinery and rearranged her body to make it look like they had been in the midst of a routine, safe abortion. And the reason I'm reading these, members, is because this bill is written so broadly. And when we talk about the application section of this saying this Part 4 applies to all state and local ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines, and rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise, the rights protected under this Part 4 are a matter of statewide concern. So we're talking about even local regulations surrounding these things, maybe the safe facilities, that local governments might want to implement some ordinances behind that. And I think this bill will prevent them, or at least if it doesn't specifically prevent them, I think the broad written language that has been undefined is going to create a chilling effect on some of these local governments who might want to have proper ordinances on these types of facilities. Another provocative detail, a former employee testified that white patients often did not have to wait in the same dirty rooms as black and Asian clients. Instead, Gosnell would escort them back up the steps to the only clean office, O'Neill's, and he would turn on the TV for them, Mrs. Monger said. She said she would have been treated no different from the rest of Africans and Asians. There's some more of these stories, and we can send them more and more, but again, I might continue them later, but I do want to point out that these are just some examples of why I consider this bill too extreme for Colorado, because this would prevent these types of regulations that protect the mothers and these clearly viable babies from receiving the care that they so deservingly deserve. And quite frankly, when you talk about abortions after 22 weeks, 24 weeks, we are talking about not just, even before then, they're not globs of cells, but it's clear to see to any human eye when you see these babies that they're babies. And when we don't even define postnatal care, we leave the door open for more stories like this in Colorado. And I hope and pray we don't see it, but my fear is that we will.
Representative Wantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What Kermit Gosnell did was horrific and egregious. I don't think anyone in this room would find any value in what that man did to women and babies. It was terrible. And for that, a jury found Kermit Gosnell guilty on 3 of the 4 charges of murders of babies born in his clinic. They also found him guilty of involuntary manslaughter in the case of Monger's death. There were consequences for what he did. If he did that here in Colorado, there would be consequences now, and there would be consequences when this bill becomes law, if this bill passes. This is a completely irrelevant yet horrific story, and I don't see why we're even talking about it. So, thank you.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I've got the full investigation and the report, but the fact of the matter is the reason he was convicted is because Pennsylvania law had laws on the books preventing many of the things that I said. Colorado law may have some laws on the books that do protect the women. They do not protect the baby after 24 weeks of gestational age. And that's what Kermit Gosnell was convicted on. And I would even expand it even further. If we do have laws on the books right now that do protect the women from terrible people like Gosnell coming in, this law is written so broadly in the applicability section, and it says that it applies to all state laws. Those laws could easily be found null and void in favor of the bill we are discussing today. So the fact of the matter is Colorado does not have any of the laws that Pennsylvania had regarding late-term abortions. That's what was mostly Gosnell was convicted on. And we don't have that here in Colorado. So certainly it wouldn't prevent someone like Gosnell from doing what he did. And I think this bill would actually make it even worse for some of the laws that we have protecting the mother.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I'm tremendously confused by this bill. We have the tendency to throw around the word equity. Time and time again in this chamber, I hear the words around racial equity, social equity. What is equitable about the largest number of terminated pregnancies in this country are children of color? What is equitable about the largest number of terminated pregnancies are women in the lowest economic scale of our society? What is the long-term impacts of these demographics? Members, I ask you two questions. Why does a black baby or a brown baby not have the same equal right as a white baby? Why does a child born in society from a lower economic income family not have the right to survive as a child born in a higher economic income family? They do have that right. You know it, and I know it. Long term, what impacts are going to be felt by these demographics if those trends continue? I'm honored to serve with some members in this chamber who loves everyone in society and values all parts of our society, no matter of their race, social economic well-being, or any other demographic one may want to throw out there these days. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, I want to point out something that's in the bill. On page 5, lines 4, it speaks very specifically. It says, a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. So, of course, naturally what comes to mind is in statute, currently we have in Title 18, Article 3.5, it talks about first-degree felony, second, third, so on and so forth, for anything that could happen to a pregnant mother and the termination of a pregnancy as a result of, let's say, a DUI, as a result of domestic violence, as a result of any of those. So I think it's important, and I think to start this segment of the debate, it's appropriate to move an amendment that I had drafted. So I move L032, and I ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, what this says, and I'll read it. I know that we have millions listening in as we hear on some of our committees. But what it reads is, it says, nothing in this Part 4 prevents first responders, doctors, or other healthcare professionals from performing life-saving treatments on an unborn child due to aggravated assault, domestic violence, or drunk driving in which the mother of the unborn child is killed, but the unborn child is alive. It goes on to say nothing in Part 4 prevents a district attorney from appropriately charging an individual with homicide, aggravated assault, domestic violence, or drunk driving when there is an injury or death to an unborn child or the mother of an unborn child. And the reason that I feel that L032 is necessary is very specifically for the reason that I just read. And again, it says a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. So members, what does the state do? What does a prosecutor do? What happens in the tragic event that something could, very much like what I've just pointed out in L032, take place? I think, and there's probably going to be time for this in the debate, but the very fact that we have Title 18, Article 3.5, begs the question that this is something special, that the unborn child is something special. Because if we didn't, then we wouldn't have this in statute. And so I think when we read the words that a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state, we must contemplate the importance that is Article 3.5, Title 18, and weigh that could be disrupted by the very fact of 1279. So L032 helps to ensure that in the unfortunate event that something like that happens, that there is the ability still to prosecute, that there is still the ability to render care. And this is I think, a necessary step that we should consider, and certainly a poignant part of the discussion as we continue on 1279.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. I think this is a really good amendment, and just looking at it, it is really important that nothing can be construed in this particular bill to prevent our first responders or our doctors or other healthcare workers from engaging in all life-saving treatment to save the fetus in the womb. Because otherwise, if nothing is considered here, but yet the mother has died, then you would go ahead and let the fetus die as well. And I think it's important that in Colorado, we send a message that we do fight for life, and that we will do whatever it takes to try to save that child. So, to my colleague from Colorado Springs, I absolutely support this. Thank you.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, I wanted to share something with you. This comes from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. You can find them at www.ncadv.org. And it's a domestic violence and pregnancy fact sheet. And I'll just read a couple of their points from this reputable source. Homicide is the leading cause of death among pregnant women in the United States. 50 to 75% of women abused before pregnancy are abused during pregnancy. It is estimated that up to 20% of pregnant women experience violence during their pregnancy, 20%, making it more common than gestational diabetes or preeclampsia, conditions routinely screened for in pregnant women by physicians. 77% of pregnant homicide victims are killed early, and that's during the first trimester. That's how the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence describes it. Autopsy reports show that of the 34 deceased pregnant women examined in the District of Columbia alone between 1988 and 1996, 38% were murdered. Women with unintended pregnancies are 2 to 4 times more likely to experience physical violence than women with planned pregnancies. Women who reported having experienced abuse in their relationship were also more likely to report that their pregnancies were unintended. In some cases, unintended pregnancies resulted directly from physical violence that include marital rape, and the list continues to go on. But I think it's important that we talk about, or that we understand that homicide is the leading cause of death among pregnant women in the United States, and that 50 to 75% of women abused before pregnancy are also abused during pregnancy. So I think L032 does a good job of addressing the concern that I highlighted that says in 1279, page 5, lines 4 and 5, a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. Certainly, domestic violence can result in the death of the unborn, and to think that 1279 could impede the ability of of a DA, a district attorney, to bring forth charges. And we've all heard of these cases before. I think most recently I can think of involved a DUI where the mother was struck, the mother lived, the unborn child was killed. But certainly I think that this is a very appropriate, given the statistics that I've just read to you from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. So I would urge a yes vote on L032.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a title ruling.
The committee will stand in a brief recess to discuss whether the amendment fits under the title. Will the representative please join me on the side of the chamber for a discussion? The committee will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does not fit under the title. Representative Carver. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was certainly disappointed by the ruling here, but understand why. You know, back to what my colleague from Colorado Springs was talking about, when it comes to looking at, on page 5, lines 4 and 5, when it talks about a fertilized egg or embryo, a fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. I do want to point out one thing. And when we look at Title 18, Article 3.5, Offenses Against Pregnant Women Act, and then we turn and we look down to 3.5-110, how this is to be construed. This specific section says, nothing in this article shall be construed to confer the status of a person upon a human embryo, fetus, or unborn child at any stage of development prior to live birth. Do you notice what's missing between the bill and Title 18 in these two sections? The word derivative rights. It's the idea that there must be something special about being pregnant that separates that particular person from another person who's been criminally injured, who's suffered damages at the hand of an assailant. And when I look through the criminal code and I look at offenses against the person, we have assault. And there was the argument that would be made that if there was not something special, some kind of derivative element that being pregnant would one day produce a person, that disrupting that is somehow special. It's somehow stopping what does then become another citizen of our state. It would just be prosecuted under assault, which is 18-3-202. But the fact that our state, like so many other states, have said there is something special about someone who's pregnant, that we need to have a specific provision in law that calls out and says that if they're going to be injured by the act of an assailant committing a criminal act, that we're going to treat their injuries differently. And there must be some sort of derived element for why we view the fetus in the womb differently. And if there's not this derived element, then Title 18, I would argue, as defense counsel, should not apply, and that this bill would make it moot. To help with the bill, I have drafted an amendment, Amendment L054, and asked that it be displayed. This.
Representative Soper, the amendment has to be displayed.
Oh.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So in the bill on page 5, it specifically says, a public entity is prohibited and a public entity shall not deprive through prosecution, punishment, or other means, and then it talks about the individual's right, and continue on. So the fact that we actually have elements here where we're telling prosecutors that they cannot prosecute, and then we've specifically included the language derivative rights, which cuts out that underlying right that there must be something special about being pregnant. That means that we need to have the ability within this law to still say that the Offenses Against the Pregnant Women's Act still applies. Otherwise, we have just told all defendants in Colorado that they can use this to escape liability under Title 18, 3.5. And I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask for a title ruling, please.
The committee will stand in a brief recess to discuss whether the amendment fits under the title. Will the representative please join me on the side of the chamber for a discussion? The committee will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does fit under the title. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We still feel this is beyond the scope, and we urge a no vote.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I appreciate the ruling from the chair that it does. And so, members, I would ask for a yes vote as it pertains to L054. I think it does do a very good job of preserving the ability for prosecutorial discretion in the event of something traumatic that would otherwise happen under Title 18. So I would ask for your yes vote, and let's bring into consideration the termination or the unwanted termination and respect what is already in statute in Title 18. I think it is incumbent upon us to not silence or mute a section of our statutes which were intentionally considered, and that, as my colleague Representative Soper highlighted, there is special consideration specifically given in Article 3.5, Title 18. So I would urge a yes vote on L054.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L54. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move Amendment L053 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the debate, which quite frankly I disagree with, the statements that this does no more than restates Colorado law. So I thought it might be appropriate in that vein to include language added to the Colorado Constitution, which specifically requires public entities to discriminate between funding abortion versus funding the health of the pregnant woman and her unborn child. And of course, this is language that the citizens of Colorado put into the Constitution. It binds this legislature and all public entities. And isn't it interesting that the policy preferences stated here, direct from the Colorado voters, that policy is strongly in support of the health of the mother and the unborn child, and specifically against funding abortion. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're fine with abiding by the Constitution. We don't need to call it out, and we don't need to alter it, so we ask for a no vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really good amendment, and I applaud Representative Carver for bringing it here. One of the things that we had talked about earlier with respect to this bill, because of its overly broad language and potential conflict with other provisions in our state statutes, and I think even in the Constitution, which I believe Representative Carver is trying to get at, is that this bill, left unchanged, would allow for litigation and essentially allow for the courts to adjudicate these conflicts that would arise. What I believe Representative Carver is trying to do is to make sure that, one, we're not only respecting the will of the voters and what the Constitution currently states, but two, we're not having any questions moving forward should this bill proceed and become law. And I think it's really important for us to understand that as we make law, we should be forward-thinking. We should understand what the second and third effects of these bills or laws, when they become laws, will do. This particular amendment seeks to ensure that there is no misunderstanding, there is no potential for taxpayer funds to be used for abortion services, because as I see it as written here, it could become an issue. And so for that, I would ask for our members to vote yes on this. And again, while the intent, as I hear the bill sponsor saying, is to not run afoul of this constitutional provision, I still think it's important that we go ahead and re-emphasize that within the state statute. We have many state statutes, and again, you can go to the back where all the books are and kind of look at some examples where there are, if you'll say, redundancies in state law that speak to how all these laws interact with each other. And it's okay. It's okay to have an additional set of words in here as a safeguard so as to make sure that we are respecting the will of the people and the Constitution. So I'd ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Minority Leader McCain. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I understand that the argument would be this is constitutional. It's not going to be touched. Right? This is statutory. We all understand the hierarchy, right, of laws. You have the Constitution, and then you have the statute. So why would you put this in? Because it doesn't actually impact the Constitution. Well, in order to implement this constitutional provision, there have to be other statutory schemes and regulatory schemes in place in order to ensure this gets implemented. Again, going back to the plain reading of the language in this bill, it is all-encompassing. If we look at page 5, section 25-6, Dex 405, the application, lines 18 and further, it says this part 4 applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines and rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise, all. So there is a question. Do the rules that make sure this constitutional provision is appropriately implemented get impacted by this bill? And some may again argue, well, no, it doesn't touch it. It doesn't go to the choice question. But it does. Because in section 25-6-404, we see a public entity shall not interfere with or discriminate against. But we are discriminating against the policy of funding abortion. Right? The state has made a decision and said, yes, we will cover these particular things in health, but we won't cover this. So it is a form of discrimination. If somebody has Medicaid or Medicare and they want to be able to have an abortion, they can't use state funds. They'll have to find another funding source. That's discrimination. So these amendments are genuinely seeking to provide some clarification. Just ensure that there's no conflict in law. If the intention is as has been stated, then let's just make sure that whatever comes out of this body is clear. Doesn't open up the door to litigation and additional costs that the state has to pay. Just clean it up. Thank you.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard earlier that this would be good. to make sure that we call this out specifically. I support this amendment because it's not just that it would be good. It's absolutely necessary. What you see is a conflict brewing, a conflict between words in statute and a constitutional amendment. A constitutional amendment, by the way, that's extremely clear. A constitutional amendment that says, as you can read, no public funds shall be used by the state of Colorado, its agencies, or political subdivisions to pay or otherwise reimburse, either directly or indirectly, any person, agency, or facility for the performance of any induced abortion. Provided, however, that the General Assembly by specific bill may authorize and appropriate funds to be used for those medical services necessary to prevent the death of a pregnant woman or her unborn child under circumstances where every reasonable effort is made to preserve the life of each. Not just nice to include, absolutely necessary so that we can ameliorate the conflict that is built in a bill that says you will not interfere or discriminate in conflict with a constitutional amendment. This constitutional amendment was passed in 1984. It was effective January 14th, 1985. It does not have an expiration date. This is enshrined in your Constitution as the voice of the people of this state. This bill, as I've been saying, is not. This bill is a desire to have a statutory statement made that those in the majority who vote for a bill or who do not vote for a bill either let stand or does not let stand this document. It is not your Constitution. It is not truly the will of the people as spoken through a constitutional amendment. Therefore, if there's a conflict, you have to take care of that conflict. You have to cure that conflict. This amendment, in part, does exactly that. It speaks to the conflict that's here and says this bill, this statute, will not override the language that the voters passed in 1984. I think it's your constitutional duty, actually, to vote for this amendment.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the reason why I think it is important, and again, I go back to the opening statements, that supposedly 1279 is just a restatement of our current law. While I disagree with that, and I think it does much more, I think it is also absolutely clear that if you're going to add language, which we do in 404, that prohibits any different treatment between the decision to have an abortion versus a decision to have the baby, that we include the language of the Colorado Constitution, which makes it clear that Colorado voters do treat those two issues differently. They treat them very differently. They don't think that the health care policy and issues associated with funding the continued health of the pregnant woman and her unborn child are the same as having an abortion and killing the child. And so I also would point out the language of the constitutional provision that it also applies to any public entities providing funding to a private third party for this purpose. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the question before us is the adoption of L53 to House Bill 1279. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Holtorf.
mind if I use this? For the safety of everyone in the room.
Representative Holtorf, if you aren't ready to speak, I'll call on someone else.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm ready. I just want to make sure I properly sanitize this area so we are safe and
To the
careful.
bill.
Safe and careful. So, Madam Chair and colleagues, I sit here and I watch as we debate. We offer amendments in the bill as introduced. It cites on page 3, affirming rights to abortion care nationwide in Roe versus Wade. And it further talks about Colorado being a national model, talks about the efforts that are listed here. And so I really want to dig into this. Even in the opening comments by the bill sponsors, they talked about the fear, I think was the word, fear of the Roe versus Wade being overturned. Me being a country boy from eastern Colorado, it piqued my interest greatly. And just to highlight how complicated this is for the lawyers in the room, because lawyers don't always agree on the interpretation of law at any state level, be it a district court, a court of appeals, and so on. I'm going to wade into this Roe versus Wade. Of course, we know the history. Argued on December 13th of 1971, re-argued on October 11th of 1972. Decided January 22nd, 1973. Now, I'm going to cite some references and speak to the complications of the legality herein, and to point out and try to reinforce the highlights of the concerns of my colleagues as they offer very important and impactful amendments of clarity into the law when the law can be misinterpreted or not properly interpreted in a legal setting. Be it a court, perhaps a district court, or a court of appeals, in a subsequent appellate court, or as it moves on and makes its way to the Supreme Court. All which have been talked about by the bill sponsors. In this particular case, a pregnant single woman, Roe, brought a class action challenging the constitutionality of the Texas criminal abortion laws, which proscribe procuring or attempting an abortion except on medical advice for the purpose of saving the mother's life. A licensed physician, Halford, who had 2 state abortion prosecutions pending against him, was permitted to intervene. A childless married couple, the Does, the wife not being pregnant, separately attacked the laws, basing alleged injury on the future possibilities of contraceptive failure, pregnancy, unpreparedness for parenthood, and impairment of the wife's health. A 3-judge district court, which consolidated the actions, held that Roe and Halliford and members of their classes had standing to sue and presented justicable controversies. Ruling that declaratory, though not injunctive, relief was warranted, the court declared the abortion statutes void as vague and overbroadly infringing those plaintiffs' 9th and 14th Amendment rights. The court ruled that the Doe's complaint, now I don't know if I'm saying this word right, justiciable or justicable? Any lawyers want to help me? It's all right, I'll continue. Appellants directly appealed to this court on the injunctive rulings, and appellee cross-appealed from the district court's grant of declaratory relief to Roe and Halliford. Held, number one, while 28 U.S.C. 1253 authorizes no direct appeal to this court from the grant or denial of declaratory relief alone, review is not foreclosed when the case is properly before the court on appeal from specific denial of injunctive relief, and the arguments as to be injunctive and declaratory relief are necessarily identical. Now, I don't want to miss any points, but what I really want to do is I want the bill sponsors to get together with some of our legal scholars and talk about the importance of compromise and the importance of clarifying the legal terms and the legality of this very vague statutory legislative bill that has very broad and overreaching objectives. They may not be declaratory. They may not be specific. And they might cause confusion in injunctive relief or arguments by either party. So Roe has standing to sue, says the court, and the Does and the Hallifords do not. Contrary to the appellee's contention, the natural termination of Roe's pregnancy did not moot her suit. That rhymes. Did not moot her suit. Interesting. I don't think that was intentional. Litigation involving pregnancy, which is capable of repetition yet evading review, is an exception to the usual federal rule that is an actual controversy. It's only 66 pages. Must exist at review stages and not simply when the action is initiated. The district court correctly refused injunctive but errant in granting declaratory relief to Halford, who alleged no federally protected right not assertable as a defense against the good faith state's prosecutions pending against him. And they cited Samuels versus Malik, 401 U.S. 66. The Doe's complaint, based as it is on contingencies, any one or more of which may not occur, is too speculative to present an actual case or controversy. 3, state criminal abortion laws like those involved here that exempt from criminality only a life-saving procedure on the mother's behalf without regard to the stage of her pregnancy and other interests involved violate the due process clause of the 14th Amendment, which protects against state action the right to privacy, including a woman's qualified right to terminate her pregnancy. That's interesting. Though the state cannot override that right, it has legitimate interest in protecting both the pregnant woman's health and the potentiality of human life, each of which interest grows and reaches a compelling point at various stages of the woman's approach to term. So even here they state that there's an interest not only in the mother, but in the baby. And that human life, in this case defined as potentiality of human life, but modern science will tell you that that is human life. Now I'm going to take a little pause here. I'm going to mark this with my cursor, and I'm going to talk a little bit about human life, because I don't know if I told you one of my daughters, I have 5, is an ultrasound technician. She's an OBGYN technician that works for a health system here in Colorado that's very well known. And she really enjoys her job. In fact, so much so that as those young mothers come to see her in her office, and she gets to scan those young mothers, she gets to share the joy of life with those mothers through the ultrasound machine. Now, later this evening, I'm going to present to you and talk about what my daughter has told me in her practice and as she works under the care of doctors as an ultrasound scanning technician, and very competent, one at that, I will add, that she shows the mothers, and oftentimes the father will come too. She'll show them the beating heart. She'll show them the little fingers and the little feet. She'll show them, depending on the time of pregnancy, a baby suckling their thumb. You can see it. You can touch a certain part of the woman's stomach and the baby will move as a act-react reflex. Now, if that's not life, I don't know what is. Now, it might be in vitro, which is, for a country boy like me, just means it's floating in embryonic fluid. It's taking a nice little ride, well protected, in a safe space, in warm fluid that controls its temperature, pressure. Everything is done in a perfect little space. The marvels of biology and the marvels of humanity. So, she shares the joy of life with those parents. And she talks about it often. In fact, it pleases me to listen to her talk about her craft and her skill as I hear her talking about the satisfaction she gets in her profession. But then she tells me other stories that sadden me. She tells me stories about, and we've heard some of this in testimony already today, and we're going to hear more of it later this evening. Don't worry. That there are times when she is doing her scanning and she realizes that the baby doesn't have a beating heart. That the functions that she has been trained to analyze are not occurring in a normal way. Because biology has failed or something is wrong. Now, she as a technician can't make any announcement. The doctors have to. And she tells me oftentimes how she has to go to the doctor and explain every detail of what she sees and what she doesn't see, so the doctor can fully understand the situation. Then, oftentimes she has to show and illustrate through the ultrasound machine the conditions that she's pointing out. And then the doctor has to make a decision. And yes, that is very sad. Because the baby, hold on now, listen closely. The baby that was alive, was in life, in vitro, living, a living little person, is now no longer alive. And my dear sweet daughter has made this determination based on her technical skill and communicates that to the doctor. And then the doctor has to communicate that to the family member, the most difficult one being the mother. And then they must grieve, and then further medical procedures are required to protect the life of the mother. Now, I've talked about a lot of people in this little story. I've talked about a mother. I've talked about a baby. I've talked about potentially a father and other family members. I've talked about a technician, a medical technician, or technicians, because oftentimes my daughter works with a team of 2. So oftentimes my daughter will ask her colleague and cohort in that clinic to verify something, just to make sure she's right. Because my goodness, you wouldn't want to be wrong. And then the doctor has to get involved, and a decision has to be made to terminate a pregnancy. But at no time in my daughter's eyes does she talk about anything but a living baby in vitro, until the point in time it's determined that that is no longer the condition. So this particular bill, as we analyze it, I don't understand health equity. Not in the life of the child, the unborn child. There's no equity there at all. It's discounted. But let's get back to Roe versus Wade, because here is where we get into the whole story, or the rest of the story. So I'm going to get back in here. The Doe's complaint, based as it is on contingencies, any one or more of which may not occur, is too speculative to present an actual case or controversy. State criminal abortion laws. Now we're talking about Texas, and of course that's what everyone's got fear. I do digress a lot, and I apologize, but I do have to talk about this fear because it's certain Texas laws that have just come. Because, boy, it's shaken the shoes of a lot of people and brought this legislation to the big state capitol here in our House chamber, House Bill 22-1279. Because Texas law has shaken the feet of those who bring forth this legislation. And with fear, we must act today and must move forward. Allegedly. State criminal abortion laws in Texas, we're talking about, like those involved here, that exempt from criminality only a life-saving procedure on the mother's behalf without regard to the stage of her pregnancy and other interests involved, violate the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, which protects against state action, the right to privacy, including a woman's qualified right to terminate her pregnancy. Though the state cannot override that right, it has legitimate interest in protecting both the pregnant woman's health and the potentiality of human life, each of which interest grows and reaches a compelling point at various stages of the woman's approach to term. For the stage prior to apparently the end of the first trimester, the abortion decision and its effectuation must be left to the medical judgment of the pregnant woman's attending physician. For the stage subsequent to approximately the end of the first trimester, the state, in promoting its interest in the health of the mother, may, if it chooses, regulate the abortion procedure in ways that are reasonably related to maternal health. For the stage subsequent to viability, the state, in promoting its interest in the potentiality of human life, may, if it chooses, regulate and even prescribe abortion, except where necessary in appropriate medical judgment for the preservation of the life or health of the mother. The state may define the term physician to mean only a physician currently licensed by the state, may prescribe any abortion by a person who is not a physician as defined under P165. But here's what's interesting. See, even back in the 70s, Texas law was very sensitive to the term they use, which is potentiality of human life, which we know right now is not potentiality, it is life. It is life in vitro. It is a living being in a very special place that God has made to protect, and all mammals have this, to protect that special little bundle of joy that comes at the end of the partum period. I'll continue. It is unnecessary to decide the injunctive relief issues, since the Texas authorities will doubtless fully recognize the court's ruling. As the Texas criminal abortion statutes are unconstitutional. Now we're going to go to another section here where there was a re-argument in the appellate case, I believe. Sarah Weddington re-argues the case for appellates. With her on the briefs are Roy Lucas, Fred Bruner, Roy L. Merrill Jr., and Norman Dorson. I would presume all of them to be lawyers. Robert C. Flowers, Assistant Attorney General of Texas, argued that the case for the appellee on the re-argument, Jay Floyd, Assistant Attorney General, argued the case for appellee on the original argument. With them on the brief were Crawford C. Martin, Attorney General, Nola White, First Assistant Attorney General, Alfred Walker, Executive Assistant Attorney General, and Henry Wade and John B. Toyle. Now, if this is so simple, why so many lawyers? Because it's not. There's nothing simple about any of this. Now, Mr. Justice Blackmun delivered the opinion of the court in this particular case in October 1972. This Texas federal appeal and its Georgia companion Doe versus Bolton Post P-179 present constitutional challenges to state criminal abortion legislation. The Texas statutes under attack here are typical of those that have been in effect in many states for approximately a century. The Georgia statutes, in contrast, have a modern cast and are a legislative product that, to an extent at least, obviously reflects the influences of recent attitudinal change or advancing medical knowledge and techniques of new thinking about an old issue. Now, I question whether this legislation here in this bill, House Bill 22-1279, Reproductive Health Equity Act, has taken into any advanced medical knowledge and techniques with respect to the life of a baby. We now have three-dimensional color resolution ultrasound technology that can map every move that little baby makes. In fact, for the entire 9 months it is in the womb. Is that 34 weeks or 36 weeks? 34? Anybody? Just give me the fingers if it's 36? 36, thank you. Appreciate the help. Don't want to get it wrong. You can see every move that little baby makes that's alive. That this particular legislation denies any right to life at any time, up to 36 weeks. Boy. Sure like everybody to watch that before you go in there and visit Planned Parenthood. Sure like those mothers to sit there and look at that.
Holtorf,
Yes, ma'am.
that you cannot name organizations. We have a rule against that. So
Yes, ma'am.
please,
I stand corrected. I withdraw that last
proceed,
comment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you for your leadership. I withdraw that last comment. And I do understand. We forthwith, I'll get back to the Roe versus Wade here. We forthwith acknowledge our awareness of the sensitive and emotional nature of the abortion controversy, of the vigorous opposing views, even among physicians, and of the deep and unseemingly absolute convictions that the subject inspires. Well, some things haven't changed. One's philosophy, one's experiences, one's exposure to the raw edges of human existence, one's religious training, one's attitudes towards life and family and their values, and the moral standards one establishes and seeks to observe are all likely to influence and to color one's thinking and conclusions about abortion. In addition, population growth, pollution, poverty, racial overtones tend to complicate and not to simplify the problem. Our task of force is to resolve the issue by constitutional measurement, free of emotion, and pre-election. We seek to earnestly do this, and because we do, we have inquired into and in the opinion placed some emphasis upon medical and medical legal history and what that history reveals about man's attitude towards the abortion procedure over the centuries. We bear in mind, too, Mr. Justice Holmes' admonition in his now vindicated dissent in Lochner versus New York, 128 U.S. 45,76, which was ruled in 1905. You might have studied that in law school, some of you lawyers. The Constitution is made for people of fundamentally differing views, and the accident of our finding certain opinions natural and familiar or novel or even shocking ought not to conclude our judgment upon the question whether statutes embodying them conflict with the Constitution of the United States. The Texas statutes that concur us here are arts, 1191 through 1194 and 1196 of the state's penal code. These make it a crime to procure an abortion, as therein. I'll read these articles to you. Now, this is Texas law back in the 70s. Article 1191, abortion. If any person shall designatedly administer to a pregnant woman or knowingly procure to be administering with her consent any drug or medicine, or shall use towards her any violence or means whatever externally or internally applied, and thereby procure an abortion, he shall be confined to the penitentiary not less than 2 nor more than 5 years. If it be done without her consent, the punishment shall be doubled. By abortion is meant that the life of the fetus or embryo shall be destroyed in the woman's womb, and that a premature birth thereof be caused. Article 1192, furnishing the means. Whoever furnishes the means of procuring an abortion, knowing the purpose intended, is guilty as an accomplice. Article 1193, attempt at abortion. If the means used shall fail to produce an abortion, the offender is nevertheless guilty of an attempt to produce an abortion, providing it be shown that such means were calculated to produce that result. Well, those articles are definitely there to protect the life of the unborn. Without question, they were written because they wanted to protect the life of that little baby. I'll continue with the opinion of the court to find or to attempt one, except with respect to an abortion procured or attempted by medical advice of the purpose of saving the life of the mother. Similar statutes are in existence in a majority of the states. Even back there, they were sensitive to the life of the mother. Now, as we talk about the life of the mother, and in this particular case, this legislation that really speaks to the rights, specifically to the rights of the mother, reproductive health equity, it doesn't speak to, as I can see, the rights of the unborn child. And that's a concern. That's definitely a concern to me. And one of the reasons that have huge consternation and concern about this legislation. And I even have more concern about the fact that not one amendment has been considered by the bill sponsors, because the legal landscape has changed some, but it still is complicated as ever. And that's evident by the legal actions that are being promulgated across the nation on either side of this issue. Texas first enacted a criminal abortion statute in 1854, set forth in H5 Gamma Laws of Texas in 1869. This was soon modified into language that remained substantially unchanged up until present time, 1972. So this was long-standing. Now, this is a second opinion. Jane Roe, the single woman who we speak of, who resided in Dallas, Texas, instituted this federal action in March 1970 against the District Court of the county of Dallas, Texas. She sought a declaratory judgment that the Texas criminal abortion statutes were unconstitutional on their face, and an injunction restraining the defendant from enforcing the statutes. Now, this particular opinion here, because there's three of them, right, speaks to more of our amendments to the Constitution. Roe alleged that she was unmarried and pregnant and that she wished to terminate her pregnancy by an abortion performed by a competent licensed physician under safe clinical conditions, and that she was unable to get a legal abortion in Texas because of her life did not appear to be threatened by the continuation of her pregnancy, and that she could not afford to travel to another jurisdiction in order to secure a legal abortion under safe conditions. She claimed that the Texas statutes were unconstitutionally vague and that they abridged her right of personal privacy protected by the 1st, 4th, 5th, 9th, and 14th Amendments. By an amendment to her complaint, Roe purported to sue on behalf of herself and all her women. I won't go into the licensing physician again. That would be redundant. I wouldn't want to waste our valuable time here. So I'm going to skip down here. The two actions were consolidated and heard together by a duly convened three-judge district court, as we mentioned earlier. And I'll skip down a little farther because I don't want to be redundant. In further clarification, and it is written on the opinion of the court in Section 3, it might have been preferable if the defendant, pursuant to our Rule 20, had presented to us a petition for certiorari.
Representative Holtorf?
Yes.
So I've just taken the chair, and I'm hoping you can help me see how this relates to the bill.
Oh, I'd love to. Hello, Madam Chair. This definitely relates to the bill because it talks about reproductive equity. In fact, the case is even cited in the bill. And it talks about how this supports the claims that are made in this bill. So if you allow me to continue, I will illustrate that, and I'll show the controversy and the confusion and how the amendments that are being brought forth in my closing arguments will show how, without these forthcoming amendments that add clarity to this very vague statute, will in fact help avoid further confusion if this is litigated in our state courts here in Colorado. Does that help, ma'am?
It's a good start. I'll be listening.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I like your attention and your enthusiasm. But now, ma'am, I've lost my place, so I'll have to take a little more time to find it.
Take your time, Representative.
Thank you. I wouldn't do that. Now, the reason this is important is it needs to really highlight, ladies and gentlemen, how complex this subject is, and how if we do not pay attention to the amendments that are being brought forth by my colleagues, which are not frivolous amendments in any way, that there may be further legal challenge in our state after we promulgate this and pass this and sign it into law. which could potentially cause further legal challenges, specifically when it comes and references the case of the rights of the unborn child. Completely disregarded in House Bill 22-1279, mind you, which is an issue for me. Anyway, I digress. I'll get back to this, ma'am, so I can help clarify your concern. So, in this, the court, we, not me, we conclude nevertheless that those decisions do not foreclose our review of both the injunctive and the declarative aspects of a case of this kind, when it is properly here as this one is on appeal under 1253 from specific denial of injunctive relief, and that the arguments as to both aspects are necessarily identical. And I'm going to cite some cases, ma'am. You can write these down if you'd like, just for further clarification. C. Carter versus Jury Commons, 396 U.S. 320, 1970. I think that's U.S. United States. And then Florida Lime Growers versus Jacobson, 360 T.U.S. 7380-81. And that was a ruling in 1960. It would be destructive of time and energy for all concerned were we to rule otherwise, says the court. We are next confronted with the issue of justiciability, standing and abstention. Have Roe and the Does established that personal stake in the outcome of the controversy? And they cite a case from 1962, Barr versus Carr, that ensures that the dispute sought to be injuncticated will be presented in an adversary context and in a form historically viewed as capable of judicial resolution. Now, there's two more cases we can cite, and you can write these down. Flass versus Cohen, 362 U.S. 83-101. That was in 1968. And Sierra Club versus Morton, 405 U.S. 727, 732. In 1972. And what effect did that pendency of criminal abortion charges against Dr. Halford in state court have upon the propriety of the federal courts granting relief to him as a plaintiff intervener? That's a question. Now, Jane Roe, despite the use of the pseudonym, because that wasn't, I don't believe, her real name. No, it wasn't. It says here, no suggestion is made that Roe is a fictitious person. For purposes of her case, we accept as true and as established her existence, her pregnant state, as of the inception of her suit in March of 1970, as late as May 21st of that year when she filed an alias affidavit with the district court, and her inability to obtain a legal abortion in Texas. Viewing Roe's case at the time of its filing and thereafter until as late as May, there can be little dispute that it then presented a case or controversy, and that wholly apart from the class aspects, she, as a pregnant single mother thwarted by the Texas criminal abortion laws, had standing to challenge these statutes. So actually the law was being rather fair, I would say, in this case. And there's multiple cases here. I'm not going to read them all, ma'am, for the sake of time. I know how valuable our time is. Indeed, we do not read the appellate's brief as a really asserting anything to the contrary. The logical nexus between the status asserted and the claims sought to be adjudicated are both present. The appellee notes, however, that the record does not disclose that Roe was pregnant at the time of the district court hearing on May 22, 1970, or on the following June 17th, when the court's opinion and judgment were filed. And he suggests that Roe's case must now be moot because she and all of the members of her class are no longer subject to any 1970 pregnancy. Well, pregnancies only go 9 months, and that's a pretty short period of time. The usual rule, I'll continue with this opinion of the court, the usual rule in federal cases is that an actual controversy must exist at stages of appellate or certiorari review, and not simply at the date this action is initiated. And this is United States versus Munsingware Incorporated, 340 U.S. 36, 1950. Golden versus Zwickler, Supra SEC versus Medical Committee for Human Rights. That's 404 U.S. 403, 1972. But then, as here, pregnancy is a significant fact in the litigation. The normal 266-day human gestation period is so short that the pregnancy will come to term usually before the usual appellate process is complete. If that termination makes a case moot, pregnancy litigation seldom will survive much beyond the trial stage, and our appellate review will be effectively denied. Our law should not be that rigid. Pregnancy should come more than once to the same woman in the general population. If a man is to survive, it will always be with us. Pregnancy provides a classical justification for a conclusion of non-mootness. It truly should be capable of repetition, yet evading review. I won't cite all the cases, there's so many here. We therefore agree that the district court, that Jane Roe had standing to undertake this litigation, and that she presented a justifiable controversy, and that the termination of her 1970 pregnancy had not rendered her case moot. Dr. Halliford, the doctor's position is different. He entered Roe's litigation as a plaintiff intervener, alleging in his complaint that he, in the past, had been arrested for violating Texas abortion laws, and at the present time standing charged by indictment with violating said laws in the Criminal District Court of Dallas, Texas, the state of Texas versus James H. Halford. I'll pass by the case number, State of Texas versus James H. Halford.
Representative Holtorf, I'm just curious how the standing of these plaintiffs informs our consideration of the bill.
Well, I will tell you that the standing of the plaintiffs ties to the consideration of the bill, because there are going to be plaintiffs in future time, and particularly one of the most important plaintiffs would be the unborn child, if we would allow and grant the unborn child rights. This bill says no. We're not going to give that little baby any rights. In fact, we discredit those rights, and this particular case is the beginning of the end for those rights. I think that has significant historical relevance, and it has significance particularly, Madam Chair, when it's codified in, let's see, is it just the legislative declaration? Yeah, in the legislative declaration, which will be, I believe, posted to Colorado Revised Statutes. Am I correct in that, colleagues, that the legislative declaration will be in statute? Dr. Halford is therefore in the position of seeking in a federal court declaration and injunctive relief that respect to the same statutes under which he stands charged in criminal prosecutions simultaneously pending in state court. Therefore, he states that he has been arrested in the past for violating the state's abortion laws. He makes no allegation of any substantial and intermediate threat to any federally protected right that cannot be asserted in his defense against the state prosecutions. Neither is there any allegation of harassment or bad faith prosecution. In order to escape the rule articulated in this case, cited in the next paragraph of this opinion, that absent harassment and bad faith, a defendant in the pending state criminal cases cannot affirmatively challenge in the federal court the statutes under which the state is prosecuting him. Dr. Halford seeks to distinguish his status as a present state defendant from his status as a potential future defendant, and to assert only the latter for standing purposes here. Now, we're going to get to the heart of the appellate ruling very soon, and there will be more meaning and substance as we move along. I know right now we're just establishing standing, and you know, as a lawyer, and many of you are lawyers in this chamber, that the case is complicated. Almost every case is complicated, and you have to build standing before you can get even a court hearing. And you may not realize this, esteemed colleagues, but in this chamber this evening, We are here trying to build standing for the rights of the unborn, their right to life. They have no standing right now under this legislation. That right is discarded and has been under Roe versus Wade. Whose rights supersede who? Well, Roe versus Wade illustrates that, and I'm going to get to that in a little bit here, so I'll continue. The court, of course, was correct in its refusing to grant injunctive relief to the doctor. The reasons supportive of that act, however, are those expressed in Samuel versus Mackel and in Younger versus Harris, Boyd versus Landry, Perez versus Ledesma, Byron versus Karalesix, and other cases. I'll move down here. For the spirit of time, Dr. Halford's complaint and intervention, therefore, is to be dismissed. He is remitted to his defenses and the state criminal proceedings against him. We reverse the judgment of the district court insofar as it granted Dr. Halford relief and failed to dismiss his complaint and intervention. The Does, in view of our ruling as to Roe's standing in her case, the issue of Doe's standing in their case has little significance. The claims they assert, they're essentially the same as those of Roe's, and they attack the same statuses. Nevertheless, we briefly note the Doe's posture. Here's something I'll tell you about the Doe's that has relevance, ladies and gentlemen, and to Madam Chair. In this particular case, the Doe's may be parents who would love to adopt a child because they can't have children. But that right is denied because the child is not availed, because the child is aborted. And therefore it is not availed and offered to a family like the Doe's. Something to consider and not beyond realism. Now I digress, but I think it's a point that needs to be made. There are so many families out there that would love to have a child. But with this bill, House Bill 22-1279, those children are not forthcoming because they don't come to term and are allowed to be born and have that birthday. Because every child deserves a birthday. Now I'm going to go back in time a little bit, and I hope my battery doesn't run out on my computer, ma'am. I know it's getting low. Let's see. Oh, I've got a little time left. Because I served some time and lived in the Pacific. In the East, they call it. And if you've lived in the East, in the Pacific Rim, how about China? China's pretty popular right now as a country. Do you know that the Chinese, when a baby is born, it's their second birthday?
Representative Holtorf?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, let's move our discussion to the bill. Your comments need to help inform us.
I'm going to get to that. In fact, I'm going to inform all of you that if you live in China and a baby is born, I stand corrected, they have their first birthday when they're born. How many people knew that besides me? Raise your hands. Boy, aren't we naive. About 3 of us. 3 of us knew that in the Orient, even in China, that the Chinese respect the life of the baby and give it credit for its first year. But we will not in this chamber. Oh no. That child has no rights and does not get its first birthday. But in China, when that baby is born, it is celebrated, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm passionate about this. The life is celebrated, and that baby has its first birthday when it meets its family on this earth. So you want to talk about rights. You want to talk about when life starts. Even those cultures understand how important it is to have that first birthday. Even though in this chamber, we are having some doubts. Now maybe that doesn't clarify the point, ma'am. I hope it does. I hope it does clarify the point and the importance and relevance to respecting life and other cultures. and other cultural norms. Now, so the pleading I'm going to get back to Roe versus Wade. Their pleadings present them as a childless married couple. The woman not being pregnant, who have no desire to have children at the time because of their having received medical advice that Mrs. Doe should avoid pregnancy, and for other highly professional reasons. But they fear they may face the prospect of becoming parents. As if pregnancy ensues, they would want to terminate it by an abortion. They assert an inability to obtain an abortion legally in Texas, and consequently, so this is the other half of this, the prospect of obtaining an illegal abortion thereof, or going outside Texas to some place where the procedure could be obtained legally and competently. We thus have as plaintiffs a married couple who have as their asserted immediate and present injury only an alleged detrimental effect upon their marital happiness. Oh, wait a minute. We were talking about detrimental. Is that not in the bill? Detrimental? Pretty sure it was. In fact, it's been discussed. In fact, one of the amendments, I believe, was addressing that. In fact, if I remember the discussion, see if I can find it here. I may not find it in a timely manner. I might have to have one of my colleagues. Oh, actually, it was derivative rights. It wasn't detrimental. It was derivative rights under the law. Independent, so it says it says that egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. Now, I'm going to use a synonym. I'll say this a little different way. Under page 5, lines 4 through 6, this is Bowlegs 3. A fertilized egg and embryo, that is the beginning of life, and the small baby that is in fetus form, does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. Now, unfortunately, that's extended all the way through 36 weeks. So that little baby, even when it can move, it can kick, it can suck its thumb, it can cough, it can hiccup, it can roll over. When it can do all of that, it's still not alive and has no rights. None. Page 5. Health care rights. Oh my goodness, that little baby's not getting any health care rights there, particularly in the 3rd trimester. And as that little baby grows, that's when it needs more rights than ever, because it's got a chance. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, my own colleague who stood up here and introduced and began the discussion on this particular legislation, my good friend and colleague said that she was, at 22 weeks, brought forth alive and lived. But under this statute, under this law that's being peddled, that life would be denied. And I wouldn't have my colleague from Eaton, Colorado. She wouldn't be here. She'd be discarded in the trash like garbage. Because she's not alive, and she doesn't have any rights. Wait a minute, I got to read that again, because now my blood pressure's getting up. I apologize, ma'am. Does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. Wow. All I can say is wow. Okay, I better get back to this. The very phrasing of the Doe's position reveals its speculative character. They allege injury rests on the possible future contraceptive failure, possible future pregnancy, possible future unpreparedness for parenthood, possible future impairment of health. Boy, there's a lot of speculation there. And this bill is also built on speculation. That these reproductive rights should not be offered to the child in vitro. Now, I understand that all those things I just mentioned in Roe versus Wade all have been discussed here today about the convenience, but we might not be ready for a family. Whoops, we had a little accident. Nope, we're not ready. We don't make enough money. Our professional careers are much more important. We can't have this. There's so many possibilities. And they're mentioned here in Roe versus Wade. And here we are, 40 years later, 50 years later, talking about this and saying that these future possibilities or considerations, whether they do take place or not, should supersede the right of that unborn child, that little baby that just wants a birthday. Just one for starters. Most of us would like to see a lot more. Anyway, I digress. In the Doe's estimation, these possibilities might have some real or imagined impact upon their marital happiness, but we are not prepared to say that the bared allegations of so indirect an injury is sufficient to present an actual case or controversy. The Does, therefore, are not appropriate plaintiffs in this litigation. Their complaint was properly dismissed by the district court, and we affirm that dismissal. Well, I happen to agree with that ruling, but there might be lawyers in here that would disagree. And therein lies the conundrum, ladies and gentlemen. Lawyers don't agree. They pick sides, they pick positions, and then they slug it out through the pages of Colorado Revised Statute and constitutional statute. And they parse, and they peel, and they reinterpret and posture and position to try to build that case, starting with standing. That's why that's so important, Madam Chair. The principal thrust of the appellate's attack on the Texas statutes is that they improperly invade a right said to be possessed by the pregnant woman to choose to terminate her pregnancy. Appellate would discover this right in the concept of personal liberty embodied in the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause, or in the personal, marital, familial, or sexual privacy said to be protected by the Bill of Rights or its prenumbris. Now, there's some truth to that, and those rights are important. And I don't disagree, and I offered earlier today in testimony about how this bill could be something very different. And it would consider the personal, marital, familial, privacy, and many other things, and still have the ability to consider the right of that little baby, if we would so allow. Now, in this opinion, before addressing this claim, the court says, these three judges, we feel it is desirably briefly to survey in several aspects the history of abortion for such insight as that history may afford us, and then to examine the state's purposes and interests beyond the criminal abortion law. It is perhaps not generally appreciated that the restrictive criminal abortion laws in effect in a majority of states today are of relatively recent vintage. Those laws generally prescribed abortion in its attempt to any time during pregnancy except when necessary to preserve the pregnant woman's life are not of ancient or even uncommon law origin. Instead, they derive from statutory changes effected by the most part in the latter half of the 19th century. Now, I understand that the bill sponsors, their fear comes from the resurgence of these attitudes and the resurgence of the sentiment of man. These are not new. Even in this opinion of the court, it says these are ancient attitudes. These are not capable of precise determination. We are told that in the time of the Persian Empire, abortifacients were known and that criminal abortions were severely punished. We're also told, however, that abortions were practiced in Greek times as well as in the Roman times, and that it was resorted to without scruple. That's interesting.
Representative Holtorf, while interesting, I'm still not certain how this relates to the bill.
Well, if I haven't convinced you now, ma'am, will I ever? Okay, I'm gonna skip down here and try one more thing, ma'am. See if I can get to this part here, because there was a really good part of this. I don't need to go through all the. Do you want me to talk about the historical references? Will that help, ma'am? Because it starts with Greek and works all the way up.
You know, I'm going to trust your judgment that you'll look at that carefully and ensure that whatever you talk about relates to the bill.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate your leadership and your kind heart. Let's go to present time here. Well, maybe this will be a little better. And we all know that our law is based on, for the most part, English law. We have very close connectivity to that. So I'm just going to jump to this part here that I was talking about, English law. Those disciplines varied approach the question in terms of the point at which the embryo or fetus became formed or recognizably human. In the terms of that of when a person comes into being, it is infused with a soul or animated. Well, I'm going to take a little moment here to talk about that. When is a fetus recognizably human? Well, I will tell you right here on the table in front of me. It's right there. And it's after the first trimester. Definitely in the second trimester, and unequivocally in the third trimester. There is no question of a human form. Now, one would argue, does the human have a spirit? Well, if it has life, it must have a spirit. Because spirit, your life is your spirit. You can't have one without the other. And is it infused with a soul and animated? Wow. I tell you, if you talk to my daughter, OBGYN ultrasound scanning technician, she will tell you about the animation of life in those babies. It is real. And they must be alive to have animation. How can they move if they don't have life? How does anyone move without life? Because when you're dead, you don't move. And you want to know how simply I can prove that? In prenatal problems where the life no longer exists in the baby, they don't move. My daughter has confirmed that to me. Their little beating hearts, 100 beats per minute when they're little. 100 beats per minute. Could you imagine? That is life. But when she can't sense that little beating heart with her ultrasound device, guess what? There's not life. But when she does sense that little beating heart, and she always tells me, I can't wait to see the heartbeat because then I know the baby's okay. The baby's okay when she finds the heartbeat. It's one of the first things she checks for, she tells me. But when it's not there, she already knows the outcome. Anyway, a loose consensus evolved in our early English law that these events occurred at some point between conception and live birth, and that this was mediate animation. Although Christian theology and the canon law came to fix the point of animation at 40 days for a male and 80 days for a female, a view that persisted until the 19th century. There was otherwise little agreement about the precise time of formation or animation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest, that is a synonym for life. Formation and animation is life. It's living. It's a baby. There was agreement, however, that prior to this point, the fetus was to be regarded as part of the mother, and its destruction, therefore, was not homicide. Due to continuous uncertainty about the precise time when animation occurred, to the lack of any empirical basis for the 48-day view, and perhaps to Aquinas' definition of movement as one of the two first principles of life. Oh, wait a minute. I have to stop there a minute. So one of the definitions in ancient time, Aquinas, I can say that. Okay. Of movement as one of the first two principles of life. Well, how early does your baby move? For the women that have carried a baby, you know that. And you've felt that life, and it's undeniable. It is undeniable. Bracton focused upon quickening as the critical point. Bracton focused upon I'm not sure about that sentence, ma'am. The significance of quickening was echoed by later common law scholars and found its way into the received common law in this country. And that country is the United States of America. Whether abortion of a quick fetus was a felony at the common law or even a lesser crime is still disputed. And these are ancient writings. Bractis writings early in the 13th century thought it homicide, but later and predominantly view followed the great common law scholars has been that it was at most a lesser offense. In a frequency cited passage, Cook took the position that abortion of a woman quick with child is a great misprison, and no murder. Blackstone followed, saying that the abortion after quickening had once been considered manslaughter, although not murder. Modern law took a less severe view. A recent review of the common law precedents argued, however, that those precedents contradict Coke and that even post-quickening abortion was never established as a common law crime.
And you know, Representative Holtorf, this might be another good opportunity for you to tie this back to the bill.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's a really good time to talk about. As we talk about life, there are people that say that abortion should be allowed under certain conditions. And I will tell you, in eastern Colorado, in my district, there are still debates about this, depending on your religious propensities. But there are certain arguments that say during, in this particular case, a post-quickening abortion would be considered an abortion that would most likely occur in the first trimester, probably in the first weeks or maybe up to the first month of pregnancy. I'm not a medical doctor, but it would occur within weeks, and certainly in the first 3 months or first trimester of that prepartum period. And there are considerations for that, and I think that's still being largely debated. This particular legislation that we have before us tonight really says that there's no consideration for any of that. That you can abort anytime, even up until the point in time where the baby's being born, perhaps. Now, I see my good colleague over here, Representative Hanks, and I know he has some very important things to say. And I appreciate his collegiality. I appreciate his participation. So I'm going to mark my page, ma'am, and I'm going to yield the dais to my colleague, Representative Hanks.
Representative Hanks.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think what Representative Holtorf really appreciates are my reading skills, and I know that that's what I've been come to be known for. I didn't have a chance to make initial comments, but I did have a chance to listen to everybody's comments. And as we started this discussion on House Bill 22-1279, and had a few thoughts on it, if I may, and that's, I really have appreciated the refrain that everybody deserves a birthday. I guess I've had a couple dozen. I'm pretty grateful for them. I hope to have a few more. It seems like a fetus ought to at least get one and then go on some sort of probation. And my dad, this is supposed, I'm going to say this, it's supposed to be mirth. But my dad made the point, he said, you gotta you got to kind of get rid of them in the first 30 days or you get attached to them. So we made it past the threshold there. So I'm grateful for that. I appreciate my mom and dad for all that they did. So what I wanted to do, if you'll permit me, Madam Chair, is I'm looking at this bill, and I was not on the committee. That used to be a committee I was a member of. However, I've moved on along, and I am grateful to hear of the 14 hours of testimony on it. But I'm still catching up. And so I looked at even Section 1, the legislative declaration, the General Assembly. Let me try that again, because I really can read and pronounce. The General Assembly finds that access to abortion and reproductive health care is currently under attack across the nation. Impending federal court cases, including Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health Organization, United States Supreme Court docket number 1392, jeopardize access to legal abortion care for tens of millions of people, particularly those living in most southern and midwestern states. So Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization caught my interest, and that's on page 2, line 6. And so I wanted to go through, it's at the Supreme Court, and it is docket number 19-1392, and I wanted to go through some of the amicus briefings. And I also have actually, and it's, I'm not being glib here. This is actually pretty interesting stuff. This is the transcript from the Supreme Court of the United States, dated December 1, 2021. And as I was going through it, it has a lot of characters, and it's a lot of dialogue from characters we know, people we know. And so it'll kind of read like a paperback novel, the kind the drugstore sells. So if my good friend Representative Bockenfeld has gone into Gordon Lightfoot at this point, I apologize. But I wanted to read this one. This is from, it's a brief of amicus from Claremont Institute Center for Constitutional Jurisprudence in support of petitioners. It's John Eastman, Anthony Caso. And a table of contents is the interests, the summary of argument, and the argument and a conclusion. It's about 12 pages long, so it will not tax us excessively. The Center for Constitutional Jurisprudence is the public law I say again, the Center for Constitutional Jurisprudence is the public interest law arm of the Claremont Institute, whose stated mission is to restore the principles of the American founding to their rightful and preeminent authority in our national life, including the natural right to, quote, life, unquote, as expressed in the Declaration of Independence, and the due process clauses of the 5th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution. The Center has filed amicus briefs in cases raising this issue, including Whole Women's Health versus Hellerstedt and Gonzalez versus Carhart, and its attorneys were counsel of record in Horn versus Isaacson. Summary of argument. The Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment protects against deprivation, life, liberty, or property. In the abortion rights cases, this court has focused on liberty. The real issue, however, is life. Life is a natural right endowed by our Creator and is the first unalienable right recognized in the Declaration of Independence. Governments are formed to protect natural rights. I really like that. Governments are formed to protect natural rights, and the state of Mississippi has a compelling interest in the protection of life, even the life of a yet-to-be-born child. Any liberty interest to procure an abortion, parenthetical, which is not found in the text of the 14th Amendment or anywhere else in the Constitution, in parentheses, must be balanced against this compelling interest in the protection of life. While it may be true that, quote, liberty finds no refuge in a jurisprudence of doubt, unquote, neither can it find refuge in a claim of that prior erroneous judicial pronouncements are more important than the words of the Constitution. This court has had no trouble in overruling prior decisions that incorrectly interpreted the Constitution, prior decisions that upheld a claimed liberty interest in terminating the life of an unborn child without ever considering the express constitutional protection of that child's life can be no barrier to upholding the Constitution in this case. Argument 1. Mississippi has a compelling interest in protecting the lives of unborn children under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. Beginning a legal analysis with the wrong preposition is likely, I beg your pardon, proposition, that's my fault. I say again, beginning a legal analysis with the wrong proposition is likely to lead to an erroneous result. Planned Parenthood of Southern Pennsylvania versus Casey is an example of this. The lead opinion noted that the case focused on the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. The controlling word in the cases before us is, quote, liberty, unquote. But that is true if the court considers only the claimed liberty interest of the mother. The interest of the mother claims, however, I beg your pardon, I've got about $2 reader glasses, and I think I used them to weld some iron together, and they got a little blur on them, so I have to read this with my left eye. Let me do this again. The interest of the mother claims, however, is the right to terminate the life of her unborn child. Thus, the court should focus first and foremost on the word, quote, life, unquote. The duty of government to protect life is at the center of the nation's first legal document. We will all recognize this. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed. That's Declaration of Independence. From the foundation of this nation, the first duty of government has been to preserve the unalienable right to life. Even before the colonies declared independence, this claim of an inherent right to life was declared by the Continental Congress. Declaration and resolves of the First Continental Congress, October 14, 1774, reprinted in the Founders' Constitution. This duty is expressed in the constitutions and declarations of rights of the first states. The Virginia Declaration of Rights of 1776 notes that all men have, quote, certain inherent rights, namely the enjoyment of life and liberty.
Representative Hanks, I think this might be another good time for you to help us see how that relates to the bill.
Here's what I'm going to do, Madam Chair, and I thank you for that. This goes back to page 2 of the bill. That's what we're talking about here. It's an amicus brief on this. And let me go somewhere for a moment and come back to this. Let's go to Wikipedia because it's a little more personable, perhaps. So let's get a higher 30,000 foot or satellite view of this. Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization is a pending U.S. Supreme Court case dealing with the constitutionality of a 2018 Mississippi state law that banned abortion operations after the first 15 weeks of pregnancy. Lower courts had ruled in preliminary injunctions to prevent enforcement of the law on the basis that the law violated the holding of women's rights in Planned Parenthood versus Casey, which generally allows a woman to opt for abortion within the first 24 weeks. Oral arguments were held in December 2021, with a decision expected by the end of the 2021-22 term. So, Madam Chair, what I was reading were the briefings. What I intend to get to in the course of the evening is this paperback novel I referred to jocularly, and that is the transcript of that December 2021 oral argument. So it seems eminently germane to me that if it's listed in the bill on page 2, I might be able to speak to it. Am I in error?
You know, so long as it informs our consideration of the bill, I trust your judgment. I'll be listening, and we'll just see how this goes.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I have generally not tried to waste people's time. When I come down here, you know, I do pay attention to what other people say. I don't necessarily expect that same right in return, but I might actually have something of merit, especially when such brilliant people have written this. And among the people talking in this paperback novel, if you'll forgive me, that may be the last time I use that, are the 9 justices of the United States Supreme Court. I hope it's relevant. If it's not, if it's not, I don't understand our role as a legislative body. Let me unsecure my phone here again, and I'll go back to Wikipedia. Background. The Supreme Court ruled in the landmark decision of Roe versus Wade that a woman has a constitutional right to obtain an abortion without state interference within the first trimester of her pregnancy. Almost 2 decades later, the Supreme Court reaffirmed a woman's right to obtain an abortion in the landmark case Planned Parenthood, perhaps I'm not supposed to say that, versus Casey, but struck down the previously established trimester framework in favor of a fetal viability standard, typically 24 weeks into pregnancy. Casey ruled that state laws that restricted abortion before the fetus was viable, creating a, quote, undue burden, unquote, on women seeking abortions, were unconstitutional as they violated a woman's right to due process under the 14th Amendment. However, the court also ruled that this right was not absolute and must be balanced with other considerations the state may have, such as advancements in technology, making the point of fetal viability becoming sooner over time. It's Wikipedia. Sometimes the grammar ain't right. Since then, conservative states have attempted to pass other laws to restrict abortion within the context of Planned Parenthood versus Casey, generally on reassessment of when fetal viability begins, as to restrict abortions earlier than Planned Parenthood versus Casey's general standard of 24 weeks. Most of these laws have been struck down as being overly restrictive against women's rights by using 24 weeks as an absolute standard. The use of fetal viability as a standard for when states may restrict abortion operations has been questioned in legal cases since, including the dissenting opinion of City of Akron versus Akron Center for Reproductive Health. But that's where this comes back into play, Madam Chair, the Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. It seems to me I was on track. I guess until I hear another gavel, I'll continue on here. Most of these laws that have been passed have been enjoined from enforcement by courts, but would become effective should Roe versus Wade be overturned. So I'm going to get away from Wikipedia because I think some of it is non sequitur and nonsensical. And I'm going to go back. It is clear that from the founding, protection of life was one of the core purposes of government. The founding generation understood that the life to be protected began while the child was still in the womb. In Washington versus Glucksberg, this court limited heightened scrutiny review for substantive due process claims to those, quote, deeply rooted in this nation's history and traditions, unquote. In this case, the respondents assert a claimed liberty interest to terminate a life of an unborn child. But such a claimed liberty interest is not rooted in our history or traditions. Justice Thomas noted that the standard proposed by the plurality opinion in Casey, quote, has no historical or doctrinal pedigree, unquote. The court's decisions finding a right to abortion, that is, a, quote, right to terminate the life of another human being, do not rely on text or tradition, but upon what the court calls reasoned judgment. There is nothing in the nation's history and traditions supporting a claimed liberty interest allowing the intentional destruction of human life. To the contrary, our history is one that is focused on the protection of life, including the life of unborn children. Since the protection of life is textually explicit, Mississippi has a compelling interest in the protection of an unborn child's life. I'd like to go into page 7 on the doctrine of stare decisis that cannot support continued adherence to erroneous interpretations of the Constitution. And then there is a conclusion. I do believe it's relevant. In Casey, 7 members of this court acknowledged that states have a legitimate role in regulating abortion and recognized the state's interest in respecting fetal life at all stages of development, thus rejecting much of what the court had ruled in Roe versus Wade. Nonetheless, the court upheld what it called the central holding that Roe's concept of liberty included a right to kill an unborn child, at least until some undefined point in the pregnancy that the court called viability. Although no opinion in Casey commanded a majority of this court, the lead joint opinion staked out the ground for continuing to abide by Roe's concept of liberty, even though time had overtaken some of Roe's factual assumptions. According to the lead opinion, the court had to stick with the holding in Roe, not because its ruling was rooted in the text or history of the Constitution, but rather because the court's legitimacy depends on its ruling being sufficiently plausible to be accepted by the nation. Thus, the doctrine of stare decisis compelled the court to continue to adhere to its ruling in Roe. In Roe, the court had sought to resolve a device. Let me say that again. In Roe, the court had sought to resolve a divisive issue of government power. Although it was plainly unsuccessful in this endeavor, see John Eastman, The One-Way Ratchet, and Other Problems of Stare Decisis for Conservatives, so be it. The court feared that the correction of the ruling in Roe would cause damage to the, I beg your pardon, a little bit of, I'm saving you all some of the footnotes and so forth. And a little hard to catch where it picks up. And maybe it doesn't if this isn't printed correctly. Interesting. All right, well, let's move, because time is of the essence. It is no surprise, therefore, that both the Fifth and the 14th Amendment contained explicit textual protections for life. From the founding, the government has recognized that it has the duty to protect this natural right to life. Indeed, that is the purpose of government. The founding generation and the ratifiers of the Fifth and 14th Amendment were not confused about the life to be protected. With consistency, beautiful and undeviating, human life from its commencement to its close is protected by the common law. In contemplation of law, life begins when the infant is first able to stir in the womb. By the law, life is protected not only from immediate destruction, but from every degree of actual violence, and in some cases, from every degree of danger. That was sourced by James Wilson, Lectures on the Law, 1790 to 91. The idea that life protected by the common law includes the life of children who are not yet born was not invented by Wilson. Blackstone identified life as an absolute right. Further, he noted that life begins as soon as an infant is able to stir in the mother's womb. Sir William Blackstone, Commentaries on the Laws of England. Because of this, killing a child in the womb was a crime at common law. Under common law, a child still in the womb was a protected life. He could have a guardian and could receive an estate. Blackstone's commentaries were well known to the founding generation. When debating various provisions of the Constitution, the founders frequently cited Blackstone. The court has neither protected its legitimacy nor preserved the rule of law by continued adherence to the decision in Roe. Justice Blackmun correctly surmised that the confirmation process in the future would focus on whether to continue with the constitutional innovation initiated in Roe or to return to the text and history of the Constitution. Yet one doubts that he foresaw just how bitter confirmation battles would become. Let's not worry about the confirmation battles. We'll move forward. The lead opinion in Casey claimed that the court was bound by stare decisis. The immediate question is not the soundness of Roe's resolution of the issue, but the precedential force that must be accorded to its holding. I'm going to kick to the conclusion. The court needs to return to first principles. Whether or not there is a liberty interest at stake in an abortion regulation, there is most certainly a life interest. The state legislators who approved the Fifth and 14th Amendments to the Constitution knew that life included yet to be born children. They knew that abortion was a crime at common law and more recently by statute. And there is no evidence that they intended the 14th Amendment to usurp the state's interest in protecting the life of unborn children. As Justice Scalia pointed out, Casey and Roe are not law, but policy masquerading as law. Far from settling a national controversy, this court's abortion edicts have instead poisoned the process for selection of judges. Let's not worry about Supreme Court selection and nominations. But what I would like to do, Madam Chair, is go through a little bit of this December 1, 2021. This is highly topical. This this is the bill we are, or the court case we are talking about in this bill, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, United States Supreme Court.
And I
Docket
think
number
that would be fine.
1392. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and Representative Hanks, I think as you move through that, if you could periodically tie that back to the bill, I think that would be really helpful for all of us.
Well, the bill, Section 1, Legislative Declaration, the General Assembly finds that A, access to abortion and reproductive health care is currently under attack across the nation. Impending federal court cases, including Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, United States Supreme Court, jeopardize access to legal abortion care for tens of millions of people, particularly those living in most southern and midwestern states. So my point in bringing this up is to educate us. How many people have gone through this? I think we ought to, and I think we have the time to do it.
You know what? I don't have a problem with that, so long as you bring it back. A simple citation I don't think is adequate to show how that pulls back and references. More of what I'm looking for is for whatever it is that you're reading, that it informs our consideration of the bill. So it would be something more than just referring back to a simple citation in the legislative declaration.
Yeah, I would make that argument as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Chief Justice Roberts will begin this. We will begin hearing the argument this morning, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. It is it's double spaced, of course, single print, about 120 pages. What I may do, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, is I'm not going to pull out every other page and just read 60 of them. But what I will do is defer and give the podium to my colleague, and I will find a few pertinent dozen pages in this that I wanted to come to.
Is there further discussion on the bill? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members and Madam Chair, I think that what my colleague was attempting to do is, while I recognize that the bill certainly cites the case, the premise of the bill is based on the case. So you wouldn't have a bill had it not been for the case. So I think the attempt here, through the reading of sections or the entirety or whatever my colleague was prepared to do, is really an exercise of informing this body of what was explained in the beginning of this as the purpose for the bill. So I think the entirety of the case certainly is relevant. So I just wanted to highlight, I guess, and flag that piece for the chamber, because certainly I see the relevance in the Dobbs case, and whether that's just sections of it or its entirety, I think it's important that we recognize that. So I wanted to take that moment and offer that level of clarity, that my perspective as to why what we were hearing was absolutely relevant to the bill, which is 1279. So I'll step aside for the time being. I think that one of my other colleagues has some other comments, possibly even amendment, and have a quick little dialogue with some of my other colleagues. So I appreciate your attention, Madam Chair.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, I didn't think you was that tall. And just kind of as an overview reference, the reason we are referencing Supreme Court documents and even reading them is because, one, they're referenced directly as a reason for the bill, both in the text of the legislation and by the bill sponsors as essentially the need for the bill, while we're arguing largely, even without Roe v. Wade, even if it were to get overturned, the state of Colorado laws wouldn't inherently change. But also, as part of the United States, of course, Colorado falls under the jurisdiction of the United States Supreme Court. So we read these Supreme Court decisions about dealing with the subject of abortion because they provide a broader legal context for the bill we are considering, of course. And with that, I do want to reference the actual Supreme Court, not the decision from the Roe v. Wade, which came out January 22nd, 1973, roughly 10 years before I was born. And I know that because that's the day of the March on Washington every year. But actually, previous to that, in October of 1972, were the oral arguments of the Supreme Court. And of course, it was the famous Burger Court that ruled in Roe v. Wade. But there's an interesting part when the lawyer for Jane Roe, as she's referred to here, Miss Sarah Weddington, is making her case. One of the justices who actually ruled in favor of Jane Roe interrupted her in the middle of her oral arguments in October of '72. She's going through, making her case, and the judge interrupts her and says, well, Miss Weddington, is it critical to your case that the fetus not be a person under the Due Process Clause? Ms. Weddington responds, it seems to me that it is critical, first, that we prove it is a fundamental interest on behalf of the woman that it is a constitutional right, and second, and she gets interrupted again by the judge. It just says, well, yes, but what about the fetus? That's the question that we, on my side of the aisle, have largely been raising all night. What about the fetus? Is it a baby? Is it a human? But I continue with the judge who's interrupted her. She says, okay, a second, the state has no compelling state interest, and she kind of ignores the judge. The judge interrupts her a third time and says, yes, but I'm asking you, under the federal Constitution, is the fetus a person for the protection of due process? Ms. Weddington says, all of the cases, the prior history of the statutes, the common law history would indicate that it is not. The state has shown, and she gets interrupted a fourth time. The judge says, well, what about that? You would lose your case if the fetus was a person. She responds, well, then you would have a balancing of interest. So even the Supreme Court, even Roe v. Wade, even though technology was not there, which I do believe it is today, who ruled in favor of Roe said, you would lose your case if the fetus was a person. I would argue it is a person. It does feel pain, and every baby deserves a birthday. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, I did want to come up here and kind of bring it back to what I think the fundamental question is here. We've been debating this for several hours now, and as we're debating, you're certainly seeing the minority come through the bill and kind of go through our objections to it. But I don't want us to lose sight of, I think, the fundamental question here. This fundamental argument that we're engaged in is about the bodily autonomy of the mother over that of the right to the survival of the unborn child. I mean, that's ultimately what we're deciding here. Can a mother choose to terminate a pregnancy over the rights of that unborn child to live and be birthed and go on to live the life that they would have otherwise? And I think that's an important thing to always keep in mind as we look at this bill. And the question is, what's the right decision? What is justice? What is truth as it relates to this specific question? As I expressed earlier today, I simply believe that life starts at conception. I believe what is in the womb is a human being, and that human is created in God's image, like all of us are. And if that's the case, then we have to ask ourselves, what's our responsibility? We don't get to decide the value of human life. That was imbued by our Creator. The moment we do otherwise, we're giving over to a slippery slope of doing what is right in our own eyes, calling what our Creator calls evil good and good evil. That's what's so important about what we're talking if we hearken back to the Declaration of Independence, if we remember not only that, but also the Constitution, we quickly are told about how rights are not given to us by government, they're given to us by God. And for good reason, because if our rights were given to us by our government, then they could be easily taken away. That's why the right to life shouldn't be an issue for this body or any other body to decide, because it's self-evident. It's something that the government should be protecting. And we see that in the Declaration and in the Constitution, where the government's role is to protect life, liberty, and property, to ensure that there is due process. And as my colleagues have already discussed, as I believe Representative Holtorf and Representative Hanks and so many others were reading from amicus briefs related to specific Supreme Court cases, there are constitutional amendments that talk about the government's role, the federal government's role, as well as the state government's role to protect life. That is, I think, what we also, or that's what we need to focus on here. What is life? When does it start? And what ought we do in that situation? Representative Pico, in his earlier remarks, I think he said it very succinctly and very appropriately. This is not about health care. This is about terminating a pregnancy. The question is, why are we trying to allow for people to terminate a pregnancy? In other words, create an exception in what would otherwise be the taking of innocent life in state statute. These are human beings. This is a moral question. All we do in this building is decide questions of morality. So the question is it good? Is it justified to take the innocent life just because they're in the womb? The answer, I think, is pretty clear. It's no. And I think someone made mention, of this simple fact. I believe it was Representative Will. You'll have to forgive me. It's been several hours of debate at this point, but I believe Representative Will, made mention of the fact that, in this state, we repealed the death penalty, but in this instance, we are in essence allowing for a death penalty to occur with a baby in a womb. There's something wrong with that picture, ladies and gentlemen, and it's something that we should be grappling with, and ultimately I'd hope that we'd come to the conclusion that this is not justice, that we should let people live regardless of the location that they're at, right? Because ultimately, if they're outside the womb, then state statute would protect them. But in this instance, we're saying if they're in the womb, we're not going to protect them. My question is why? Why aren't we conferring the same rights for an unborn child when we would definitely, at least in theory, as stated in the statute books, be protecting those children that are outside the womb? Ladies and gentlemen, there's much more that I'll talk on later as this debate goes on, but I just wanted to bring it back to that fundamental question. What is life, and what is our role in protecting it? I think it's very clear. We need to make sure that no innocent life is taken, and we should prohibit the practice of abortion in the first place. So please vote no.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of my caucus might be pleased to learn that I have upgraded. I have replaced my $2 reading glasses with $4 reading glasses, so I should be at least twice as efficient. So that either means, Madam Chair, I read a lot more, or the comprehension is better. But what I wanted to come back and make a comment on was about this Dobbs case and why the material is important. And frankly, the bottom line is this material, this court case, goes directly to whether or not this bill is even necessary. And indeed, from some consult with folks that were in the committee last, whatever day it was, several days back, comments of the sponsor in committee made the comment that the bill isn't necessary if SCOTUS Supreme Court of the United States does not overrule Roe. So the arguments that are in here ought to then help us decide whether or not this bill is even required. And I had another one I wanted to extract, and it is simply this. As one of the 50 states of the United States, Colorado falls under the jurisdiction of the United States Supreme Court. We all know this. And we read Supreme Court decisions about abortion because they provide the broader legal context for the bill that we are considering. And so with that in mind, this is actually interesting stuff. And I don't say that sarcastically or glibly, and I mean that. This is my serious face. So where was I? General Stewart, oral argument of Scott Stewart on behalf of the petitioners. Mr. Stewart, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey haunt our country. They have no basis in the Constitution. They have no home in our history or traditions. They've damaged the democratic process. They've poisoned the law. They've choked off compromise. For 50 years, they've kept this court at the center of a political battle that it can never resolve. And 50 years on, they stand alone. Nowhere else does this court recognize a right to end a human life. Consider this case. The Mississippi law here prohibits abortions after 15 weeks. The law includes robust exceptions for a woman's life and health. It leaves months to obtain an abortion, yet the courts below struck the law down. It didn't matter that the law applies when an unborn child is undeniably human, when risks to women surge, and when the common abortion procedure is brutal. The lower courts held that because the law prohibits abortions before viability, it is unconstitutional no matter what. Roe and Casey's core holding, according to those courts, is that the people can protect an unborn girl's life when she just barely can survive outside the womb, but not any earlier when she needs a little more help. That is the world under Roe and Casey. That is not the world the U.S. Constitution promises. The Constitution places its trust in the people. On hard issue after hard issue, the people make this country work. Abortion is a hard issue. It demands the best from all of us, not a judgment by just a few of us. When an issue affects everyone and when the Constitution does not take sides on it, it belongs to the people. Roe and Casey have failed, but the people, if given the chance, will succeed. The court should overrule Roe and Casey and uphold the state's law. So we're going back again. I'll conclude. I welcome the court's question. Next speaker will be Justice Thomas, but we're going back again to whether or not this bill is even necessary. What better way to determine whether this is going to happen or not than to actually read the proceedings? We rarely do we get this deep into an issue, but this issue, as the testimony and the transcript has noted, has been festering for 50 years and before. So Justice Thomas, General Stewart, you focus on the right to abortion, but our jurisprudence seems to focus on, in Casey, autonomy, in Roe, privacy. Does it make a difference that we focus on privacy or autonomy, or more specifically on abortion? Mr. Stewart. I think whichever one of those you're focusing on, Your Honor, particularly if you're focusing on the right to abortion, each of those starts to become a step removed for what's provided in the Constitution. Yes, the Constitution does protect certain aspects of privacy, of autonomy, and the like. But as this court said in Glucksberg, going directly from general concepts of autonomy, of privacy, of bodily integrity to a right is not how this court traditionally does due process analysis. So I think it just confirms, whichever one of those you look at, Your Honor, a right to abortion is not grounded in the text, and it's grounded on abstract concepts that this court has rejected in other contexts as supplying a substantive right. Justice Thomas, you say that this is only, I say again, you say that this is the only constitutional right that involves the taking of a life. What difference does that make in your analysis, Mr. Stewart? Sure, Your Honor, I think it makes a number of differences. One, I'd mention two in particular. One, it really does mark out the unbelievably profound ramifications of this area, which in many other areas, assisted suicide, a whole host of important areas that are important to dignity, autonomy, freedom, and important to matters of conscience. It marks out as one of the unique areas where this court has taken that important issue to the people. And it's something that implicates life, and it just, I think, marks off, Justice Thomas, how problematic and unusual and how much of a break the court's abortion jurisprudence is from other cases. Justice Thomas, if we don't overrule Casey or Roe, do you have a standard that you propose other than the viability standard? Mr. Stewart, it would be, Your Honor, a clarified version of the undue burden standard. I would emphasize, I think, as Your Honor is alluding to, that no standard other than the rational basis review that applies to all laws will promote an administratable, workable, practicable, consistent jurisprudence that puts matters back with the people. I think anything heightened here is going to be problematic. But I would say if the court were not inclined to overrule Casey, the choice would be undue burden standard, untethered from any bright line viability rule. Justice Thomas thanks him. Justice Breyer, well, I'd like to go on a different topic. Back to Casey. Yes, Your Honor. Justice Breyer, I assume you've read Casey pretty thoroughly. Yes, Your Honor. Justice Breyer, and there are two parts. One is they reaffirm Roe, put that to the side. The second is an opinion for the court, not for three people, but for the court. And that second part is about what stare decisis principles should be used to overrule a case like Roe. And they say Roe is special. What's special about it? They say it's rare. They call it a watershed. Why? Because the country is divided, because feelings run high. And this is still Breyer talking, by the way. And yet the country, for better or for worse, decided to resolve their differences by this court laying down a constitutional principle, in this case, women's choice. All right, that's what makes it rare. That's not what I'm asking about. I want your reaction to what they said follows from that. What the court says follows from that is that it should be more unwilling to overrule a prior case. That's important. Those are my comments. I'll say again, what the court said follows from that is that it should be more unwilling to overrule a prior case, far more unwilling we should be, whether that case is right or wrong, than the ordinary case. And why? Well, they have a lot of words there, but I'll give you about 10 or 20. There will be inevitable efforts to overturn it. Of course there will. Feelings run high, and it is particularly important to show what we do in overturning a case is grounded in principle and not social pressure, not political pressure. Only the most convincing justification can show that a later decision overruling, if that's what we do, was anything but a surrender to political pressures or new members. And that is an unjustified repudiation of principles on which the court stakes its authority. And then there are two sentences I'd like to read because they say, they really mean this, the court, not just three, to overrule under fire in the absence of the most compelling reason to re-examine a watershed decision would subvert the court's legitimacy beyond any serious question. And the last sentence, after they quote Potter Stewart on the same point, they say, overruling unnecessarily and under pressure would lead to condemnation, the court's loss of confidence in the judiciary, the ability of the court to exercise the judicial power and to function as the Supreme Court of a nation dedicated to the rule of law. Now that's the opinion of the court, all right? And it's about stare decisis and how we approach it. And I hope everybody reads this. It's at 505 U.S. 854 to 869. All right, what do you say to that? Mr. Stewart replies to Justice Breyer, sure, Justice Breyer. I would say a couple things. I would say we have a very closely, I say again, I would say we have very closely gone through the factors that the Casey court itself went through in stare decisis. More than half of our brief is devoted to stare decisis. We now have 30 years in the wake of Casey to see what Casey has done and what it hasn't done. So this all goes back, and we're only a few pages into it, but it goes back to the statements, do we even need this bill? Is it going to be overturned? I think you see something very compelling here from Justice Breyer that certainly members of it are reluctant to do that because of the reputation. And I think that is relevant to what we are doing here. We have to have some sort of intelligence analysis of what is available to us as to what's happening. Justice Breyer continues, well, it's caused some bad things and in the eyes of some people and some good things in the eyes of some people. Mr. Stewart, what I'd emphasize, Your Honor, is that to the extent that I would not say it was the people that called this court to end the controversy. The people, many people vocally really just want to have the matter returned to them so they could decide it locally, deal with it the way they thought best, and at least have a fighting chance to have their view prevail, which was not given to them under Roe and then as a result under Casey. And I'd also emphasize, Your Honor, that on stare decisis, just as I said, the last 30 years, workability, developments in the law, factual developments that states can account for, I think the workability, the undue burden standard alone, many problems. Sometimes transcripts are hard, but that's what it said. On all the metrics that Casey was describing, or the vast bulk of them, Casey fails. And I'd also emphasize this as well, Justice Breyer, that Casey was not a great example of simply letting precedent stand. It recast Roe's reasoning. It overruled two of the court's most important abortion decisions. It jettisoned the trimester framework of Roe itself and adopted a new standard unknown to other parts of the law. Those are not the hallmarks of precedent, and they failed under this court's stare decisis factors. Justice Breyer. Okay, can I take it that your answer is yes, you accept the way the special rule, the rule for the rare watershed, the stare decisis principles for deciding whether to overturn such a case as Roe, you accept that and you think it's met? I would say, Mr. Stewart, I would say yes in part, Justice Breyer, and here's what I'd emphasize, is that I do think, particularly when Casey looked outward and looked to what it saw as pressure, there was pressure on all sides. As Your Honor noted, this is a hot, difficult issue for everyone. That's why it belongs to the people. And I think the conclusion the court drew from that it couldn't provide a good enough example, that it would look on principle. Those conclusions were, with respect, Justice Breyer, mistaken, and the last 30 years has not seen any calming of that. It's been very different than some of the others, the court's other controversial decisions that we have seen. So there's more to do. We're about 10% into it, and I'm going to step back and I'm going to find several more elements that I think are germane, and we are darkening by the moment here. I guess we're well past sunset, but I do want to respect people's time with pertinent questions and answers of this Dobbs case. So I would just say that what we are listening to and what we are discovering as we look at this bill, and it has been an interesting discussion to me at least, is that is Roe and Wade, are they really, Roe versus Wade, is that really going to be overturned? That's an important question we ought to pursue further. I'll yield.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I still am really concerned about these two sections, 25.6.404 and 25.6.405, and what they're going to do in practice. This seems to be a lawyer's playground right here, these rules, and I just want to make sure that we are protecting the current status of law. And so I would like to move Amendment L058 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, Amendment L058 has been moved and is now properly displayed.
Wonderful.
Representative Luck.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So all this does is ensure that by the word interfere, we are not touching on to things like medical professional licensure requirements, certifications, pharmaceutical manufacturing standards, and the like. And one of the reasons why I find this to be very important is because while we've had this conversation going on across the nation, it has been noted that interference is attributed to things like basic health standards in abortion clinics. And we've seen this fight, we've seen it go all the way up to the Supreme Court, and people have constructed interference as meaning things such as doctors being required to have admitting privileges at a local hospital, right? This is a standard protocol for most all clinics. But when it was applied to the abortion context, it was determined to be, or it was advertised to be, or argued to be a form of interference. And I just want to make sure that in enshrining a new right of this fundamental right to make decisions about reproductive health care, that we do not put our women at risk because are standards related to medical professional licensure requirements and just other standards that we have for the basic health and safety of our medical field are put into question. And so I really do think this is important, and I know that the bill sponsors' intention in what they're saying is that this won't touch anything that's in existing law, but this bill and these sections don't actually give me comfort that that will be the case, especially when we think of statutory interpretation rules related to plain reading and related to the fact that anything that comes after something in existence that is in conflict with that came before is often seen to be struck down. And so I just want to make sure that we are protecting this very important area of our law. Because I don't think any of us want to have our women go to clinics that are more akin to what Rep. Neville shared earlier, that of Mr. Gosnell. So I do ask that the bill sponsors take this under serious consideration. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a question, Representative Luck. As I'm reading this and I see that we're talking about medical professional licensure requirements, certification, pharmaceutical manufacturing standards, is it your interpretation that this is about access to these things?
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That it's access to those medical professionals, or what?
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm reading this and I'm trying to figure out actions in their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise, that promote the health and safety and welfare of an individual, including but not limited to medical professional licensure requirements. Are you talking about access to these different parts of healthcare?
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I look at Section 25-6-404, it says a public entity shall not interfere, let's say, with an individual's fundamental right to have an abortion in the regulation or provision of services, right? So, or facilities. Let's take facilities. So the state shall not restrict an individual's right to have an abortion by regulating a facility. So does that then mean that we can't step in and say, your facility has to meet basic standards of care or basic health standards, is my question. That's what I'm just trying to clarify, but it doesn't actually touch on that.
Yeah.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to think this through, and I apologize. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your amendment correctly.
Absolutely.
Facility access or facility care would be an access point. So I'm just asking, is this discussion around the ability to safely access what is listed here in this amendment?
So,
Representative Luck.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Sorry. So one of the arguments that has been put forth regularly is that by requiring baseline health standards for clinics, it would cause the shutdown of a variety of clinics, therefore limiting access. And so to me, a public entity, so the state, shall not in any way interfere with a person's individual fundamental right to use or refuse to have an abortion. So in order to have that abortion, does it not say that if the state puts forth a law that restricts, that regulates a facility, that would be deemed a restriction or interference in the use? Right? Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come and say how much I support this amendment. I think it's necessary because of the historic behavior of our own health agency and how they will tend to overreach and really lean on medical providers, healthcare providers, to do things that they would prefer them do in spite of the judgment locally of that healthcare provider. And I'll cite the example that CDPHE sending a letter to doctors telling them in Colorado that they don't want them to be prescribing therapeutics, saying, well, it's not something that you can't do, but remember, we hold your licenses. That literally happened. That came up in a bill last year where we were attempting to direct CDPHE to withdraw that letter. But the point being, they have that reputation, they have that tendency to behave that way, to force medical providers to do things that the medical provider would not do based on his or her own professional judgment. Therefore, an amendment like this is necessary so that we can direct our own agencies to not lean on healthcare providers to step across the line where they don't feel comfortable when it comes to abortion providing. So I strongly support this amendment.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I see this, it's talking about our ability to regulate those individuals, such as medical professionals who fall under DORA, or the facilities who fall under CDPHE. And the bill does not even go there into those regulatory schemes. And so for those reasons, I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I raise in support of this amendment. All it really asks for is the ability of the state to set those standards for medical care, both in the facility, prescribing medical care, and licensures. We have those requirements in many, many professions. Professional licensure standards, professional standards of conduct. That's all this bill asks for. We regulate healthcare facilities for their facilities. We regulate restaurants to deliver their stuff. We regulate all kinds of things and set for professional standards, for licensures, and the ability to practice. We even license barbers to cut your hair. Surely we could have something like this to ensure that those who provide medical care, those who are going to have clinics, meet some basic minimal standards. Ask for an item.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, my reading of this is that it covers everything, including CDPHE regulatory guidelines, right? The application section 25-6-405. This part 4, so all of it, applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines, which would be CDPHE, and rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise. That's everything. And so again, like if the meaning is what it plainly says here, what the average guy is going to read, then I just believe that we should make sure that we carve out protection for those standard protocols that we all would say are necessary to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of our people. So again, I urge an aye vote or yes vote, whichever one, here on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L058? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L058. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L058 is lost. To the bill. Oh, yes. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, it's sad to see that amendment fail, and this is my concern with the bill, absent the amendment and the broad applicability that we have within the application clause that applies it to all the state laws, regulations, local ordinances, et cetera, and the applicability. So I know a lot of people didn't like me bringing it up earlier, but I do need to read some from the report of the grand jury on the case of Kermit Gosnell. And this is specific to those licensing requirements that we're worried that could be construed under this bill as not being, or as interfering with the access to an abortion. And so this is a long report, but I'm going to only read the portions that are applicable to the licensing and other zoning requirements that could be affected by this bill. So Gosnell operated his clinic with complete disregard to Pennsylvania laws that regulate abortions, healthcare facilities, and the practice of medicine. I think the practice of medicine is very specific here with the what we talked about with the medical licensing and what was just mentioned earlier. Gosnell flagrantly violated virtually every regulation and law Pennsylvania has relating to the operation of abortion facilities. He did not comply with the basic standards of his profession, nor did he follow state regulations pertaining to the healthcare facilities generally. Gosnell violated Pennsylvania's Abortion Control Act in many ways. He failed to counsel patients, despite a requirement to provide counseling at least 24 hours before abortions. He performed abortions on minors without parents' consent or court order. We talked about the notification requirement earlier, too. He failed to take steps to ascertain accurate gestational ages, and he intentionally falsified gestational ages. He did not report to the State Department of Health any of the second and third trimesters that he had performed, nor did he comply with the Act's requirement to send tissue from late-term abortions to a pathologist to verify that fetuses were not viable or born alive. And again, this bill would prevent any of those regulations from even existing in Colorado. Many of Gosnell's violations directly endangered women and caused serious harm to them. His contempt for laws designed to protect patient safety resulted in the death of Karnamaya Monger. For example, although Pennsylvania abortion regulations, I won't read the whole code, require abortion providers to have functional resuscitation equipment and drugs ready for use, Gosnell had no such provisions. The clinic's one defibrillator device used to help revive cardiac arrest patients had not worked for years. There was only one suction source, the one Gosnell used for abortion procedures, and no equipment to assist with breathing. And on February 18, 2010, 3 months after Ms. Monger died from an overdose of anesthesia, there was no crash cart with drugs necessary to reverse the effects of just such overdoses. Another of the doctor's practices that defies explanation was his habit of cutting the feet off aborted fetuses and saving them in specimen jars in the clinic. Karima Cross showed the grand jury photographs she had taken in 2008 of a closet where Gosnell stored jars containing severed feet. During the February 2010 raid, investigators were shocked to see a row of jars in the clinic shelf containing fetal parts. Ashley Baldwin testified that she saw about 30 such jars. None of the medical experts who testified before the grand jury had ever heard such a disturbing practice, nor could they come up with an explanation for it. And just again, back to the bill, such broad language would prevent a lot of these regulations and normal medical standards from being implemented. The medical expert on abortion testified that cutting off the feet is bizarre and off the wall. The experts uniformly rejected out of hand Gosnell's supposed explanation that he was preserving the feet for DNA purposes should paternity ever become an issue. A small tissue would suffice to collect DNA. None of the staff knew of any instance which fetal feet were ever used for this purpose. I'll go on to a different subject of this, and I'm going to try not to read this whole section of the grand jury report. But when something went wrong, Gosnell avoided seeking emergency assistance for her patients. Again, this is something that could be construed in such broad language in the bill that would prevent someone from actually moving forward. If something went wrong during a procedure, and inevitably did, given Gosnell's careless techniques and gross disregard for patient safety, he avoided seeking help. Sharon Gillespie, the Department of State investigator who participated in the raid, interviewed a number of former patients whose experiences illustrate Gosnell's alarming and self-serving practice of covering up life-threatening mistakes, no matter the risk to the patient. Dana Haynes went to Gosnell for an abortion in 2006. She called relatives just before her procedure to tell them that she would be ready to be picked up by 7:45 p.m. When Ms. Haynes' cousin arrived, clinic staff refused to admit them into the clinic and made excuses as to why Haynes was not ready. Finally, after hours of waiting, the cousins gained entry to the clinic by threatening to call the police. They found Ms. Haynes alone, incoherent, slumped over, and bleeding. There was no monitoring equipment, and there was blood on the floor. Gosnell called an ambulance, only after cousins demanded that he do so. Karima Cross testified that after having problems performing Ms. Haynes' abortion and extracting only portions of her fetus, Gosnell had placed her in a recovery room while he performed abortions on other patients. Rather than call an ambulance, which this bill would prevent things like having doctors on call that have admitting privileges to an ambulatory clinic, Gosnell kept Ms. Haynes waiting for hours after the unsuccessful procedure because he wanted to try to fix it himself. By the time Ms. Haynes' cousins rescued her from recovery room, Gosnell had tried at least twice, unsuccessfully, to complete the abortion. Ms. Haynes was transported to the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. There, doctors discovered that Gosnell had left most of the fetus inside her uterus and had perforated her cervix and bowel. Ms. Haynes required surgery to remove the 5 inches of the bowel, needed a large blood transfusion, and remained hospitalized for 5 days. Similarly, Gosnell should have sent another patient, Marie Smith, to the hospital when he was unable to remove the entire fetus during her abortion in November 1999. But again, he just kept the patient waiting, sedated, and bleeding in the recovery room, while he proceeded with other patients. Again, it was an insistent relative, Marie's mother, who found her. In Marie's case, Gosnell did not tell her that he had left the parts of the fetus inside her uterus. Instead, Gosnell allowed Marie Smith to go home. When her mother called days later to report condition had worsened, he assured her that Marie would be fine. Fortunately, the mother ignored Gosnell's assurances and took her daughter to the emergency room. When they arrived at Presbyterian Hospital, Marie was unconscious. Doctors found that Gosnell had left fetal parts inside her and that she had severe infection. They told her she was lucky to be alive. Also from the report, the Women's Medical Society was filthy and totally unsuitable as a medical office or a surgical facility. The grand jury toured the facility at the address. It is unbelievable to us that the Pennsylvania Department of Health approved of this building as an abortion facility. Again, to the bill specifically, if this law applies to all state laws, rules, regulations, it could be interfering with access to abortion, and this is why I think it would prevent some of these instances in the Gosnell case that I'm referring to now. We're stunned to learn that between 1978 and 1993, the department sporadically inspected and approved the clinic, and then never inspected it again until February 2010, when the health department employees entered the facility at the request of law enforcement officials who were investigating the allegations of the illegal sale of drugs and prescriptions. The physical layout of the clinic, a confusing maze of narrow hallways and multiple twisting stairways, should have been an obvious bar to its use for surgical procedures. And this goes even in the bill that prevents local ordinances that could have zoning rules that would prevent access, and these things could actually happen. The 3-story structure created by 2 joining buildings had no elevator. Access from the procedure rooms to the outside by wheelchair and stretcher was impossible, as was evident the night Ms. Monger died. According to former staff members, the facility had been substantially cleaned up by the time the grand jury visited. Between late February 2010, when the practice was closed, and to the clinic in August, significant efforts had been made to make the facility look and smell cleaner. Despite such efforts, it remained wretched, filthy space. The walls appeared to be urine splattered. The procedure tables were old and ripped plastic covered. Suction tubing, which is used for abortions and doubled as the only available suction source for resuscitation, was corroded. Dirty fish tanks stood in the waiting room, filled with turtles and fish. The dirty floor basement was stuffed with patient files, plants, junk, and boxes of undisposed medical waste. The entire facility smelled foul. These were the conditions after the facility had been shut down and cleaned. Former employees, including Latosha Lewis and Karima Cross, testified that reported conditions when the clinic was operating. They described the odor that struck one immediately upon entering, a mix of smells emanating from the cloudy fish tank, where turtles were fed crushed clams and baby formula, and from boxes of medical waste that sat around for weeks at a time, leaking blood whenever Gosnell failed to pay the bill to the disposal company. They described blood-splattered floors and blood-stained chairs in which patients waited for and they recovered from abortions. Karima Cross testified about the procedure rooms. The rooms were dirty, blood everywhere, dust everywhere, nothing was clean. The bathrooms, according to Lewis, were cleaned just once a week, despite the fact that patients were vomiting in the sinks and delivering babies in the toilets. Medical waste and fetal remains were supposed to be picked up weekly by a licensed disposal provider. Again, absent the amendment we just tried to run, it is very possible that this bill could eliminate licensing requirements. Gosnell, however, did not pay his bills in a timely manner, and the disposal provider would not pick up, sometimes for months. In the interim, as the search team discovered during the February 18th raid, freezers at the clinic were full of discarded fetuses and medical waste was piled up in the basement. Sometimes, according to Tina Baldwin, fetal remains were left out overnight. You knew about it the next day when you opened the door, because you could smell it as soon as you opened the door. According to a plan that Gosnell filed with the Philadelphia Health Department in 2004, waste was to be stored in the basement for once a week pickup by waste disposal, but he didn't follow the plan. He failed to pay his bills. Weeks went by without pickup, and containers in the basement were leaked. Again, going back to the regulations in the bill and the ability not to have regulations, as over fear it might have reduced access and would create government interference, Gosnell used and reused unsanitary instruments to perform abortions. The instruments that were inserted into women's bodies were also unsanitary, according to workers. Karima Cross showed the grand jury a photograph she had taken, showing how the instruments were purportedly sterilized. The photo shows a pan on the floor. In it are doctor's tools supposedly soaking in sterilization fluid. But the photo shows that the instruments cannot get clean because they do not fit in the pan and are not submerged. Gosnell would nonetheless pluck instruments from his pan on the floor and use them for procedures. Cross said that she saw Gosnell insert into a woman's vagina a speculum that was still bloody from a previous patient. She testified about how Gosnell would ignore her complaints about his unsanitary practices. I won't read her full quote. But several workers testified that Gosnell insisted on reusing plastic curettes, the tool used to remove tissues from uteruses, even though these were made for single use only. Latosha Lewis testified that Gosnell would make his staff reuse the curettes until they broke. Like Cross, Lewis believed it was the unsanitary instruments that were causing patients to become infected with chlamydia and gonorrhea. When inspectors from Pennsylvania's health department and state surveyed the facility in February 2010, they corroborated much of what the former staff members described. Department of Health workers found that the suction source used by the doctor to perform abortions was the only one available to resuscitate patients. They found that the tubing attached to the suction source was corroded. They also described the suction source's vacuum meter as covered with a brown substance, making the numbers on the meter barely readable. An oxygen mask and its tubing were covered in a thick gray layer of substance that appeared to be dust. The inspector from the Department of State reported, the clinic conditions are deplorable and unsanitary. There was blood on the floor and parts of aborted fetuses were displayed in jars. We mentioned earlier about the amendment that was mentioned earlier about the possibility of this bill affecting the licensing requirements that we currently have in the state because of the broad application clause in here also affects licensing. Gosnell had unlicensed and unsupervised staff routinely administer potent and dangerous drugs when he was not present at the clinic. As bad as the physical condition of the facility was, the practice that Gosnell conducted inside of it was even worse. It was not a mistake or an exceptional circumstance that forced Linda Williams and Sherry West to sedate Ms. Monger when Gosnell was absent from his clinic. According to staff members, that was routine procedure. In fact, Gosnell, the clinic's only licensed medical provider, rarely arrived at all before 8 p.m. Abortion patients, on the other hand, began arriving as early as noon. It was Gosnell's intention and instructions that his untrained and unlicensed staff administer drugs, both to initiate labor and to sedate patients before he arrived. Patients, meanwhile, did not receive individual medical consideration. Drugs were administered without regard to patient's weight, medical condition, potential risk factors, or any other relevant factors that physicians need to weigh in determining appropriate medication. Gosnell ordered his untrained and inexperienced staff to administer drugs to patients even when they protested, as 16-year-old Ashlyn Baldwin did, that they were not qualified. Gosnell told Ashley and other employees that if they were not willing to administer medication or anesthetize patients, procedures that Pennsylvania law requires a medical license to perform, they could not work at the clinic. As Karima Cross explained, Gosnell told her when she was first hired that it was her job to medicate the patients when they were in pain. But after assigning this as one of her job responsibilities, he did not oversee what she did on individual patients. Indeed, he could oversee his workers as they anesthetized patients because he was usually not at the clinic when they did so. His practice was to leave it to an untrained worker to decide when to medicate and remedicate the patients. He also left the precise medication mixture to the judgment of his untrained staff. Gosnell disliked it when the workers disturbed him by calling for medication advice. Ashley told us that he complained that they were rushing him, according to Lewis. You had to rely on your own. If you felt like they were in pain and you wanted to administer medication, you would just administer the medication yourself. Williams was known to other staff members to improvise her own drug cocktails. She would give a patient what she thought she needed, according to Ashley. She used what she wanted. West would do the same. Other staff members repeatedly reported this dangerous practice to Gosnell, yet he continued to give Williams responsibility, and Williams is again unlicensed, our worry about this bill, and the possibility it will create, for drugging his second trimester patients. Cross warned Gosnell in 2008 that Williams gave too much medication, but Gosnell didn't care what she did. Cross would tell Williams that she was giving too much medication. Williams would respond, "Well, that is what Dr. Gosnell told me to give." Gosnell's practice of having unqualified personnel administer their anesthesia began years before the death of Mrs. Munger. We heard a former employee, Marcella Stanley Chung, who told us that her training for anesthesia consisted of a 15-minute description by Gosnell and reading a chart he had posted in a cabinet. She was so uncomfortable medicating patients, she said that she didn't sleep at night. She knew that if she made even a small error, I can kill this lady, and I'm not jail material. One night in 2002, when she found herself alone with 15 patients, she refused Gosnell's directives to medicate them. She made an excuse, went to her car, and drove away to never return. Chung immediately filed a complaint to the Department of State, but the Department of State never reacted. So again, under this bill, we could not have regulations where we could even have the health departments respond. She later told Sherilyn Gillespie, a Department of State investigator who participated in the February raid, that she works at 7 different abortion clinics and she has never experienced an illegally run, unsanitary, unethical facility such as the Women's Medical Society operated by Dr. Gosnell. She has never reported any other provider facility to state authorities. Gosnell knew that using unlicensed and uncertified staff was wrong. He knew that it was wrong, it was against their laws, but what will this bill do, given the large ambiguity of the applicability clause? He had testified in a criminal trial of a man charged with illegally practicing medicine by assisting Gosnell with abortion procedures in 1972. In 1996, he was censured and fined in 2 states, Pennsylvania and New York, for employing unlicensed personnel in violation of laws regulating the practice of medicine. As far back as 1989 and again in 1993, the Pennsylvania Department of Health cited him for not having any nurses in the recovery room. Gosnell ignored warnings and the law. He just paid his fines and knowingly continued the dangerous practice of employing unqualified personnel to administer dangerous drugs. It was his modus operandi. Patients were allowed to choose any level of sedation so long as they paid for it. Gosnell did not actually prescribe any amount of medicine, if any, to be used in a particular patient. Instead, he had his staff offer patients a list of medications that he bought a la carte in differing quantities for first trimester abortions. This practice demonstrates that he was not really practicing medicine, he was running a money-making racket, cutting corners and endangering patients to maximize his profits. Second trimester patients received the highest level of sedation, usually after being administered multiple lesser doses as part of their package price. The age, size, health, and other characteristics of the individual patients were immaterial to the dosage. Often, clinic staff would begin administering medicine chosen by the patient before the doctor ever saw the patient. It was routine for the unlicensed workers to heavily sedate second trimester patients hours before the doctor arrived at the clinic. Even when Gosnell was at the clinic, he did not give written or oral orders for medication. Rather, the unlicensed workers determined the mix of drugs they would administer by referring to, although not always following, a chart that was posted in the recovery room. The chart, a cheat sheet of the clinic's sedation cocktails, was a handwritten by a high school student, Ashley Baldwin, who worked every night except Sunday at the clinic, performing a variety of medical procedures for which she had no training. Ashley color-coded the chart, described the various levels of sedation that Gosnell provided, and the mix of drugs that comprised them as follows. Local, 10 milligrams, I can't pronounce that medicine, but basically they had different color-coded charts, local, heavy, twilight, and custom. The heavy, twilight, and custom also include some pretty deep drugs like diazepam. Latosha Lewis described how she and other unlicensed staff members presented the choice of medication to the clinics. You can pick which anesthesia you want to receive, whether you want to be up, half asleep, if you want to be knocked out, and it's additional to your purchase, but local anesthesia is included in the smaller cases, and custom anesthesia, which is the highest, to be put to sleep in the bigger cases. Again, you get the picture on the sedation and how that worked. But it was clearly something that I'm worried about if we have in this bill that could happen. Another problem we had, patients received multiple heavy doses of sedative that kept them anesthetized for several hours with no licensed medical professional on the premises. So again, concerning the fact that absent the amendment, this bill is very broad in form and could affect licensing standards being done by state and local governments. In addition to revealing the mercenary rather than the medical nature of Gosnell's practice, the anesthesia form confirms that Latosha Lewis and Karima Cross told the grand jury the custom medication administered to second trimester patients was not just a single dose that was administered to keep the patients asleep through a surgical procedure of limited duration. Rather, the medication was first inserted prior to the procedure, and sedation was repeatedly administered until the procedure was completed. Cross testified that she and other workers would administer the custom dose of medication just before the doctor performed the procedure, but all day long the staff administering the powerful twilight levels of sedation. And there's a lot of questioning of these people that I'm not going to go through. But Cross stated that she would check on patients every hour and give more medication if they were cramping. Latosha Lewis described the same standard procedures as Cross. She testified that second trimester patients would arrive at the clinic in the early afternoon. They would be giving Cytotec and Restoril by whomever sat at the front desk. So whoever sat at the front desk, presuming that person is an unlicensed person, clearly not qualified to be giving medication. Cytotec was given to induce labor by softening the cervix and causing the uterus to contract. Restoril, Lewis explained, was to calm the women's nerves. Women were then placed in the recovery room, where any of the several unlicensed workers placed on an IV access in the women's hands. For the next several hours, sometimes as many as 8 or 9 women sat, medicated and in labor until either the doctor or their baby arrived, Lewis testified. Gosnell, she testified, was at home while his patients went into labor and his workers repeatedly medicated them at will. The goal, according to the clinic's worker, was to try to keep the patients asleep. According to Lewis, the workers would not document what she referred to as the mini doses or the in-betweens that the workers gave continuous to achieve their goal, a room full of comatose women. Gosnell used medication and slaps to silence loud and complaining patients. Tina Baldwin testified that while the size and weight of patients were immaterial to doses, one factor that did influence the staff's use of medication was the temperament of the patient. Baldwin said that she would call Gosnell at home when she had a question about medicating a patient. He would ask you what her temperament was, Why did it matter what her temperament was? I don't know. He would just ask you what it was, what she was doing. For instance, if someone was carrying on, really crying out in pain, oh yeah, you would knock them out completely. Why? Because he wouldn't want you. He didn't want to hear that at all. He just didn't want to hear that at all. He didn't want that in his office. He didn't like confrontation. He didn't like nobody calling the police or anything. He didn't like none of that stuff going on. I won't read the full interview there. If Gosnell was present in the clinic, the drugs might be the backup plan for subduing unruly patients. Tina Baldwin testified that she saw Gosnell slap a woman on the thigh when she got a little bit rowdy. Baldwin explained that when that did not quiet her, he used drugs. He slapped her and that didn't work. Then he would medicate her and put her under. According to Baldwin, some women returned to complain and ask why they had slapped and left marks on their thighs. Even when Gosnell was in the building, he did not oversee the administration of anesthesia when the patient was white, or except when the patient was white. Tina Baldwin told the grand jury that the untrained medical assistants without supervision by Gosnell routinely administered even the final dose of sedation just before the procedure, unless the patient was white, she testified. I won't read the full testimony. But Tina Baldwin also testified that white patients often did not have to wait in the same dirty rooms as black and Asian clients. Instead, Gosnell would escort them up the back steps to the only clean office, Dr. O'Neill's, and he would turn on the TV for them. Mrs. Monger, she said, would have been treated no different from the rest of the Africans and Asians. Gosnell employed a high school student to medicate and monitor abortion patients until other staff arrived at the clinic to perform abortions. September 2006, Gosnell hired Ashley Baldwin, Tina's daughter, to work at the clinic when she was just 15 years old. She was a sophomore in high school. She came to the clinic each day in the early afternoon. In the beginning, her job was to answer phones and do paperwork. But before the end of her sophomore year, Gosnell assigned her to attend abortion patients in recovery rooms. For about a year, she was working in the back and with other unlicensed workers who knew Gosnell's customs and practices. Karima Cross, Latosha Lewis, Adrian Moten, and Steve Massoff assisted Gosnell with the abortion procedures and were usually at the clinic during the afternoon and evening before the doctor arrived. But as those employees left or cut back their hours, Ashley became responsible for more and more activities involving patients. In addition to attending to the patients in the recovery room, the now high school junior began to assist Gosnell in the smaller of the two procedures, one of the staff referred to as O'Keefe. Gosnell showed Ashley how to operate the ultrasound machine.
And Representative Neville, this might be a nice time to tie it back to the bill.
Absolutely, because again, Madam Chair, we are talking about this abortion clinic hiring an unlicensed person to do what should have been done by licensed and trained medical personnel. And with the broad applicability language preventing any state laws, rules, or regulations to prohibit access, this is something that we could see happen with this bill, and I think we will see happen after legal challenges to other sections of law that require licensing actually work their way through. So Gosnell showed Ashley how to operate the ultrasound machine, which he told her was old and didn't really work, and how to measure and record the size of fetuses. This became a routine part of her job. Again, she's an unlicensed high school student. By her senior year, Ashley was doing just about everything in the clinic except performing surgeries. She testified that Gosnell was coming into the clinic later and later, and then when he came in later, so did Linda and Sherry West. Often, Ashley was the only person staffing the clinic from the time her mother left at 6 p.m. until whenever Williams and West, who drove to work together, arrived. Even when West and Williams were at the clinic, Ashley said Sherry West preferred to hang around the front desk instead of working. I won't read the entire story of the high school student, but I do think that you get the point, absent the amendment that we just had to make it crystal clear that we can still have licensing standards, that we have a big concern that unlicensed people could be doing jobs that are meant for licensed medical workers. The workers Gosnell hired were incompetent, uncaring, and administering anesthesia to his patients while he was not on the premises. I think you get the point of that one too. But here's the last bullet point I'll read for now. When something went wrong, Gosnell avoided seeking emergency assistance for patients. If something went wrong during a procedure, and inevitably did, given Gosnell's careless techniques and gross disregard for patient safety, he avoided seeking help. Sherilyn Gillespie, the Department of State investigator who participated in the raid, interviewed a number of former patients whose experiences illustrate Gosnell's alarming and self-serving practice of covering up life-threatening mistakes, no matter the risk to the patient. Dana Haynes went to Gosnell for an abortion in 2006. She called relatives just before her procedure to tell them that she should be ready to be picked up by 7:45 p.m. When Ms. Haynes' cousin arrived, clinic staff refused to admit them into the clinic and made excuses as to why Haynes was not ready. Finally, after hours of waiting, the cousins gained entry to the clinic by threatening to call the police. They found Ms. Haynes alone, incoherent, slumped over, and bleeding. There was no monitoring equipment, and there was blood on the floor. Gosnell called an ambulance only after the cousins demanded that he do so. Karima Cross testified that after having problems performing Ms. Haynes' abortion and extracting only portions of her fetus, Gosnell had placed her in the recovery room while he performed abortions on other patients. Rather than call an ambulance, Gosnell kept Ms. Haynes waiting for hours. After the unsuccessful procedure, because he wanted to try to fix it himself. By the time Ms. Haynes' cousins rescued her from the recovery room, Gosnell had tried at least twice unsuccessfully to complete the abortion. Ms. Haynes was transported to the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. There, doctors discovered that Gosnell had left most of the fetus inside her uterus. You get the point. That amendment was a pretty important amendment, and I do think, absent that amendment, the broad language in this bill can lead to some scary circumstances, obviously for the unborn child, but even beyond that, for the actual women seeking the abortion. When the applicability clause applies to all state laws, rules, regulations, even local government zoning ordinances to this bill, you could have circumstances like this. Maybe it was that Gosnell was worried that if he called the ambulances in these circumstances, they might actually see the small little corridors and the building layout that wasn't actually primed for such an operation. But this really does worry me. And this is just written too broad, and this is just one more example of why I think this bill is too extreme and too radical for Colorado.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The comments I'm making are going to be tied to the bill in the same way that our previous speakers were, but this is actually a different abortionist that I'm going to be discussing in an article called Mission Aborted. And you just heard about Dr. Gosnell, who had some very strong issues for many, many years, of course. And this one is actually a doctor that changed his mind. He did many, many abortions, recognized many of the points that are in this bill that we're discussing tonight as regarding the humanity of that unborn child, and ended up being one of our pro-life heroes. So his name was Dr. Bernard Nathanson. You may have heard of The Silent Scream. It was a movie that came out in 1984. And if you remember my comments earlier this morning actually, when I talked about how back in the 70s and 80s, we truly couldn't see the unborn child. And so I think a lot of people were being told that if we knew what was there, then Roe versus Wade would be different. It would have been decided differently if we could see that unborn child. Well, we kept trying hard to see that unborn child. Now we see them, and so now we're being told it's all about women's rights, and women need to choose to do what they will with their bodies, but they're kind of leaving out the other body that's involved in this situation. And clearly, a body that has brainwaves and a heart and a measurable heartbeat and measurable brainwaves is something that we need to be taking into account. But anyway, so this article, Mission Aborted. The pro-life movement is rife with stories of former pro-abortion advocates who had a change of heart and became pro-life champions. Perhaps the best known of these stories is that of Abby Johnson, who's been here, by the way, at our Capitol, a former Planned Parenthood employee who witnessed an abortion being performed and could no longer deny the humanity of the child in the womb. However, there is a lesser-known champion, and to people like me that have been involved in this movement for many, many years, he's actually more known than Abby Johnson, but this article calls him a lesser-known champion, but hopefully you'll have the same kind of respect for him that I do when you hear what he actually accomplished. Perhaps by design, who experienced a profound conversion later in life and became a staunch witness for the unborn. What makes his story so remarkable and indeed transformative is that he was one of the doctors who was a key influence on the Roe versus Wade decision 50 years ago. Now, he was one of the doctors who was a key influence. He actually helped it get passed. And as you'll hear in just a moment here, he profoundly regretted his actions that led to him helping Roe versus Wade get passed. Here, and this is a quote of his, "I am one of those who helped usher in this barbaric age," wrote Dr. Bernard Nathanson in his 1996 autobiography, The Hand of God. Dr. Nathanson co-founded the National Association for the Repeal of Abortion Laws, you have known it as NARAL, in 1970, thus marking what could be considered the beginning of the barbaric age he spoke of. NARAL, now called NARAL Pro-Choice America, and as you know, it's now changed its name again, still exists as a pro-abortion player today and continues to advocate for and advance complete and unfettered access to abortion for all women. Clearly, that's in this bill that we're discussing tonight, House Bill 1279, complete and unfettered access to abortion for all women. By all accounts, Dr. Nathanson's name would not have been lost to the annals of history, nor forgotten by the mass media had he not undergone such a profound conversion. Indeed, as a young doctor, his mission was perfectly in line with that of NARAL. He and his colleagues opened a facility in New York City to meet the growing demand for abortion after abortion laws in New York became more lax in 1970. It was a point of pride for the clinic that a woman could come to the clinic, get an abortion, and recover in a process that took 3 hours. All told, Dr. Nathanson admitted that he was personally responsible for 75,000 abortions, whether performed by his own hand, presided over, or through instructing fellow practitioners in the grim art of performing them. However, one abortion in particular would haunt Dr. Nathanson for the entirety of his life, that of his own child. After getting a girlfriend pregnant while living in New York, he performed an abortion on her himself. He described the act in his autobiography, which was merely one more cold mechanical procedure among many for him. What is it like to terminate the life of your own child? I have aborted the unborn children of my friends, my colleagues, casual acquaintances, even my teachers. There was never a shred of self-doubt, never a wavering of the supreme self-confidence that I was doing a major service to those who sought me out. I swear to you that I had no feelings aside from the sense of accomplishment, the pride of expertise. In 1973, Dr. Nathanson and a growing contingent of pro-abortion doctors and medical professionals proved pivotal in convincing the Supreme Court to legalize abortion with the Roe v. Wade decision, and the rest is history. Consider it a mercy of God that a small part of Dr. Nathanson's conscience remained intact. For after the unspeakable acts he had performed and the critical role he played in allowing for the systemic dismantling of the sanctity of life, his conscience was ripped open, ironically, through the rather scientific advent of ultrasound technology. Now, those of you that were listening this morning remember me talking about that the ultrasounds really have been the best friend of people that are pro-life and want babies to continue to be born. Because then we can see what that baby is, we can see that it's human, we can see it moving around, it's the sucking its thumb. There are so many ways that humanizes that unborn child. But back to the article. After the passage of Roe in 1973, Dr. Nathanson became director of obstetrics for a large hospital in New York. It was there that he witnessed what many sadly still choose to willfully deny today, the unmistakable form of a child on the ultrasound screen and the scientific mechanics of life that come with it, including the indelible image of an innocent person shrinking away from the cold steel tools that are intended to destroy that most precious life. A favorite pro-abortion tactic is to insist that the definition of when life begins is impossible, that the question is a theological or moral or philosophical one, anything but a scientific one, he wrote in The Hand of God. Fetology makes it undeniably evident that life begins at conception and requires all the protection and safeguards that any of us enjoy. From that moment on, Dr. Nathanson's mission changed. The entire trajectory of his life shifted from being a harbinger of death to a defender of innocence. He was outcast from medical circles, but this did not prevent his shining light into the dark truths behind the Roe decision. He admitted that he and other doctors manipulated the media by inflating the number of back alley abortions performed and deaths resulting from them to make them seem far more dangerous than they were in reality to the public eye. And let me just repeat that, folks, real quick, just that part of that one sentence. He admitted that he and other doctors manipulated the media by inflating the number of back alley abortions performed and deaths resulting from them to make them seem far more dangerous than they were in reality. So he was admitting that they lied to the Supreme Court, which means that decision was based on lies and not truth. So I'm going to skip to the end here just so that you guys can get the conclusion. 3 important truths can be gleaned from Dr. Nathanson's tragic but ultimately triumphant story. The first is that truth, when encountered, is both altering and absolute. The truth about the intrinsic dignity of those most precious lives in the womb hasn't changed in the 50 years since Roe and never will, no matter how much humans refuse to acknowledge it. Second, the silent and often scorned witness of those who faithfully pray for the unborn and offer compassion to the women who feel as though there is no other option is not a fruitless endeavor. Indeed, that very witness was the impetus for Dr. Nathanson's cosmic conversion. And lastly, but by no means mercy the least, the mercy of God knows no bounds. Even a soul as scarred as Dr. Nathanson's by the scourge of unspeakable sin is not exempt from the warm and reckless embrace of the God of the universe, whose grandiosity can be found in even the tiniest of things, such as the faint flutter of a heartbeat in a newly conceived child. The courageous defense of life is a thankless task, one that's met with what seems like an entire ocean of opposition, especially in this building. But as Dr. Nathanson shows, no matter how impossible the odds seem, there is always hope, and hope abundant. May the sorrow of abortion never be outweighed by the hope that is evident in stories like Dr. Nathanson's, and may that hope continue to be a beacon of light in the courageous battle against Roe v. Wade and similar laws that seek to undermine the most basic and intrinsic right of humanity, the right to be born and to be loved, because everyone deserves a birthday. Okay, The Silent Scream. It was a movie made in 1984. Dr. Nathanson was the narrator. He helped put it together. He helped get the video that was brand new. I know many of you weren't even born in 1984. I was actually in college. I'm kind of dating myself here. I remember when that movie came out. It was talked about throughout the entire United States. It showed an abortion being performed via ultrasound. And you could see, I'm sure you've all seen pictures of an unborn fetus. Remember, fetus is okay, it means young one or living one. It showed the picture of that, or not the picture, it showed the actual fetus inside a woman's uterus, the abortion instruments going in, and the baby moved away from it. The mouth of the baby was actually opening in a silent scream, hence the title of the movie. Watching that movie has turned many, many women that were prior pro-choice into pro-life advocates that were strong and courageous and bold because they were witnessing what happened in an actual abortion, that it is absolutely and undeniably the taking of a human life. There are other doctors that have been part of this as well. Dr. Mac Hill is actually still alive. He's retired. He lives here in Denver. I know I spoke on a panel with him back in the 90s. Back then, he would do free ultrasounds for girls and women that decided to leave the abortion clinic that was at the time at 20th and Vine. He would do free ultrasounds. So there were times that we actually had women decide to leave when we offered them free medical and financial and help. And it was wonderful when those girls changed their mind, and then this doctor would be right there helping them, and he would show them what that baby looked like. But his conversion came, he used to be an abortionist, and he flat out admitted he did abortions. He thought it was part of his duty as an OB to help women and to help them get through these hard situations. At the end of the day, once he went into the lab and he saw lined up what was then called the products of conception, AKA babies, in jars and test tubes that needed to be put back together in order to make sure that all the parts and pieces had been pulled out of the woman to make sure that there wasn't a leg or a head or a piece left in her that would cause an infection.
And Representative Ransom, it would be good to tie that back to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're right back to the beginning part of the bill where we are saying that a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state, and also the part of the bill that said that there is absolutely no way that anyone in the state would be able to stop a woman from getting an abortion, because when we're talking about what is happening in an abortion, and it's clearly the taking of an unborn life. That is clearly the role of what we do here, to protect those that can't speak for themselves. We protect the minority, and that is a job that we have that we should be doing. I know we kept hearing about terminating a pregnancy. You can't terminate a pregnancy without killing a living, growing human being. That is something that I know. I've talked about science, I've talked about biology. Those are issues that have been first and foremost in many of the things that we've been saying today. It's so crucial that we remember that a fetus, a young one or living one, AKA fetus, has a heartbeat, has measurable brain waves, and a central nervous system. Those items are how we decide when life ends, if someone is dying, if they have flat brain waves. So if we see a young one, also known as a fetus, inside a woman with brain waves, that is an undeniably alive human being. So with that, I strongly urge a no vote on this bill. I hope that you all look up Dr. Nathanson, read a little bit about him. If you have a chance, go see The Silent Scream to see what we're actually doing here. And if you have a chance, go meet Dr. Hill. His wife, Jeannie, also is a nurse, or I think she's retired now, but they are here in Denver. They're a lovely couple that have done some very sad things early on in their career, but my goodness, they became heroes of and champions for babies as they learned and as they realized what was actually happening inside a woman's body when she was pregnant and getting ready to go through a pregnancy and be blessed with a baby. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Concerning the bill and within the legislative declaration, where we talk about there are social, moral, and economic benefits when people are able to decide whether and when to have children. Access to family planning allows all Coloradans to pursue personal, educational, financial, and family goals, and helps to decrease the health and socioeconomic disparities disproportionately faced by people of color and people with low incomes. So to speak to that, I have a story about after the abortion. This is a woman named Karen, an African American. This was written in August of 2011. She had just finished college, as though she's speaking, last year, and landed the job of her dreams in graphic arts. The work is creative and challenging. Karen is pretty and has many friends, so she frequently included in the party circuit at work. She should be happy and excited. After all, her life is beginning just as she carefully planned it. But instead, she feels dead and dull inside. She keeps up with her job, but it doesn't bring the joy she thought it would. She feels distant from its satisfactions. She doesn't feel as creative as she once was, and doesn't understand the dull, distant sorrowing she feels despite her accomplishments. Karen had an abortion in college. She thought she had a serious, committed relationship with her boyfriend. But when she told him she was pregnant, he was definitely less than happy about it. He told her the decision was up to her, but if she wanted an abortion, he would pay for it. She sensed his lack of commitment to her and his baby and decided on abortion. 2 of her roommates had abortions and they seemed fine. What's wrong with her that she feels so depressed about it? Karen's story is repeated every day on college campuses and in high schools across the country. Since 1973, when the Roe v. Wade decision legalized abortion, an estimated 28 million women as of 2011 in the United States have had one or more abortions. There were women who were challenged and stressed by the circumstances surrounding the pregnancy and the people on whom they normally would rely for support in difficult circumstances were unable, unwilling, or unavailable to help with the crisis pregnancy. Boyfriends, even husbands, said they weren't ready for fatherhood. A woman who lacks the willing support and encouragement of the father to help raise the child is more likely to choose abortion. Society tells young women like Karen that abortion will solve their problem. It says nothing about the problems abortion creates. Supporters of abortion claim it is a simple procedure with no lasting impact. And women who know better don't discuss, certainly not publicly, how abortion changed their lives for the worse. They feel ashamed about the abortion and ashamed about their inability to just deal with it, as they think other women do. And so the deception continues. But if society denies the mother's loss, her body does not. God prepares a woman psychologically and physically for motherhood. When a woman is pregnant, she feels different. Within a few days after conception, even before the tiny embryo has nested in her uterine wall, a hormone called early pregnancy factor is found in her bloodstream, alerting the cells of her body to the pregnancy. Her body may now crave different foods. She may need more rest. New cells begin to grow in her breasts, cells which will mature and secrete milks, specially formulated for the needs of the newborn. She begins to think baby.
And Representative Rich, can you just tie this back to the bill for us?
And I am, because in the legislative declaration, Madam Chair, it talks about the social, moral, and economic benefits when they are able to decide when to have children. This is a consequence of an abortion. She starts noticing babies on the street, in the store, on television. She may dream about her baby at night and fantasize about her baby during the day. What name? Who will he or she look like? But if she wants to have an abortion, she must try to stop this process. She must deny the maternal feelings entering into her consciousness. She must believe that what is inside of her is not fully a baby. She must stop the process of thinking about her baby as her baby. But although her mind may say one thing, her emotional life and her body cells say another. If she has an abortion, the very cells of her body remember the pregnancy and know that the process of change that had been going on was stopped in an unnatural manner. Her body and her emotions tell her that she is a mother who has lost a child. And so it is not surprising that after the abortion, a pain begins to emerge from the depths of her heart. She has a loss to mourn, but cannot allow herself to grieve. Grieving would require admitting to herself that a child was killed in the abortion and that she shares responsibility for her child's death. This is a very heavy burden to bear, and so she resorts to denial in order to cope. Denial of the baby's humanity. It wasn't a baby, so I have nothing to grieve or feel guilty about, and denial of her emotional pain. I should feel okay about this, she reasons. Everyone else does. I must not feel this way or think about the abortion. You know, the very bill that is before us basically provides cover. It's designed to take away that guilt. And making this a law, the way that we're talking about it tonight, gives a person the right to take another's life and say that that's okay. Abortion is an extremely unnatural experience for a woman's body and her maternal instinct. Negative reactions are to be expected and do not depend on a person's religious beliefs or general mental health. It is true that women and men with prior psychological problems or with strong religious beliefs are more vulnerable to post-abortion problems, but there are repercussions for all women involved in an abortion. In a study done by Anne Speckhart, PhD, 85% of the women reported that they were surprised at the intensity of their emotional reaction to the abortion. These reactions included discomfort with children, feelings of low self-worth, guilt, feelings of anger, depression, grief, increased alcohol use, crying, inability to communicate, and feeling suicidal. Yet 72% of the subjects reported no identifiable religious belief at the time of the abortion. Post-abortion reactions are specific and identifiable. They originate mainly from the problem of denial and suppression of feelings. When we suppress one of our emotions, it affects all of them. This is the basis of post-abortion trauma, the denial of the baby and the denial of our feelings. This causes symptoms of re-experience, avoidance, and impacted grieving. Re-experience, the abortion trauma, can be re-experienced in a number of ways. Some women experience recollections and flashbacks of the abortion and dreams of the unborn child. Some experience intense psychological distress from people or things that remind them of the abortion, such as seeing pregnant women or passing an abortion clinic. Intense grieving and depression may occur on the anniversary dates of the abortion of the child's projected due date. Many examples can be given of re-experiencing. A number of women that she has worked with have difficulty having a cervical exam or going to the hospital. These events cause anxiety and they are no longer able to tolerate them. Many women have nightmares about their abortion or the baby. One large Finnish study examining all suicides among women in an 8-year period found that women who had an abortion committed suicide at 3 times the rate of the general population and almost 6 times the rate of women who had given birth. The pro-life pregnancy service centers in the United States report that many women come into the centers pregnant again on the anniversary date of the abortion or on the date of the birth of the aborted baby. This may be an attempt to deal with the sadness of these days. A survey of 83 post-abortive women done by Kathleen Franco, MD of the Medical College of Ohio, illustrates how widespread is the problem of anniversary reactions. 30 of the respondents have experienced physical or emotional reactions on the anniversary of the abortion or the due date. These included problems such as suicidal thoughts, headaches, cardiac symptoms, anxiety, alcohol and drug abuse, or even more verbal abuse toward their children. Women also experience avoidance symptoms. They include avoidance of anything associated with the abortion trauma or numbing of the responsiveness that was present before the abortion. These include efforts to avoid or deny thoughts or feelings associated with the abortion, efforts to avoid activities, situations, or information that might cause a remembrance of the abortion, inability to recall the abortion experience or an important aspect of the abortion. Other significant symptoms include very diminished interest in significant activities, feeling of detachment or estrangement from others, withdrawal in relationships or reduced communications. Some women have restricted range of effect, such as an inability to have loving or tender feelings. Karen, who we met at the beginning of this article, is an example of problems created by avoidance. Although she has a good job and happy lifestyle, Because she won't allow her feelings of grief and guilt into consciousness, she cannot experience her full range of emotions. She needs to be on guard not to think about the abortion. As commonly happens, shortly after the abortion, the relationship with the boyfriend ended. She could no longer relate to him. Women who have undergone abortion may be grouped as follows. One group, those who are suffering post-abortion reactions on an acute or chronic basis, and another group, those who have no identifiable problems now but are at risk at future stress times such as pregnancy, crisis in life, death of a loved one. Reactions may be severe or mild, and they can never vary over a person's lifetime. Sadly, many women do not seek help for abortion-related problems until after 5 to 12 years after the abortion. In the intervening time, they may suffer profoundly, as some of these symptoms may periodically recur. Various methods may be tried to manage the resulting pain: alcohol, prescription drugs, illegal drugs, promiscuity, hyperactivity, punishing oneself for being in an abusive relationship or developing eating disorders. Others may attempt to replace the lost baby by becoming pregnant again, and others reenact both the pregnancy and abortion, hoping to make the experience routine and non-traumatic. Unfortunately, each of these strategies produce additional pain and problems. Sometimes the reaction to abortion is very delayed. As we mature and have an opportunity to reflect on our life, we may regret our past decisions. Counselors may encounter elderly women overcome with grief from the loss of a child to abortion that occurred many decades earlier, a grief that has been buried more or less successfully until then. A friend once recently said of a 75-year-old woman she knew was sobbed uncontrollably over an abortion that occurred more than 50 years ago. She was never able to have another child and was facing the prospect of living her declining years alone. Slightly over 1/4 of women aged 15 and up in the United States have undergone an abortion. Women and all of those involved in the decision to abort must believe, or try to believe, that there was no human life present in the womb. To admit this is to admit complicity in the killing of an innocent human being. Condemning abortion would mean condemning themselves or the wife, daughter, sister, or friend whom they love. And so society refuses to recognize the incontrovertible facts about human life before birth. Many people close to a woman in a crisis pregnancy don't feel comfortable with the decision to abort, but they don't know what to say. They want to be supportive and non-judgmental, so they say something like, "You're really in a bad situation and I'll support you whatever you decide." The helpful response, the right response, should be, "Don't have an abortion. I will not abandon you. Together, we will find a way for you to have your baby." You know, it's really time to help Colorado heal. And this is not the bill that helps Colorado heal. Every baby, every person deserves a birthday.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a true honor to serve with you, my friend.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Baisley.
Just a moment while I get my... So there will be no question, I don't think, about whether I'm talking to the bill, because I want to just talk about the bill. I'm bothered by a lot of things as I read through the text of the bill, beginning with the in the declarative statement, or the legislative declaration. that the General Assembly finds that access to abortion and reproductive health care is currently under attack across the nation. Well, reproductive health care is not under attack across the nation. Abortion is certainly being questioned, whether that's wise or whether it ends a human life. Excuse me. That's certainly under question. In fact, I question it. And we're having that conversation obviously tonight. But attacking someone's reproductive health care, I don't see that. Moving on, impending federal court cases, including Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, the United States Supreme Court says jeopardizes access to legal abortion care for tens of millions, particularly those living in most southern and midwestern states. It's interesting. This has to do with Mississippi, of course, a case in Mississippi, and even the Roe versus Wade decision, as I spoke about earlier this evening, allows for a progressive amount of control by the state and restrictions on abortion because according to the 73 Supreme Court, there is an increasing interest by the state in the unborn child. Moves on, page 2, say there's social, moral, and economic benefits when people are able to decide whether and when to have children. Access to family planning allows all Coloradans to pursue the personal, educational, financial, and familial goals and helps decrease the health and socioeconomic disparities disproportionately faced by people of color and people with low incomes. I'm not certain how this affects people based on race, but okay. But it goes on to this next line: access to reproductive health care is a matter of statewide concern affecting the health and safety of Coloradans, including those who live outside the Denver metropolitan area and the Front Range, especially those residing in rural areas. Okay, but this bill does not address access to reproductive health care. It addresses the rights of the unborn. Rural populations face limited access to primary care, including abortion care and other family planning services, and often navigate increased travel times when seeking health care. Certainly true. There are fewer health care providers in rural areas, and providers with rural mailing addresses are significantly less likely to provide abortion care. Also true. Colorado has a strong history of supporting and protecting access to reproductive health care, including communities of color. That's true as well, but not relevant to this bill. Colorado was the first state to decriminalize abortion care in an overwhelmingly bipartisan effort in 1967, well before the Supreme Court affirmed the right to abortion care nationwide in Roe versus Wade. Colorado was a national model for access to family planning services, including long-acting reversible contraceptives. Despite repeated rejections of attacks on abortion care by the people of Colorado, there have been over 40 legislative attempts to criminalize or outlaw abortion since 2010. And as I talked about before, yeah, that's going to be kind of forever true until we apply some wisdom to figure out how do we align these conflict of rights, the rights between the woman's liberty and the unborn child's life. Colorado voters have demonstrated that they trust individuals to make their own ethical decision about abortion based on what is best for their health and their families. When individuals decide to have an abortion or use contraception, it is critical that they get care on a timeline that works for their health with the support of providers whom they trust. Politically motivated, medically inappropriate restrictions on health care have no place in our statutes or medical offices. And that line bothers me in that this is a politically motivated bill in the first place. There's a lot of political motivation on either side, but, you know, I think the motivations in our debates on both sides of this debate are not just political. In fact, I think that they are not so much political, but far more on just driven by the right that we are finding superior to the other. So those in favor of 1297 would argue that the right of the liberty of the pregnant woman is superior to the right of the life of the unborn child. In fact, that is the purpose of this bill, and it says so much. So therefore, in order to modernize Colorado's statutes, the General Assembly affirms the fundamental right of individual Coloradans to make their own reproductive health care decisions. That's just a misnomer. No one is challenging individual Coloradans' right to make reproductive health care decisions. They're challenging the right of abortion and the effect it has on the life of the unborn child. The title is the Reproductive Health Equity Act. It just sidesteps what this bill is really attempting to do, and it's just not an accurate reflection of what this bill is all about. And even the short title, Reproductive Health Equity Act. In the definitions section, reproductive health care is defined in a way that just seems like, what a stretch. Has a lot of very appropriate things in here, and one that just like, why is that here? Reproductive health care means, and I'm quoting, health care and other medical services related to the reproductive processes, functions, and systems at all stages of life. Agreed. It includes, but is not limited to, family planning and contraceptive care. I'd agree so far there as well. I would also agree, I'll skip over 2 words here, prenatal, postnatal, and delivery care, fertility care, sterilization services and treatments for sexually transmitted infections and reproductive cancers, certainly. But it also has right in the middle of this definition of reproductive health care, abortion care. That's the opposite of reproduction, does not really belong in the definition of reproduction because it's the opposite. Under the fundamental reproductive health care rights, every individual says has a fundamental right to make decisions about the individual's reproductive health care, including fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. Agreed. I don't believe that's going to the heart of the bill, but next sentence does. It says a pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion and to make decisions about how to exercise that right. And we get to the heart of this bill. A fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. I appreciate that when we all voted on my amendment earlier, clarifying this statement that life, it begins at birth, as implied by this, that no one stood with that amendment saying, yes, we have the right to declare when life begins. So that's the problem with this bill more than anything else, is that there's the assertion that we as legislators, or we as the state of Colorado, we as the government, have the right to endow humans to their right to life beginning at a particular state. That is not our role, and I do not believe for a moment that we have the right, that we have the authority, I should say, as government, as legislators, to pass statute, put into law, a rule that says that certain humans do not have rights, independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. If we can do this with people who are not yet born, then we certainly could call out other segments of humanity and declare that they do not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state as well. That's not something that we have the authority to do, which is why I find this bill to be particularly disturbing, and I'm hoping that line alone calls into question the constitutionality of this bill should it become law. Moving on, prohibited actions. A public entity shall not deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception or continue a pregnancy and to give birth. So far, so good. I don't know of anyone attempting to do such a thing except for within a family, within religious beliefs, within a church, but certainly not any public entity attempting to interfere with, discriminate against an individual's right to use or refuse contraception or to continue a pregnancy. But then we go on to, or give birth to, or to have an abortion, or to deprive through prosecution, punishment, or other means an individual of the individual's right to act or refrain from acting during the individual's own pregnancy based on the potential actual or perceived impact on the pregnancy, the pregnancy's outcomes, or on the pregnant individual's health. Certainly there was some challenging words from some folks witnessing on Wednesday night, Thursday morning, but I don't know of any legislator or anyone in government making such attempts. Application. This Part 4 applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, and so on. So, of course, it makes a widespread application. And then it gives the severability clause and then the safety clause, and I assume the safety clause is there rather than the petition clause because of the perceived urgency in case the Supreme Court were to make a decision that would maybe challenge what the lack of regulation within the state of Colorado regarding abortions. But with all of these in mind, all the challenges and along the lines of this bill being an abortion bill and not a reproductive health bill, I challenge that wording, and I do so through an amendment. So is that Madam, Mr. Who's behind me? Mr. Chair.
Good evening, Representative Baisley.
Sorry?
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Roberts. Chairman Roberts, I move L059, ask that it be displayed.
Okay, L059 has been moved and is about to be fully displayed. Okay, now is displayed to the amendment, Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So these amendments, these edits captured in this amendment would remove reproductive health care as a description because there is no challenge to access of reproductive health care. There certainly is a challenge to access of abortion that I also assert, but not to reproductive health care. So these changes are aimed at that of removing reproductive health care language and limiting what is being asserted by this bill to abortion and not reproductive health care, which not only is not under threat, but there would be no effect if the Supreme Court were to rule during the Mississippi case to restrict the Roe versus Wade, reduce or remove Roe versus Wade as law of the land. It also, I'll point out, changes the title of the bill, because the title of the bill I find to be mislabeled as well. So it would change the title from reproductive health care to decisions to access abortions. So that's the tenor of the bill, is to kind of refine what I believe this bill is after, and to remove from the conversation something that really should not be part of this conversation, because it's not under threat even by a Supreme Court pending decision of reproductive health care access.
Further discussion on the amendment, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would ask for a no vote. Access to abortions is health care, and we want to maintain that here in Colorado.
Representative Baisley.
I am shocked. You know, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we heard over and over and over last night, I'm sorry, I'm mixing my times and my days even as they're starting to run together. In the committee meeting that went on for quite a time, we heard repeatedly from medical doctors and even one physician's assistant, but from probably a dozen medical doctors, including OBs, that abortion is not reproductive health care, that these are two separate things. So I ask for an aye vote on my amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L059? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This goes to the heart of what our objections are to this bill. The statement is made is that abortion is reproductive health care, or vice versa. And it isn't, because health care doesn't involve taking a human life. And that's the difference. Abortion is not health care. Abortion takes a human life, however else you want to define it. And that's the fundamental difference of opinion that we have. I ask for an aye vote. This clarifies exactly what this bill is and what it is not.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the question before us is the adoption of L059. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L059 fails. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, thank you all for considering and for waking back up with a big shout on both sides of the aisle and getting blood going again, because this is an important conversation and we need to be alert through this. Okay, I'll end with my thoughts that I'll pick up from as I was speaking a few hours ago. Thank you again for the thoughtful consideration to my first amendment proposed earlier today, and for the unanimous agreement against my first amendment, including my own vote against that amendment, because what that tells me is that we do somewhere have a position of agreement from which to begin. We're dealing with an issue that's not just a conversation of our lifetime, but obviously lifetimes before ours, and for many, many, many years, decades, indeed centuries prior to us, that folks have struggled with this. And that's, I believe, because we have a conflict of very foundational, very fundamental rights. That right of the woman to control her own body, her right to her liberty as expressed in the Declaration, and the right of the child's life. They are in conflict. I don't know what the answer is, but I also don't see that we're trying to move towards reconciling those two foundational, fundamental rights. And I'd like to challenge us through some conversation and beginning with where we agree. And that's not hard to find, a position where we agree. And I hope that in our time together in this incredible assignment given us by our wonderful constituents, that we can move towards that and try to at least move the needle a bit to resolution, to trying to find that solution. Maybe it's a scientific, maybe it's a medical solution, no doubt policy as well, but we need to apply wisdom to this big challenge, and I'm honored to be a part of it. Thank you for listening. Thank
Is
you,
there any
Mr. Chairman.
further discussion on House Bill 1279, Representative Pico?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to spend a little bit of time here reading from some material sent by an interesting individual, a medical doctor who did testify the other night, but he is part of an organization which is a very interesting title, Democrats for Life. But it brings to mind, when did this become a partisan issue? Because it didn't used to be. It used to be shared across the aisle. There were both pro-abortion and pro-life on both sides of the aisle. And how did it come to be this? But from that individual, a medical doctor, an organization for life, the reasons Coloradans should oppose the Reproductive Health Equity Act of 2022. And I'll first, my own comment right off the bat is, where's equity in this? There's no equity in this at all. It's just strictly opening up abortion and redefining abortion as health care. And health, it isn't. But the Reproductive Health Equity Act will codify abortion access at any time during pregnancy for any reason. This totally disregards the humanity, the dignity, and value of the developing child, even in the days or weeks prior to birth. It would be a drastic deviation from the long-standing abortion jurisprudence promulgated by Roe and Casey. It would be arguably the most radical abortion law in the country and in the world. Even China and North Korea don't allow abortion at any time for any reason. The Reproductive Health Equity Act appears to eliminate the only abortion restriction currently enforced in Colorado, which is parental notification. This means that our teenage children may confront an unplanned pregnancy and abortion on their own without any parental involvement. And that is an incredible deviation from what has been the practice. Schools aren't even supposed to give aspirin to our kids without having parental notification. But they can get an abortion. The Reproductive Health Equity Act is inconsistent with the views of the majority of Colorado voters. Despite the fact that the measures have been voted down, when you do a polling as late as June of 2020 demonstrated that only 37% of the Colorado electorate agreed that abortion should always be legal. The poll included a sampling of 516 likely voters, 52.4% women, 47.6% men, 29% Republican, 33.5% Democrats, 31.8% independents. The majority, 51.2%, a thin majority, but a majority, believe that abortion should only be available during the first 3 months of pregnancy if the life of the mother was at risk or if the fetus was conceived in rape or incest. Proposition 115, which prohibited abortion after 22 weeks, did not include an exception for rape or incest, but still garnered 41% support, despite a lopsided 12-to-1 spending campaign against it. Those numbers are pretty indicative that this is not an overwhelming choice of the people of Colorado, despite the vote. Colorado is a state that places high value on personal autonomy, unless you don't want to take a antivirus shot, apparently. The majority is opposed to legislation that outlaws most or all abortions. However, the majority is also opposed to unrestricted abortion. The Reproductive Health Equity Act, which is predicated exclusively on the autonomy rights of women with absolutely no acknowledgement of the competing rights of the child, is out of sync with most people's sensibilities. The birth standard in the Reproductive Health Equity Act is more arbitrary than the viability standard promulgated by Roe. Viability is constantly changing, but there is sufficient scientific consensus to narrow the development window to within 2 weeks, currently 21 to 23 weeks. Birth, on the other hand, can occur any time between 21 and 42 weeks, making it a much more arbitrary standard for determining a developing human's value. Whether a human is wanted or not should not be the only criteria Colorado embraces to adjudicate abortion prior to birth. The bill does not address the rapidly increasing number of abortions in Colorado, up 34% in 5 years and 13% in the past year alone. It does not address how the lack of resources disproportionately affect poor women of color, nor does it provide access to alternatives. Black women have abortions at more than twice the rate of white women in Colorado. We should look for ways to provide low-income women with the same opportunity to parent as families with greater means. But how you do that could be pretty important. But some of those numbers are pretty significant. Black Americans constitute approximately 13% of the population. They constitute 28% of the abortions. I saw one number, and I don't know the veracity of it, but I'll quote it. That 70% of black children are never born. They're terminated by abortion. It is a horrendous figure. Abortion because the fetus is the wrong sex is a well-recognized phenomenon, and it's something we've seen overseas in China, especially, as they implemented the one-child policy. And so the couples there preferred to have a male child, and they have a huge lopsided demographic problem now as a result of sex selection abortion. This bill would give the veneer of legitimacy to this practice. Even if the aforementioned mechanism is problematic, the bill should explicitly exclude abortion for sex selection. But it doesn't. It allows abortion for any reason, at any time. Abortion because the fetus has a disability would be legitimized by the Reproductive Health Equity Act. It signals to Coloradans that it is better to die than to live a life with a disability. It denigrates the dignity and value of all people living with a disability in Colorado. We have the Americans for Disability Act, except in the abortion industry. Most late abortions are performed on healthy women with healthy babies. This has been attested to already. But once the fetus is viable, typically 22 weeks, there is almost never a medical reason to pursue an abortion for the health of the mother, since the health problem will be resolved by delivering the baby. Furthermore, the most prominent Colorado late abortionist, Dr. Warren Hearn, reports that 70% of his abortions are normal fetuses. Without any gestational limits on abortion, the Reproductive Health Equity Act endorses the killing of normal children well into the third trimester for women without any health issues. Rather than address the complex social, economic circumstances that drive a woman to consider a late abortion, this legislation appears to favor a simplistic but cruel and inhumane solution. The Reproductive Health Equity Act prioritizes access to abortion over the health and safety of women. While first trimester abortions are relatively safe compared to other common outpatient surgical procedures, the same is not true for second and third trimester abortions. The risk of dying from an abortion increases 38% for every week of gestation. By the 20th week of gestation, the risk of dying from an abortion is as high or higher than the risk of natural childbirth. There is a similar related risk of serious injury to the child from the procedure, from the child. The child is going to die. The language of the bill suggests that implementation of appropriate health and safety regulations for abortion right might be interpreted as impeding access and thus will be prohibited. Go on, but that would delve into a couple other areas. But it talks an awful lot about late-term abortions. I want to zero in on a little bit about abortion after 22 weeks. Late abortions after 22 weeks of gestational age are extreme by any national and international comparison. Just 7 of the 50 states in the U.S. permit abortions after 25 weeks. Most, 38 states, prohibit abortion at 22 weeks or less. Internationally, only 5 of the 198 countries, independent states, and semi-autonomous regions with population exceeding 1 million permit elective abortion after 24 weeks. Colorado should not aspire to join the ranks of the few states and countries that dehumanize the developing child and permit the killing of these most vulnerable human beings. Colorado should also not jeopardize the health of Colorado women by allowing unregulated outpatient practice of late abortion, which is known to pose serious risk to the health and life of women, and this bill would do that. Late abortion is predicated on the notion that a woman's right to bodily autonomy trumps the human child's right to life. And this is an important point. A fetus is not just a lump of human cells, it is a human life. It is an individual deserving of our protection. It is deserving of all the rights that this bill will deny it. Both pro-life and pro-choice advocates would agree that a woman's autonomy is an extremely important value. But both sides differ on whether autonomy supersedes another human being's fundamental right to life. And that's what's missing in this debate. There is another life
Folks
here.
up there would have a heyday with that.
These competing rights are why proponents of access to late abortions go to extreme length to minimize the humanity of the fetus. They will deny that that is a child. They refer to terminating the pregnancy as if the termination would occur without killing a vital human being. A recent series on abortion rights refers to the developing human merely as a cluster of cells, as if her brain, heart, circulatory system, appendages, hands, feet, and nervous system were immaterial. Planned Parenthood of the Rocky Mountains characterizes the dismemberment of late second trimester fetus during a dilation and evacuation abortion as removing pregnancy tissues. Orwellian language is utilized to refer to the crushed and dismembered human child as products of conception. Even the preferred term fetus is an attempt to dehumanize the developing human. OBGYN physicians commonly refer to the baby during a woman's wanted pregnancy, but abortionists will rarely refer to the fetus, much less use the term baby when counseling a woman on abortion. There is little doubt that there is bipartisan consensus that late abortion should be regulated. This bill won't do that. In 2020, a Marist poll found that 70% of Americans felt that abortion should be restricted to the first 3 months of pregnancy or less. The Marist poll also revealed that 41% of self-identified pro-choice voters were more inclined to vote for a candidate who supported abortion restrictions. The polling presumably reflects the public's widespread recognition that a late-term abortion kills a human being. That is not materially different than a newborn child, and that late abortion represents a substantial medical risk to the pregnant woman. But this bill doesn't make that distinction. Is a 22-week child a human being? Human embryology has long established the fact that human life begins at fertilization and that human development is a seamless process that continues for years after birth. It should not be surprising that 96% of biology scientists who were recently surveyed agreed that human life begins at fertilization. No matter how hard abortion rights activists try to obfuscate, human zygotes, embryos, and fetuses are human people. They are children. The heart develops in the human embryo by the 5th week and begins to pump blood by the 6th week. That can be seen on ultrasounds. The beating heart is clear. Rapid development of the brain occurs in the 7th week. By the 10th week, the embryo has distinctly human characteristics, developing the beginnings of all major organ systems, and demonstrates purposeful limb movements. During the 19th week, the mother can feel the child move, and by 22 weeks, the baby can respond to her mother's touch. Fetal surgeries in which the human child is operated on by specially trained fetal surgeons and anesthesiologists have been pursued as early as the 19th week of gestation. Human children have been born in the 21st week with excellent neurodevelopmental outcomes. Based on one national study performed on infants born at 22 weeks gestation between 2006 and 2011, 23% survived with active treatment. However, more recent data from the University of Iowa encompasses outcomes between 2006 and 2015, suggests a much more robust 70% survival, and the majority had no or mild neurodevelopmental impairments. And one of our members is a late-term or a early-term delivered child. While there is considerable debate concerning when the human child can experience pain, it's very likely that a 22-week-old human child can experience pain. We heard a little bit more of that earlier. Likely more intensely than an infant or an adult. The experience of pain in human is characterized by neurological functions and involves the transmission of painful stimuli to the central nervous system and a perception which entails the organization, identification, and interpretation of the painful sensory information. In a systematic multidisciplinary review published in 2005, researchers who oppose abortion restrictions argued that the processing of painful stimuli can only occur once the brain cortex is fully functional, not before the 3rd trimester. However, the majority of contemporary fetal medicine specialists now consider the evidence that a 22 to 24-week fetus experiences pain, and that evidence is compelling. Some believe a fetus as young as 13 weeks is able to experience pain, albeit with the capacity for self-reflection. They cite the adequacy of neural pathways, the presence of a working thalamus, which relays painful stimuli, the development of a subplate, documented periods of wakefulness, arousability, hormonal stress, pain response, and fetal behavioral correlates of pain. The conclusion is reinforced by measurements of specific brain activity using a variety of measures, including functional MRI. More sophisticated 4D ultrasound technology has also enhanced our ability to use facial expressions to assess fetal pain. Clinicians have long observed that preterm infants at the lowest limit of viability have profound acute adverse reactions to major painful stimuli. Physicians and nurses in neonatal intensive care units witness this every day and utilize multiple different pain assessment tools to help measure and mitigate the pain. Ultrasound using 4D technology has revealed a surprising diversity of fetal movements and added to our knowledge of the fetal central nervous system and neural behavior. By the 11th week of gestation, the fetus demonstrates head rotation, isolated arm and leg movements, stretching, swallowing, hiccups, and so forth. By the 22 weeks of gestation, the child can blink, repetitively open and close the mouth, stick their tongue out, smile, and grimace. Fetuses have been observed to cry in utero. These observations attest to the sophistication of the child's brain at 22 weeks and suggest fetal emotional response. the human child develops the ability to detect other sensory stimuli, such as tastes and smells. Researchers have demonstrated that specific foods and flavors in the maternal diet during pregnancy can transfer to and flavor the amniotic fluid. These flavors are in turn tasted by the child and result in postnatal food preferences. This is how culture-specific flavor preferences are learned by the child and initiated early in life. It has also long been recognized that the human child can respond to sound as early as 19 weeks. The child specifically responds to her or his mother's voice. At 25 weeks, human children have been observed to mimic their mother's recitation of a nursery rhyme by opening and closing their mouths. Furthermore, a newborn human shows preference to her or his mother's voice and for musical pieces to which she or he were previously exposed, which confirms the capacity for a child to learn in utero. Studies have shown that prenatal acquired acoustical memory can persist at least 6 weeks after birth. Late second trimester and third trimester human children display a number of other advanced cortical functions. The human child's behavior demonstrates the same characteristics later observed in the born child's behavior. They show curiosity or intrinsic motivation to explore their body and environment, perform repetitive actions to elicit sensations, react to sensory inputs, display intentionality, and demonstrate goal-directed movements. Human children in utero with gestation of 22 weeks or greater are biologically indistinguishable from infants born at 22 weeks. They are vital human beings. So if a child is born at 22 weeks, he's a child with full rights, but inside the womb, he's not. They have developed all the essential organ systems. They can perceive pain. They can demonstrate sophisticated behaviors, including nascent emotion. They can respond to and learn from familiar tastes and sounds. And they can undergo curative operative therapies as independent patients. The only difference is their location. The location should not be determinant of human value. A human's inalienable right to life, proclaimed in our Constitution, in our Declaration of Independence, has not and should not be contingent on whether the child is born or not born. Why do women choose late abortions? How common is the practice? And what are the alternatives? There's very limited information in the United States regarding who pursues very late abortions. Most studies suggest women have later abortions for similar reasons that they have early abortions, with several caveats. Age and educational level were not associated with abortions after 16 weeks in one sponsored study. Black women were twice as likely to have late abortions. Don't know why. Another study, which was based on a baseline data, concluded that reasons for seeking abortion are not different whether women sought abortion early or late in pregnancy. They did not find a statistically significant difference between early or late second trimester abortions based on finances, parity, timing of pregnancy, degree of interference with future opportunities, emotional or mental preparedness, health-related reasons, prospects for the baby, level of independence maturity, influences from family and friends, or the inability to contemplate adoption. A second study suggested statistically significant differences in the age of women, younger patients, later abortions, and time that pregnancy was recognized before 8 weeks. They also found a woman who had late abortions faced more logistical delays, finding a provider, raising funds, and travel costs. Both studies excluded abortions for fetal anomalies or life endangerment. Many people are under the impression that most late abortions are necessitated by terrible fetal anomalies or life-endangering conditions. One notable individual in the Coalition for Abortion Providers famously admitted that he lied to Congress, and I think we heard this earlier, and the public when he stated that late abortions are rare and performed primarily to save the lives of women to prevent them the burden of bearing severely deformed babies. It wasn't true. He stated that late abortions performed much more commonly than acknowledged and generally on healthy women bearing healthy children. He feared this truth could hurt the cause of abortion rights. That's why we have an awful lot of protection for late abortions. I'm going to skip over that because that was covered earlier. There is no mandatory reporting for number of abortions, indications for abortions, or complications from abortion in the United States. Consequently, it is difficult to independently assess the practices of late-term abortions and the patients they serve. It is also uncommon for an independent expert to review late abortionist practices. In a rare move that resulted in significant controversy and litigation, there was one study that reviewed the redacted records of prominent third trimester abortionists, the gentleman who's already been mentioned. They found that the instances where abortions were obtained for trivial reasons, like a desire to play sports, or for psychiatric reasons, such as adjustment disorder, anxiety, and depression, that could have been more appropriately remedied without resorting to a late-term abortion. He indicated that from his review of the records, anybody could have gotten a third trimester abortion if they wanted one from this particular provider. But I want to zero in on that for a minute. Trivial reasons like a desire to play sports or adjustment disorder or anxiety or depression. These are issues that can be addressed. If someone has depression or anxiety, they can have treatment. The option of killing a child shouldn't be the choice. In Colorado, abortion clinics advertise elective abortions for any reason, up to 26 weeks, and then to 36 weeks for medically indicated terminations. Very few Colorado abortionists publicly admit performing late third trimester abortions. In a number of newspaper magazine stories, the impression is given that late abortions for fetal anomalies and life-endangering conditions of the mother was common, but records indicate otherwise. Other anecdotal reports and scientific publications suggest that the abortion clinics is willing to consider late abortions for normal children. Normal children don't need to be aborted. Potentially treatable structural anomalies are included, such as a number of medical issues, but these are all treatable with modern science. To obtain Colorado-specific abortion data is extremely difficult. The Colorado Department of Health, CDPHE, collects an incomplete survey of abortion providers since it is anonymous and not mandated, and there is no enforcement mechanism. In their 2018 report of induced terminations of pregnancy, 323 abortions in Colorado were performed after 21 weeks, which represents 3.6% of the total abortions performed. The corresponding figure for 2019 was higher. The abortion rate in Colorado is approximately 40% higher, according to outside sources, based on the 2017 data. So it's difficult to determine how prevalent this is, how large of a problem it is. There is a reason to believe that late abortions are significantly underreported in Colorado. The precipitous drop in late abortions is not credible. Abortions dropped from 277 to 123 in 2019. There's no plausible explanation for this drop other than decrease in reporting data. The notion of underreporting is further reinforced by the observation that the clinics can't be reporting their figures. Their own research suggested he was performing approximately 250 abortions per year, with 70% after 22 weeks and 40% after 26 weeks. But the data is incomplete. We just simply don't know. But the published data would indicate a very, very low rate. Such a low rate that one would question why we need the legislation before us tonight. How often is it medically necessary to abort a human child to preserve the life or health of the mother? One study indicates the number is very hard to characterize. Although there is almost no literature on the subject, one maternal fetal medicine expert concludes that this is an exceedingly rare event, perhaps encompassing as few as 4 extremely uncommon conditions. And I won't try to pronounce them. These would all likely be adjudicated long before 22 weeks of gestation. A particular doctor has said that he's unaware of a situation where abortion was necessary to save the life of a mother in the third trimester. When a mother has a true medical emergency after 22 weeks, abortion is never the safest approach. Emergent delivery of the child via cesarean section is considered the medically appropriated option. To pursue a multi-day abortion procedure would be widely perceived to be medical malpractice, but it will be authorized in this legislation. Some women may feel the need to abort their child if they discover chromosomal or structural abnormalities. Prenatal screening tests can confirm fetal abnormalities by 18 to 20 weeks using currently recommended national screening guidelines. First trimester screen or quadruple marker screen, or integrated stepwise sequential contingent screening, or cell-free DNA screening and mid-trimester ultrasound. These women who choose to abort these children should not be impeded by a prohibition on abortion after 22 weeks a week. Similarly, women who have fetuses conceived in rape and choose abortion need not be affected by late-term restrictions, but that's what this bill removes, any and all restrictions. There is no question that women contemplating late abortion make heart-wrenching decisions. In referring to the abortion of children for fetal abnormalities, that's going back to what we said earlier. It's contrary to the whole idea of you're going to take care of disabilities. The children deserve to live, even if they're not perfect. They bring their own special capabilities and their own special love and care to the families that they join. So there's never a reason to abort for chromosomal or structural abnormalities. You always have the option to let them live. There is no question that women contemplating late abortion make heart-wrenching decisions. They often feel that abortion is their only choice because of lack of support from family and friends. They may be unaware of life-affirming alternatives. Women need to know that in Colorado, there are many private and governmental organizations that can provide medical, financial, housing, educational, employment, adoption, emotional, and spiritual support to them and their families. They should also be made aware of the many compassionate services that perinatal hospices offer. Perinatal loss is one of the most devastating events a family will ever experience. Tragically, many families are unaware that perinatal hospice offers a compassionate, loving, and life-affirming alternative to late abortion for children with life-limiting genetic or congenital abnormalities. Perinatal hospice can improve the mother's and family's experience when confronted with fatal fetal diagnosis. Perinatal hospice involves a multidisciplinary team that includes obstetricians, labor and delivery nurses, clergy, social workers, and so forth, hospice professionals. Together, they will accompany the family through the pregnancy and birth, allowing them to fully embrace and celebrate the abbreviated life of their baby. The baby receives palliative symptom management to ensure a natural and comfortable passing. The family is afforded precious time to hold, feed, bathe, and love their baby. Perinatal hospice provides ongoing bereavement services for a year or more. None of these services are typically provided with late-term abortion. Families are left on their own to navigate the emotionally wrenching reality of their baby's illness and death, in which they were complicit. Late abortions are performed for the same reason that early abortions are performed. There may be more abortions for fetal anomalies late in pregnancy, but this is still likely a small proportion overall. Late abortions occur commonly in Colorado, allegedly, but figures are inaccurate and lack demographic and medical detail. Late abortions to preserve the life of the mother are very rarely, if ever, indicated. Perinatal hospice offers a compassionate, life-affirming alternative to late abortions for families struggling with fatal fetal diagnosis. Late abortion restrictions need not affect the choices for women with chromosomally or structurally abnormal children and those suffering from rape. How are late abortions performed, and are they humane? I think we heard an awful lot about that Already, they are certainly not humane. The children are dismembered, or a variety of missions, and I won't go into that. What is the risk to the women undergoing a late abortion? And this is something often not discussed. Late abortion is associated with significant morbidity and mortality. The precise magnitude of the risk associated with abortion can't be reliably gleaned from the CDC or state databases because reporting abortion numbers and related complications is not consistently state mandated and never federally mandated. Furthermore, abortion procedures in the U.S. are not linked to other sources of health data, such as birth or death certificates, making meaningful estimates of mortality rates nearly impossible. Since the system is voluntary and physicians are reluctant to disclose serious complications, including death, underreporting is also a major problem. There have been multiple instances documented across the country where abortion-related morbidity and mortality were not captured by the official state or federal databases. Since Colorado does not have or require any oversight of abortion clinics, there is substantial risk that maiming and death of affected women may go unreported. The Gosnell Grand Jury report in Pennsylvania should serve as a sober reminder that assuming major injuries and deaths from abortion are reported to and acted upon by civil authorities or medical boards is somewhat naive. Even using the admittedly inadequate medical claims and surveillance data, late abortion poses a substantial risk compared to early abortion in both relative and absolute terms. Using California medical billing data, emergency department visits and complications were 2.5 times more likely following a second trimester abortion compared to a first trimester abortion. Data from the National Abortion Surveillance System indicate that while the overall risk of death from abortion was 0.7 out of 100,000 induced abortions, the risk of deaths increased exponentially by 38% for each additional week of gestation. CDC researchers found that gestational age was the strongest predictor of abortion-related mortality. In absolute terms, the risk goes from 0.1 deaths per 100,000 for surgical abortions in less than 9 weeks to 8.9 deaths per 100,000 in 20 weeks. To put this in perspective, the American Association for Accreditation of Ambulatory Surgery Facilities compiled a 5.5-year database of over 1 million outpatient surgeries performed in ambulatory surgery centers. The death rate was 2 per 100,000 for patients that were on average significantly older than patients undergoing late abortion. This is only 22% of the mortality rate seen in late abortion. The Canadian counterpart, the Canadian Association for Accreditation of Ambulatory Surgical Centers, conducted a survey that pointed to a death rate of approximately 1 to 100,000, which represents only 11% of the risk of late abortion. The risk must be viewed in the context of strict oversight of ambulatory surgical centers in Colorado and the absence of oversight or regulations pertaining to abortion facilities in Colorado. And we've seen this evening that we can't allow even the most basic regulation or occupational licensing standards. Media Trackers reported that while standard healthcare and outpatient surgical clinics in the state fall under the authority of the Health Facilities Division of the Colorado Department of Health Environment for regular licensing and regulation, a number of abortion providers are not held to the same standard. Not only does late abortion represent a significant mortality risk to women, but the lack of health safety oversight potentially compounds that risk. Oh, mortality studies that are based on countries with linked births, pregnancy, abortion, and death registries give an even more stark view of the risk from abortion. In Denmark, the 108-day mortality associated with late abortion was 55 over 100,000. This is far worse than U.S. surveillance data would suggest and places it in a league with neurosurgery and abdominal surgery and so forth. While this study is not adjusted for socioeconomic factors, marital status, or psychological history, they suggest that mortality risk for women undergoing late abortion might be substantially underestimated in the U.S. Some have tried to claim that a legally induced abortion is much safer than childbirth. The evidence appears otherwise. Others have pointed out that these studies are inherently biased and plagued with differences in the ascertainment of deaths, duration of susceptibility to mortality, lack of accounting for gestational age, and inappropriate comparators. The relative risk of pregnancy associated death between delivery and abortion may be better assessed by looking at countries with linked birth medical death databases. A systematic review and meta-analysis suggested that based on 11 studies from 3 such countries, termination of pregnancy is a marker for reduced life expectancy. They found that within a year of their pregnancy outcomes, women experiencing pregnancy loss from either abortion or natural loss were twice as likely to die compared to women giving birth. In Denmark, this adverse mortality rate persists for 10 years. While there could be confounding variables complicating this analysis, the notion that abortion leads to better health outcomes is unlikely and certainly speculative, and evidence indicates the contrary. The morbidity associated with abortion also increases with gestational ages. A large retrospective study from the University of California, San Francisco suggests that the complication rate for second trimester abortions was 9.8%. Major life-threatening complications requiring hospitalization, transfusion, or further surgical intervention occurred in almost 2% of patients. Any of these complications increased with each week of gestational beyond 20 weeks. Another study observed that for each 1 week increase, a 7.1% increase in estimated blood loss. There are no published studies specifically addressing the likely extremely high morbidity, mortality associated with third trimester abortions, but evidence is increasing, becoming evident. Long-term health effects of abortion are controversial. We heard some of this earlier. But retrospective studies suggest a correlation of abortion with breast cancer. Better case control studies suggest no correlation. Well, it's hard to tell. Some studies indicate yes, some no. There appears to be an association with abortion with postpartum hemorrhage and later pregnancies, but the mechanism is undefined. Late abortions may result in increased risk for premature birth and subsequent pregnancies, and this trend becomes statistically significant for women who have had multiple abortions. Researchers have found a dose-response relationship between the number of prior abortions and the risk for extreme premature birth. The correlation between late abortion and/or multiple abortions with extreme premature birth and very low birth weight was more recently corroborated by a large Finnish national registry study. Since black women have, on average, more late abortions and more multiple abortions, one might speculate that increased infant mortality in the black community could be partially caused by abortion. Evidence is still somewhat sketchy, but the indications are there. The adverse effects of abortion on mental health is particularly controversial, but increasingly evident. Recent reviews cited by abortion proponents rely heavily on methods flawed studies to conclude that abortion is not associated with new mental health disorders, but better studies from Denmark utilizing National Health Registry suggest that abortion is a powerful marker for, rather than the cause of, affective disorders, suicide attempts. Other recent studies from America, China, and Korea suggest adverse mental health outcomes related to abortion. A balanced synthesis of the literature suggests several consensus opinions regarding the nexus between abortion and mental health. 1, abortion is consistently associated with elevated rates of mental illness compared to women without a history of abortion. 2, the abortion experience directly contributes to mental health problems for at least some women, not all, but some. 3, there are risk factors, such as pre-existing mental illness, that identify women at greatest risk of mental health problems after an abortion. the risk of affective disorder and suicide may be even more pronounced after the abortion of a wanted pregnancy, such as fetal anomaly or maternal indications. Adverse mental health associations or effects may be tied with increased mortality in women having induced abortion. Conclusions from all of this. Late abortion is extreme by any measure and should be prohibited. Restrictions on late-term abortion is not only medically and morally correct, but also consistent with the views of a very large number, possibly a majority of Coloradans. Very few countries in the world permit abortion after 20 weeks. Most Americans, regardless of their political affiliation, feel that abortion should be illegal late in pregnancy. A 22-week fetus is biologically indistinguishable from a baby born at 22 weeks. There is scientific evidence that a 22-week human child demonstrates all the fundamental characteristics of more developed humans, including the ability to perceive pain, and perform sophisticated behaviors. The reasons women choose late abortions are similar to the reasons that women choose early abortion. Most late abortions are performed on normal human children. For those tragic situations where a human child has a life-limiting prognosis because of a genetic or congenital fetal abnormality, hospice offers a compassionate, life-affirming alternative to late abortion. Late abortions are violent procedures that commonly involve the crushing and dismemberment of the human child. Late abortions pose a substantial morbidity and mortality risk to the pregnant women, which is further exacerbated by the lack of regulatory oversight. Regulatory oversight. And this bill will eliminate almost all of it. It will eliminate all of it. Long-term results of abortion can include the risk for future premature birth and adverse future pregnancy outcomes. There may be an increased risk of early mortality in women who have abortion compared to women who deliver their babies. This may be related to poor mental health in women who choose abortion and possibly adverse long-term mental health outcomes from abortion. Again, information is sketchy on this. I'm going to turn back again to the equity question and what we covered in there before. 13% of Coloradans are Black Americans. 28% of the abortions are Black Americans. That's not equity. The abortion industry has really turned into exploitation rather than care. And frankly, it's genocide for profit.
Okay, Representative Pico, that was over the line. Representative Bacon.
Thank you. You know, members, I wanted to come up here because I heard a few references, particularly to my community. And as I talk to you all, I hope that everyone in here may give me the grace of accepting my words as having lived in this skin and being a daughter, granddaughter, and great-granddaughter, and great-great-great-granddaughter of Black women. And I hope that afterwards that I can ask for some grace in speaking for me or my community, that we can stop doing that. And I think the reason is because ultimately, amongst Black women in the Black community, we have been fighting for control over our bodies. We have been fighting to make sure people care for our bodies for centuries. Fancy girl was a term used to denote a female slave that was attractive. They sold for a premium, and there's evidence that they sold for when they were as young as 9 years old to be pleasures to their masters. The term progeny for work and value popped up in history because Black women who were enslaved were forced to have children to create additional labor for their masters, and they had to suffer the indignity of having their babies taken from them and sold to others. Black women were also considered acceptable bodies to use for experimentation, citing that we had thicker skin and that we could tolerate more pain. And unfortunately, that stereotype is still being dispelled according to the American Medical Association. The legacy of slavery enshrined a mindset in this country that young Black girls could be subject to adultification to justify how their bodies were used, that they could be over-sexualized, and thus we are able to be used without care, but more importantly, without consequence. Our bodies are here for the purpose of service, and any attitude or lip that we give must be stamped out. We must be broken into submission, and therefore we were labeled as being defiant. There are actual studies about this bias from many universities, and they show that the adultification of Black girls early on in their lives has had an impact on the lingering culture of how we are valued, saying that female dominance on the one hand and loose morals on the other hand, both growing out of the roles forced upon Black girls during the slavery experience and its aftermath, still linger. This has led to a delegitimization of our bodies. We matter last. 4 Black women are murdered a day. We are 2.5 times more likely to be murdered. Of the missing women in this country, we are our 3rd. Our poverty rate is 2 times that of white women. Our employment rate is 2 times that of white men. We are the lowest to be paid in wage equality, making 60 cents on the dollar of a man. Therefore, we have the lowest level of care. We have to be on government or Medicaid health care, where we can't choose if we have an abortion or not. And we also don't get access to contraception. And so for someone to talk about a percentage of Black babies that are aborted without any data is hurtful, because other people in our communities have access to contraception. We are 2 times as likely as white women to have unintended pregnancies. 1 in 4 Black women are sexually assaulted before 18. 1 in 5 Black women are survivors of sexual assault. 17% of Black women have experienced sexual violence, not from an intimate partner, in their lifetime. So, when we are pushed to a place in thinking about how we will afford families, thinking about if we will be able to have health care, to be able to pay for the conditions we have around hypertension or preeclampsia, for example, we don't have access to it, and therefore we have a mortality rate that is the highest in this nation. But when we do have kids, we are then called welfare queens. When we know we can't afford it, we still move forward. Without public support for SNAP or TANF or public housing, without public support for wage equality, without public support with being able to get support by having a man in the household. So it feels like to our community, we are either damned if we do or damned if we don't. But after 400 years, we are finally able to say, we have control over our own bodies. And so the theme that abortion is racist, while ignoring the world in which we have to face and the resources in which we lack, condescends and suggests that we are incapable of making decisions on our own. and that we don't deserve the freedom to do so, and that other people know better than we do about our care. This is a patronization and a re-victimization of us, and I ask that it stops as we have this conversation. Thank you all for listening to me.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I try not to come down here too often to discuss bills, but this is a truly important issue, and I had to come down here to share some of my thoughts and also to talk about some of the thoughts that some others have said that I've heard. I respect my colleague, the minority leader from Larimer County, very much, and I listened to his words very closely in his opening remarks on the bill today, and the touching story that he shared with us as well, and I appreciate him sharing that. In his opening remarks, which may not be fresh in your minds, it's been quite a while since that happened, but he talked a lot about the work we do here and the best policies for Colorado and how we do that. And he said specifically that what this bill does is it builds a house on the very furthest end of the spectrum, and it eviscerates the middle part of the discussion for no ability to compromise. Compromise is the very nature of this bill. Compromise is having choice, not the absence of it. This bill is about ensuring Coloradans have choice. And what I've seen Republicans proposing is taking away all of that compromise. He went on to ask whether a bill like this would pass if there was no democratically controlled legislature. Well, no, it wouldn't. But let's examine legislatures controlled by Republicans and see what's happening there. In Texas, they passed the Texas 6-week heartbeat abortion ban, which could be called the Tattletale Bill, which allows vigilantes the ability to sue a person they don't even know for having an abortion, and then collect a $10,000 bounty for it. Any compromise in that law? Doesn't appear to be. So even with the ability to have compromise, which we have today, afforded by us by Roe versus Wade, Texas wants to build a house on the extreme end and eviscerate the middle ground for compromise, to use the same quote from my colleague earlier. So, is this the right time to pass this bill? Yes, of course it is. Because the middle ground my colleague spoke about for compromise has been constantly eroded again and again and again in states across the country. The area for compromise is nearly gone because of all the anti-abortion policies, and we're standing on the little ground we have left to preserve the rights of the people of Colorado to have the choice to have or not have an abortion. There's no reason for the government to get in the private affairs of private citizens when it comes to their health care decisions. We've seen all flavors of abortion bills across the country, and even 44 right here in Colorado since 2010. One even called, with no sneaky language, "Abolish abortion in Colorado." What kind of compromises does that afford? Is there a fear, maybe, just maybe, that Roe will be upheld? Because why would there be such a fervor to pass laws abolishing abortion? It was stated by my colleague also that this bill, quote, doesn't come from a place of agreement of how we are truly respecting the values that others hold. I would argue that choice is the ultimate respect that we respect other people's values, that compromise on people's values is, in fact, respect. What the Reproductive Health Act actually does, in fact, is solidify compromise. It's the compromise to have a choice. It's the compromise to do what aligns with your beliefs. We have a wonderfully diverse state with a multitude of ways of thinking and believing. And because of our freedoms, the ones afforded us by the Constitution of the United States, we have our own thoughts and create our own pathways for ourselves. That might be if and when to start a family, or whether to live your truth as your true gender identity. No matter what our choices are, they are in fact our choices. It was also brought up that we have two sides when it comes to the abortion rights issue. I completely agree with that. The first side is the decision of a pregnant person to make their own choice. And the other side is that your opinion about what that pregnant person does is none of your business. Vote yes on House Bill 1279. Thank you.
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, I come to a passion around a woman's right to plan her family from my father, who was a country doctor in northern Vermont. And in 1967, he and his partner started one of the first Planned Parenthoods in Vermont. And this preceded Roe v. Wade. And he was raised and educated in the city, Philadelphia. And when my mother moved to Vermont, they had ideas about what a bucolic country life would look like. He was an internist and in a small town, so he did everything, including delivering children and also taking care of girls and women who were pregnant unintentionally. And he had an epiphany because he had 4 daughters. And he was shocked at the gross inequities of poor women compared to women with resources. Because women with resources plan their families by having hysterectomies after their 2nd or 3rd child. And most of them belonged to a church where even practicing birth control was a sin. And nobody wanted to be a sinner. So women with resources could get a hysterectomy. And that's how they planned their families in the 50s and 60s and 40s and into the 70s. Poor women did not have that option. They didn't have access to birth control, nor did their husbands. They practiced a rhythm method. And so you had dairy farmers' wives with 12, 14 kids with no money, nothing to offer their children. You had teenagers whose lives were completely derailed, no opportunity for a future because of an unintended pregnancy. And it's not because they were making poor choices with boyfriends. So many of them were victims of abuse from uncles, from family members. He was horrified. He had no idea. He had no idea in his entire medical training that women in this country, including his wife and his daughters, were considered public property. They did not have sovereignty over their bodies the way men did. That did not occur to him until he was in his 10th year of medical practice, and he was horrified, and so was his partner. So they started a Planned Parenthood because they believed very firmly in family planning. And sometimes family planning involves terminating a pregnancy. And there are many reasons why a woman chooses to do that. And those circumstances are frankly none of our business. It's the business of her family. It's the business of her medical provider. So each one of his daughters, when they got to high school, he told us, he told me, and he told every one of my sisters when they turned 16, pregnancy, Edie, is not a shared experience. If you get pregnant, you are 100% pregnant. You will be 100% responsible for that child. No one is going to take the responsibility that you will feel obligated to have as a mother and as a woman in our culture and our society. You have resources available to you to protect yourself. You are 100% responsible for your body, and you have my permission to be 100% responsible. Pregnancy is an experience that you don't want to have until you're ready to have it. You do never want to make a choice about whether or not to terminate a pregnancy. So you have the opportunity to be in control, and you have my permission. I have no control over your personal life and what you do. I'd like to think that I do as a parent, but I don't. I don't have that control. But what I do have is love for you and a fierce desire to protect you. And the best thing I can do to protect you is to give you 100% permission to protect yourself. Please take that very seriously. And I have. And I think women have the right and should be given permission and should not be considered public property. Because the same forces that believe a woman's body should be legislated upon are the same people who don't believe that we deserve equal pay for equal work. The major religions of this world, and I apologize if I offend anyone, but the major religions of this world are patriarchal. Women are subjugated. Men have the power. They make all the decisions. This is centuries old. This is not unique to our country. But there is nowhere in the U.S. Constitution, in the Colorado State Constitution, in any major religious tome, does it say that women are public property. And that is a point that Representative Weitzman made this morning. And I've had talks with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle today, and one in particular who I'm very fond of, said, why we are talking over each other. And I said, yes, we are. Because I am talking about being a woman. I'm talking about women facing a medical condition that deserves the protection and the privacy of any other medical condition that is protected in this country, except for pregnancy. Pregnancy becomes an open forum. And that's because women are considered public property. If we believed that a child deserves the full protection of our society, then we better provide the funding and the resources for that, and not leave it to random nonprofit or inadequately funded CHIP or SNAP programs or lousy, subsidized, affordable housing. That is not how you take care of children. If we really cared about children, we would have done something about the thousands of children, babies, toddlers, who were separated from their parents and put into cages and sent across this country at the Mexican border. That's how much we care about children. That's how much we care about children. I'd like to see some real demonstration of how much we care about every child born in this country. So these are the origins of my interest and my passion in this subject. No pregnant woman wants to choose to terminate a pregnancy, but there are circumstances that are none of our business that lead her to that decision. And I'm standing here today in full support of this bill and in her right to privacy with herself and her healthcare provider and anyone else in her life who she shares a desire to have a conversation about her circumstance with. Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for today's meaningful debate and discussion. Though the hour grows late, I rise in enthusiastic support of House Bill 22-1279. I've spent much of the day listening and questioning whether I should even come down here and say anything at all. As someone who will personally never get pregnant, my opinion on the matter admittedly comes at an exceptionally steep discount. I am also aware that no one's mind is being changed today. All of us, as well-intentioned as we may be, are far beyond the point of persuasion. So what exactly are we doing here? One thing we're not doing is changing Colorado law with respect to reproductive rights. In fact, just the opposite is true. We are codifying existing law. We are putting the status quo into statute. No rights are being changed or altered. Colorado is now, and following the passage of this bill will remain, one of a handful of states where a pregnant person's right to abortion care is a matter between themselves and their doctor, wholly free of government interference or intervention. If nothing is changing, though, then why the 12-hour debate? It's no secret that this issue divides us deeply in profound and meaningful ways. And whether the approach we take or the lens we view this through is law, morality, faith, or philosophy, the simple truth is that we are not going to see eye to eye on this. And that's okay. The unity of freedom has never relied on uniformity of opinion. So why come down here? I rise in support of 1279 because we need to keep a few things straight for the record. I rise because I represent folks who've been listening in all day long and deserve, before our judgment is rendered and our votes are cast, to hear the truth about what's really happening. So here it goes. We are here because the opponents of this bill and the rights it seeks to enshrine have worked hard for the last 49 years to stack the Supreme Court of the United States with justices who will overturn Roe v. Wade. And by virtue of some of the least democratic features of our Republican form of government, they're close. Indeed, notwithstanding assurances to just call balls and strikes, or the offering of other platitudes during their confirmation hearings, the conservative justices of the Supreme Court are ready to abandon precedent, spurn stare decisis, and overturn nearly a half-century of American jurisprudence, all to accomplish what they couldn't do at the ballot box, and that is to outlaw abortion. We're here because Roe is imperiled, and in its wake, state general assemblies are rushing to restrict abortion access. 15-week timetables, bounty hunters, stiffer penalties, and other rules are being implemented by GOP-controlled legislatures all across the country.
Rep. Woodrow, if you could keep it to the bill, please, and not impugn motives of individuals.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Hundreds of anti-choice laws are being introduced and passed. We are here to say not in Colorado. We are here to say that the anti-choice folks will not prevail in our great state. Rather than felonize abortion or create a state registry of patients, we will take this step through 1279 to further ensure Colorado remains a place where these decisions are left to doctors and patients as opposed to donors and politicians. There's been a lot said, and Lord knows no one likes hearing my nasally voice, but a few points need to be made before I sit down. One, The opponents of this bill do not hold a monopoly on morality. Though defending the unborn is a noble pursuit, so too is there a deep and abiding moral justification for allowing people who can get pregnant the autonomy to make their own healthcare decisions with respect and privacy. 2, the bill sponsors and others who support 1279 are pro-life. Being a champion for life must extend beyond the period from conception to birth. And those who advocate for birth while standing opposed to affordable housing, to health care, to a living wage, to food and clothing, to a clean environment, may wish to re-examine the meaning of their mottos and the sincerity of their slogans. Everyone deserves a birthday? Okay, sure. But might I humbly suggest that we measure our success not solely in the quantity of our trips around the sun, but in the quality of our years and the love, honor, and respect we share with each other while living them. Perhaps knowing how difficult today would be, this morning the minority leader offered a prayer for this body that was kind and heartfelt. I know I appreciated it. And though I consider many of you to be simply divine, we are not deities. We are people with all of our flaws and virtues, our errors and our egos. I pray we all remember that and offer each other grace accordingly. Thank you.
Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many people talk about the unborn child, but let me remind you that when I was pregnant with my child, there was 12 hours where I was scared about my life. My life matters too, and the life of my daughter, and being there for her. There are many lives affected when you have to make a decision like this. It is my choice and my choice alone.
Representative Amabile. She was on the list before you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did get up earlier, and I'm motivated to get up again because I've heard so many things today that cause me to feel sad. And I know that's something that on the other side of the aisle we heard, people feel sad. And I guess what I feel sad about is that we're having to have this conversation, that we can't allow and trust that people are going to do the right thing, that people are going to make the right decision for themselves, and that we think in this instance we know better than they do. I heard that it is a good option for somebody to carry a pregnancy to term and then give their baby up for adoption. And I heard that there was a lot of trauma around having an abortion and that people spent years living down this trauma. But I would say there's probably, I haven't experienced it myself, but there's probably a lot of trauma in bringing a baby to term and then giving it up. And that, nobody talked about that. And also that you would spend a year of your life being pregnant and not wanting to be pregnant, and then having to give up this baby, which maybe you have developed a connection to, and maybe you haven't. And this week, one of my best connections here at the legislature had a wanted pregnancy, and she had some testing done, and she found out that there was potentially a significant problem with her baby. And she felt like she would have a decision that she would have to make about how she should move forward and what would be the best thing for her. And for her, listening to the conversations in committee and the conversations that we've had today have been incredibly traumatic. The idea that she would have to be making this incredibly difficult conversation and decision about her life with the backdrop of people passing judgment on her and saying that she was doing the wrong thing, that she was potentially murdering her child. Well, she didn't end up having to make that decision because she lost her baby. And the day she found out that she lost her baby, she came down here to do her job. And she continues to be traumatized by this conversation that we're having, because this is her life. This is her decision to make. This isn't something that she would like for us to try to make for her. And that's really what it comes down to. This is me, my life, my decision about what I do. And I know that I'm going to make good decisions. And I don't need you all to tell me that. And I don't need you all to tell her that. And, you know, we did hear from men and women today, but I would say the most hours were spent listening to the men in this room. And, you know, that's really kind of wrong, because we, the women in this room, we know what we want, we know what's right, and we know how to care for ourselves. And we don't need you all to try to tell us what's best. Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to remind members that when you're at the well, you are not to direct your comments at any individual person or impugn anyone's motives, and that applies to both sides of the aisle, of course. Next on my list, I had Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've talked a lot about the experiences of people who have had an abortion, and I wanted us to focus for a few minutes on some data from an excellent study that has been produced in the United States. And this is called the Turnaway Study. And this study has resulted in 50 publications in peer-reviewed publications, including the Journal of American Medical Association, Pediatrics, Journal of American Medical Association, Pediatrics. So I'm going to cite this research, but first I'm going to explain to you how this study was done. It was done by 11 researchers who worked both in the reproductive health field in many different ways, and they really were trying to understand the impact of abortion. So what they did was they recruited over 3 years 1,000 women who either had experienced an abortion or who were turned away from abortion services. And this study was a longitudinal study, was a 5-year study, and there were 11 researchers who did intensive interviewing for that 5 years and studies. And so as a result, we have some really excellent data about the experience of an abortion in this country and how it impacts women and what happens when they're not able to access an abortion when they want it and need it. And now I want my computer to work. So one of the important things to think about is these are excellent researchers, so they really did a control study to make sure they recruited women that matched each other. And so as a result, the results have been accepted in peer-reviewed journals because These women are comparable. They got the baseline data to show anything that happens after the abortion or the lack of not obtaining the abortion can be ascribed to whether someone was able to access it. And I'm going to give one caveat that I always do when I talk about research and data. That is, you might have a personal experience or know someone that it doesn't fit into this model, but the reality is we as decision makers need to understand this information as we make decisions about women. And so we've heard discussions about the effect of abortion on mental health and well-being. The Turnaway study examined the effects of receiving or being denied abortion on women's mental health, anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress, and suicidal ideation, and well-being, self-esteem, life satisfaction, stress, and social support. They found no evidence that abortion causes negative mental health or well-being outcomes. However, we do find that being denied an abortion is associated with elevated levels of anxiety, stress, and lower self-esteem soon after abortion denial. Over time, these outcomes generally improve so that by 6 months to 1 year post-abortion seeking, women who have an abortion and those denied one have similar levels of mental health. Now we're going to talk about emotions and whether this is a right decision to make. Women experience a mix of positive and negative emotions in the days after an abortion, with relief predominating. The intensity of all emotions diminishes over time, mostly over the first year. The overwhelming majority, over 95% of women, feel that abortion was the right decision for them at all times over 5 years after having an abortion. This is true even for women who had abortions later in pregnancy, who reported it was very difficult to decide to have the abortion, and those who felt there would be looked down on by people in their communities, as we have heard about. I want to talk about the financial well-being and development of children and is negatively impacted when their mothers are denied abortion. The children women already have at the time they seek abortion show worse child development when their mother is denied an abortion compared to the children of women who receive one. This is research published in the Journal of Pediatrics. Children born as a result of an abortion denial are more likely to live below the federal poverty level, 4 times more likely than children born from a subsequent pregnancy to women who received the abortion. Carrying an unwanted pregnancy to term is associated with poor maternal bonding, such as feeling trapped or resenting the baby with the child born after abortion denial compared to the next child born to a woman who received an abortion. Now I'm going to highlight something that we really haven't talked about, but giving birth is connected to more serious health problems than having an abortion. Women who were denied an abortion and gave birth reported more life-threatening complications like eclampsia and postpartum hemorrhage compared to those who received wanted abortions. Women who were denied an abortion and gave birth instead had more reported chronic headaches, migraines, joint pain, gestational hypertension compared to those who had an abortion. The higher risks of childbirth were tragically demonstrated by 2 women who were denied an abortion and died following delivery. No woman died from abortion. These studies are a cornucopia of information that I'm happy to share in more detail and give you references as we continue the evening. Thank you. I urge an aye vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a lot to say earlier, and I'm not going to reiterate anything, but I don't know about some of you, but I've been getting emails, I've been getting text messages through the day thanking me for bringing this bill forward. People sharing their stories with me, personal stories that they don't have to share. But because we are having this conversation and we are standing up for choice, people are sharing very personal stories. One story that I received, and I'm just going to read it. My sister-in-law had a medically necessary abortion at 23 weeks a couple of years ago. In a very wanted pregnancy, and almost every day, I think about what would have happened to my little brother if she couldn't do that. So really, truly, as horrible as this is to be in the middle of today, it's so very meaningful to me. And I know you know how important it is, but I also know that it's going to be a long day for you all on the floor, on a Friday, when you want to be home with your family. And I just want to say, I personally appreciate what you all are doing for us. Stories like this all day long. Women who have felt like they can't tell their stories, women who feel like they can't necessarily talk about abortion. Hearing what's happening on this floor, for the first time, we're bringing forward a proactive bill to protect women and people who choose to be pregnant. Protecting choice. Again, this bill is simply saying what we are doing in Colorado will remain the abilities of what we can do in Colorado. Colorado is a state that is known for taking care of and looking after all of its people. This is just another way to do that. Making sure that women going through the most personal moments of their lives have the ability to make that decision for themselves without fear of being put in jail, without fear of being ostracized, without fear of dying. The ability to choose safe and legal medical care. That's what we're voting on tonight. And this isn't about me, and this isn't about an individual in this room. This is about so many people throughout Colorado. Check your emails. Check your social media. People are sharing their stories with us because they know how absolutely important this is. I know it's a late hour. You have some time on your hands. Read through those and know exactly why we are here in this moment tonight.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I know it's late. So I thought I would start by telling you all a story, which some of you may or may not have heard. Many of you all know that my mom is an OBGYN, retired from service in the Army. She raised me as a single parent, and with me and my brother, and we lived overseas a lot. And if you were raised by a single parent or know someone who's raised by a single parent, you know that if you were homesick from school, it often meant you went with them to work. And for me, that meant I went with my mom to the hospital and sat in her waiting room. So I better really be sick. Right. And I remember one day I was in elementary school. I was with her. I was sitting in her waiting room, and someone came out of her exam room, a young soldier, and she was crying, devastated. I knew that what went on in that exam room wasn't exactly fun, but I didn't know exactly what it was. I'd never seen someone so upset after coming out of a conversation with my mother. So I turned to my mom and I asked her what was wrong. Why was that woman crying? And she told me that that woman went off base and had an abortion because she couldn't get one on base. We were living in Korea at the time. That meant that she went to one of the little shops that was set up right off of base, which is set up off of a lot of military bases overseas, to prey on women who need care. My mom told her that she was lucky to be alive, but that she would never be able to have a child when she was ready. You see, she was so young and a new soldier that she didn't have the money to fly back to the States to get access to care. So she did whatever she thought she needed to do, but never thought the consequences could be so disastrous. That is why we in Colorado have taken a stand to say that reproductive health care is health care, and that people deserve the right to make determinations for their own bodies. Because we know if we don't, that abortions won't stop. But unsafe abortions will rise, and that more and more women and families will lose their access to their own reproductive health, and maybe even their lives. You see, my mom never told me which side of the aisle she was on. She was a respected soldier and officer in the military, but she always said to protect a woman's right to choose. Members, we've talked a lot about, especially at the beginning of the debate, that this bill is far too extreme, or what happened in Texas can't happen here in Colorado, so why are we doing this now? But I would argue that members have come down to this well and made their intentions very clear. That if they were in power, that we would not have reproductive health care in Colorado. That a person's ability to terminate their pregnancy for their own health would not be an option. In other states, we have seen healthcare providers be criminalized for doing what their Hippocratic oath tells them to do. We have seen folks say that if you take your friend who is in a desperate situation to get the care that they need, you too are now a criminal. We were all duly elected members, and I was elected to protect women's rights. The people of Colorado have spoken on this issue multiple times. And yet here we are still having this conversation about morality. Is this moral or not? We're talking about health care and your determination to make your own decisions for you and your family, and your decision to make what's right for you and decisions on what's right for you and your family. But you know what, members? I gotta tell you, in this country, and right even here in Colorado, we have told people that they should be ashamed of their decisions, ashamed of who they are. In some states, we say, don't say gay. In Colorado, we can't say abortion. We can't say abortion is care. Not today. Not today. You know, the majority leader talked about some of those texts we've received and social media posts. So I want to read just one, and it's very short. It's just a tweet. As I posted about this debate, someone tweeted, "There's a special place in hell for you and your sluts. At least you will be with your friends." This is what people want other women to feel like when they make some of the toughest decisions that they ever have to make in their lives. This is government-sanctioned shaming. And we are here to say, not today, not in Colorado. We will stay past midnight. But members, as was mentioned, we know the fate of this bill. We will protect the health care of women. We will protect a family's decision to decide when their family grows. We will not allow for back alley abortions to take over our state. I want to thank the bill sponsors for all of your work. You are not dramatically changing Colorado law today, but you are enshrining what the people of Colorado have asked you to do. Our rights are under attack. Are we afraid of that? Maybe. But we're also empowered because we have been elected to protect our freedoms, to stand up for justice, and to say, not in Colorado. So, members, I want to thank folks who have stayed to this wee hour. I see the proponents of the bill, maybe a few on the other side. 3, 4, 5, hey. This is more than just political theater. Our rights are under attack, but we have the power to fight back, and we will get this bill passed. And I look forward to being there with the people of Colorado as our governor signs it into law.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee rise report progress, beg leave to sit again at 12:05 a.m. on Saturday, March 12th.
You have heard the motion. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the committee will rise, report progress, and beg to, or sit again at 12:05 Saturday, March 12th.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole reports as follows. It has risen, reports progress, and begs leave to sit again at 12:05 a.m. on Saturday, March 12th.
The committee will sit again at 12:05 a.m. on Saturday, March 12th. Members, we have some reports to read across the desks, so we will sit again at 12:05. But we're going to read these reports. Business to be read, reports of committee of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1025 as amended, 1093 as amended, 1098 as amended, 1111 as amended, 1225, 1286 as amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1121 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1120 as amended, 1243, 1274 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1252 as amended, 1275 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1132 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1124 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 26 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veteran Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Concurrent Resolution 1003 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
There it is. Printing report.
Chief Clerk reports following bills have been printed
The
correctly.
printing report will be printed in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker has signed Senate Bill 145664.
The signing of bills will be printed in the journal. Delivery of bills to the governor.
Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives reports the following bills have been delivered to the office
The
of the
delivery
Governor.
of bills will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has passed on third reading and
The message will be printed in the journal. The introduction of bills.
House Bill 1295 by Representatives Sirota and Garnett, also Senators Buckner and Fenberg, concerning the Department of Early Childhood and in connection therewith establishing the duties of the Department of Early Childhood and the Executive Director of the Department relocating early childhood programs from the Department of Human Services and Education to the Department of Early Childhood and creating a Colorado Universal Preschool Program.
What? I found it. House Bill 1295 will be assigned to the Committee on Education.
House Bill 1296 by Representatives Mullica and Van Winkle, also Senator Priola, concerning the definition of a nursing home for purposes of the residential real property classification.
House Bill 1296 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Insurance.
House Bill 1297 by Representatives Kipp and Neville, also Senators Bridges and Scott, concerning the designation of daylight saving time as the standard year-round time within the state when allowed by federal law.
1297 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs. And Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow, March 12th at 12:05 a.m.
The House will stand in, you've heard the motion, members. The House will stand in adjournment until 12:05 tomorrow. 12:05 a.m.